Hitting it. We're good.
Good morning, King Kayfabers.
Yes.
Welcome to the live stream.
Yeah, so we could quit talking all that smack that we've been talking.
That's right. Put the Kayfabe, Ed.
I'm very close to setting it up so that the King Kayfabers can actually check it out. And I think I do have my system set up well so that we are pretty much right there. Boom. All right, let's go now to our guys.
I don't know anything else. Everything I have to say is like episode related.
Yeah, we're back to Wizards.
That's true. There's a talking point.
We are back to Wizards, guys.
I'm excited. I was excited to get into another Wizard, so hopefully everybody will be into it.
And one of the cool things is that this is a virgin issue to both of us, I guess. Like this is one that flew off the racks.
Really?
And just was not like, because I had no subscriptions or anything like that. I would just get it every month at the grocery store. And for that whole month, no grocery stores that I went to had it.
Well, good. Yeah, that is, it was definitely new to me.
I'm not seeing dudes show up yet, so I'm just going to make sure that that's all. Okay, boom. Morning, fellas. All right, that's all I needed to tell Matt. Thank you very much. We're doing a Wizard episode today, man. No guests, but plenty of books that are going to be kayfabe affected, man. So you guys, your time is not wasted here. We're going to go look through a Wizard episode. Wizard issue 52, I believe.
Yes, 52.
Fascinating.
December 95.
Fascinating period of time in the industry of comics, and we'll have a lot to say.
Yeah, no doubt about that. These, it's kind of neat seeing these Wizards that are new to me, because it's some of the stuff is new to me. You know, like this is me checking out a comics. Like 95, that's my first semester of college. Probably not my most comics-centric time period in my life.
Yeah, well,
a lot of distraction at that time.
Let me get you fresh water.
Yeah, please.
I need a fresh water.
You know what I do worry about, though? At some point, and I don't know when it happens, I haven't looked that far ahead, but I will not have an issue of Wizard.
You want to have what?
I'll be missing an issue. Like, we'll get to, like, I don't know what number, 58 or something, and I don't have it.
I do think that I got a reasonable, good sample of digital Wizards.
Yeah, I have some of those, and I have to continue the smut comic talk.
Yeah,
I found a big torrent of Eros comics.
Yeah,
and downloaded that, and the same deal. Like, I can't believe they must have published 500 comics or more.
I just don't understand how that is like what kept them alive.
Yeah, I have the same question because
you
I never see them.
Yeah,
You
never see them in the shop.
They're so regulated though. Like Todd was telling me, you can't sell them on eBay. We've talked about guys like the Japan Book Hunter. Like, you know, if you're selling them somewhere, you could get in trouble on PayPal. Like, there's a lot of they're kind of hard to sell. You know, you probably would even get in trouble on the floor at some places if you had a big setup of them.
Right.
You know, certain states and things. So I don't know what the deal is, how they were sold. And again, this is why I want to do an all porn episode of Gary Groth. I want to know the inside scoop on this stuff.
Yeah.
They're bizarre. I remember talking to Eric Reynolds at one point about this, and he was saying how happy he was when they finally shut this down.
I believe it, because like
so
none
he
of them
come
had
in
passion
later
for
on.
it.
No, of course not.
None of them had passion for it. Yeah, I mean, if you said they were in the 80s.
Yeah, I think it starts maybe 88, 89, somewhere around there. But to go into the 2000s, like, that's a long run.
Yeah.
You know, that gets into stuff where it's like that's longer than Pacific. It might have been longer than First. You know, like all these companies that it outlasted. It's out there, but I can't figure it out either. Like, I don't know if they sold them. Maybe they were big somewhere internationally. Maybe they were mail order. You know, like we always talk about those mailing lists and how pivotal they are in various.
I heard that Prisoners, that was something that could escape the scrutiny of guards.
Wow.
Like the titty comics. It had a better chance of getting in, certainly than what do you call it, man? Porno mags and shit.
It's surprising because a lot of the covers are X-rated. Like they're not bearing the lead.
Yeah. So I feel like, yeah, it must somehow escape the issue.
But I don't know how we share it with Kayfabers.
It would just have to be a camera on us and maybe show the covers from a distance and things.
Yeah, I really like it. Just doesn't seem like it would work in any way outside of OnlyFans. Do like 1 month of OnlyFans of that. And I was thinking it'd be real funny because I don't know exactly how that setup works, but there's interaction, I guess, with your, like live stuff.
Yeah.
So it'd be like request stuff, like what do people want to see, and then see like pull that issue, like girls,
yeah,
you could. It'd be the weirdest thing.
It crossed my mind for us to not have a Patreon and to have an OnlyFans, but the reason, like one of the reasons why I was like, let's just not do that is because
I can't imagine what comes back if you do that.
I don't care about any of that stuff. Like I just thinking about the viewer, like I don't want somebody to get jammed up with their wife or something for like subscribing to an OnlyFans and seeing that on the bank statement and stuff. Like I don't want to be part of anybody's relationship having trouble. Yeah, and that's literally the only reason why I didn't do it, man. Because I'm like, some wife sees this shit. What do you see? What do you want?
Where your
our pimpage? Let me get the pimpage.
Yeah. Speaking of selling out. Man, I ended up picking up a bunch of Divine Rights, the Jim Lee.
Yeah.
I think I have a full run of Divine right now. And the fascinating part for me, partway through, is when DC buys Wildstorm. So, like, you see that shift in the Indicia and everything. It's a weird comic. 12 issues that he wrote and drew.
You know what I mean? Like,
I
respect it.
Almost a statement kind of comic, except it's completely forgotten.
Sure.
Has anybody ever brought up Divine Right to you besides me?
Right. Yeah, no, I didn't know shit about it. I didn't know he wrote a comic. Like, that's when I edited it and put up the video, like, the sell point to me was he made his own comic once.
Yeah, it's he made it and then that was it.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's some omnibus edition collection of it even.
And he can make that happen at any moment.
Absolutely. And he's going for it. Like if you look at it, you can see like he put the Jim Lee effort into it, but I don't know. It must not have. The sales must have been bad. Like he saw something in it where it's just like we're not talking about that anymore.
In the first, first time I talked to David Cho, he was talking about how when he became friends with Jim Lee, because you could see like in the Dirty Hands documentary. David Cho paints a portrait of the family, but that's like Jim Lee's old family, and that was like largesse basically to get Dave back on his feet when he comes back out of jail and stuff. And he became friends with Jim Lee, all that stuff, and it was like, with Divine Right, you had the chance to make the Korean guy not a fucking boob, not an idiot. And you squandered it. Like he's like, you fucked it up. The Korean guy could have been a hero for once.
That's hilarious. I think I'm ready when you are.
Okay, let's do this.
Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comics channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Want to remind everybody we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon up and running now. Different levels will get you access to our videos early. King Kayfaber level will get you access to all of the videos early. Beat that Kayfabe effect and sit in on the recording session like a bunch of King Kayfabers are doing right now. We are also working Cartoonist. You see our bibliographies on the screen in front of you. Best way to support the channel is to buy our books, and we got some big ones coming out this year. Ed Piscor putting out the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus later this year. You can pre-order that one now. It collects all of the Hip Hop Family Tree comics in one very handsome volume, complete with gold foil. That's what you see, this little yellow effect in the printout here. It is going to shine whenever it's actually in your hands. 140 extra pages. You can pre-order that one now at a bit of a discount. So pick that up or let your store know you want a copy. Red Room Crypto Killers. The third and final season of Red Room is starting up within 2 months. It should be hitting stands, so let your local comic shop know that you want to put that in your subscription box. This is your standard cover.
If you're watching this video when it comes out on Sunday, final order cutoff is tomorrow, Monday. So get your orders in.
And some cool variants. You see here the sketch cover. You guys have been begging for that. Ed Piskor doing a variant cover, Peach Momoko doing a variant cover, and me paying homage to Rob Liefeld's Youngblood with my variant cover. So let your store know you need that copy immediately, because if you want to reserve issue 1, you got to do that real fast. You can also reserve Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. This is my next Street Angel book coming out from Image Comics later this spring, collecting all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive. Pre-order that one today so you will not miss out, and so they know how many of those to print. You can also pick up our other books. X-Men, Grand Design, 3 volumes in an omnibus, Hip Hop Family Tree and Treasury Size Edition. See that art up close and big. WYSIWYG and 2 previous seasons of Red Room, as well as Hulk Grand Design, Plain Jane's, Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive from me, all available right now. All right, Ed, let's dive into this. It's been a while since we've looked at a Wizard magazine. It's the foundation of Cartoonist Kayfabe in a lot of ways, and we are up to issue number 52, December 1995. I am completely checked out of Wizard magazine at that point. This issue is all new for me, and X-Files gracing the cover. I'll tell you where I would see X-Files around this time. I didn't have Wizard subscription anymore. I had Entertainment Weekly. And X-Files, of course, a huge sensation on television. Got to do the comics adaptation, and I do remember it being successful. Charles Adlard, the longtime artist, did, I don't know, basically the full run of X-Files. Pretty good-looking book as a result. Everybody watching this probably knows him from Walking Dead, but had a big run on a very hot cultish comic in the 90s here with X-Files.
This is a virgin issue to me as well. It flew off the freaking stands, man. I would had no subscription to Wizard, but I would easily buy it monthly. You could find it anywhere.
There are print numbers, circulation numbers are in this issue. So they were putting out 450,000 plus copies of an issue of Wizard at that time.
For the whole
Not hard to find usually.
Yeah, for the whole month of November of 95, when this would have been on the stands, I never saw it, never was able to scoop it up.
It speaks to what X-Files was, it was kind of a phenomena pretty early on, and the crossover with comics audience, like it's that Venn diagram of like, this is the right stuff for like, this is the perfect synergy. If you were trying to do what all those Valiant bean counters would try to do, X-Files and comics is sort of a pretty good one.
I'll tell you this, man, this issue is the sort of indicator of where Wizard goes. It's the first real kind of photo-ish cover. It's a painting. I hate this cover. It's the emaciated whitish paint job on the. It looks like Night of the Living Dead zombies as Mulder and Scully. There's something anemic and washed out about it that just feels.
Do you think that this is like they're pasting up photos and then adding painted elements? Is that how this is put together?
Yeah, I have no idea about that stuff. But the article is nothing about the comic, and we could probably skip over it because it's really about the TV show. And just coincidentally, I've been watching X-Files and from the start, and we call it the golden age of television now, and it reminds you what TV was like back then, because it was just like the major comics of that time were like the characters are the same at the beginning, at the end of each episode. And by episode 3, when Scully is seeing people spontaneously combust and seeing pens float in the air and write, so-and-so killed me, when you watch the next episode and she's skeptical about anything, it just kind of loses everything. You know what I'm saying?
The ultimate skeptic there.
Yeah, like it's just like there's a point where you have to. You don't got to denounce science, but you got to kind of accept things at certain points.
Hey, it's really interesting that you say this is where Wizard goes, because I'm sure they were tracking this. And I actually almost pulled out future issues to see, because I think once a year they run those numbers. And I'm curious about various numbers at this time and how they compare to comics, because I have this theory as comics plummet, Wizard continues to sell pretty well.
Definitely.
But they would have noticed if this issue sold out, if this really was a hot issue, they would know that right away and potentially curve their magazine that direction. Like, why was this the hit issue out of the last year? Let's do more of this. And it probably is like the media tie-in stuff.
Yeah, Garrett with his stuff, like he's an entrepreneur, if anything. Like comics is just a means.
Absolutely. And boy, Rob is still buying some big advertising pages in these issues. And Rob Liefeld, Stephen Platt, Mike Deodato Jr. as your names on this kind of crossover.
He was talking about, in some chats with us, about how J. Scott Campbell influenced the Jim Lee style. Stephen Platt influenced Rob Liefeld's style, whether he admits it or not. And it would be certainly the hair. Mm-hmm. Like, he did not draw profit hair that way until Stephen Platt introduced that. But these little ticks, these are almost like, it's like drawn ink spatter. You know, it's not a flickety flick. It's a conscious, like, I'm going to hit dabs just because. That comes from Platt.
Look at how much coloring is going on. Her skin, there's not a line on her skin. All of that is give it to the colorist.
Colorist making money, man. I wonder if it's still Kiko Taganashi.
Yeah, I don't see the signature there. All right, so
doesn't Del Keown look like Macaulay Culkin?
He does. It's a funny picture. All of that 1995 fashion, like the kind of loose pants and stuff.
And these are 1990s comic book stairs from like the image, the way the image guys draw stairs.
Totally. Not too much here in the editorial, just calling out X-Files and Del Keown, basically highlighting what's in here, the Halloween costume.
One fascinating piece is, now for my monthly shameless plug, check out our Wizard World forum on America Online. So that gives you that little time capsule element to this magazine. And there will be Wizard magazines. I actually have some that I bought in the poly bags that I ripped out, like in semi-recent times, that have the 1 month free
yes.
AOL subscription gimmick. So, you know, we're now entering, you know, when comics was crypto, there was the bubble burst, and now we are entering the .com boom. You see it here with the Techno Comics ad, Techno Comics Online, Windows 95. You know, this is what the website looks like.
Ooh, one more piece here. I guess I was wrong. This editorial is rich with content. Next issue, December, will be the bad girls of comics. It'd be nice to see that peak and maybe move on. Marvel DC starting their hot shotting. You know, this is a couple years past the image exodus of talent. Marvel certainly not doing its best work at this point, sales-wise, and now it's time to, like, how do we sell this? And we're going to see a news item that's even bigger, but you can see already starting these crossovers.
This letter is interesting to me because this kind of stuff comes up all the time when it comes to, you know, we lived through the baseball strike. I think we lived through, was there a hockey strike in our life in the 90s?
I think we've seen it all. I think there's been basketball, football, and hockey.
And you have basically, it's jealous workaday people, paycheck to paycheck people who are like, fuck these greedy baseball players, fuck these greedy football players, and their, you know, what they receive as compensation for their craft. They don't deserve more. They're being greedy, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, this is a person, by the way, for anybody that's not reading the fine print, who has sided against the creator ownership kind of people.
Right.
Let me read a sentence. The injustices of the... Wait. If a person creates a character in a work-for-hire situation knowing full well that he retains no rights, then he has no reason to piss and moan about it. If you can't take the heat... ... And that's the tone of this whole thing, is complaining about these guys like the Frank Millers, like the Image founders, basically going and, you know, setting up their own work-for-hire shops, and all they do is piss and moan and whine about it, compares them to baseball players.
Yeah, and it's just, it's NPC talk is what that kind of stuff is, but it comes up pretty often, and to see, because you and I know the economic realities of cartooning and being a cartoonist, just even with the Rob Liefeld conversation that we had, when he's talking about Bob Harris getting people out of the game, people were mentioning names. Herb Trimpe, this person, Marie Severin, they got put out or something with no compensation for retirement, any of that kind of thing. And it's like, well, they're not employees of Marvel. Like, it's very clear, you know, you're in business for yourself, but if you're going to be in business for yourself, like, be in business for yourself. And like Frank Miller talking about creator rights was extremely valuable. If not for his generation, for ours. You know what I mean? So this kind of NPC talk is worth acknowledging that it exists, because it still exists to this day, but that's literally all it is.
It's very heated. Like, this guy seems passionate about this idea.
It's all it is. It's the guy who has that grease spot imprint in his couch, who can't believe that dudes can sit there and make comics and do their life's passion and make a living at it, and maybe they want some more equity and more opportunity, and he will take a very long-winded way of saying that that's nonsense, just like the baseball people, just like the football people. Never talking about the owners who are making crazy amounts on everything.
All slut or all art. This is promo for next issue's Bad Girl issue. I wonder if they coordinate that. I would assume in hindsight, like, everything's a work. You know, they have to be like, hey, McLaughlin or whoever's selecting letters, we're doing Bad Girls next month.
Yeah.
Well, save some of those letters and let's build to that.
Yeah, and
build some heat.
All publicity is good publicity, man. When promos come down on us for this or that, that issue of Red Room sells out more than any other, but except the first issue one.
I found this odd. Just the cast of characters that are making the envelope art. Space Ghost, Too Much Coffee Man, Earthworm Jim, and Spectre. Like, we're in a strange state. You know, before this we would see Spawns and Ghost Riders and stuff. At this point it feels like this really is where we're at in the mid-90s in terms of, like, it's chaotic. There isn't, like, some hot book or, you know, hot something.
Okay, so this is the perfect point, because, like, I am all in on comics during this time period. And in 1995... the Anti-Gravity Room television show is on Sci-Fi Channel. That is when Adelphia Cable here in Pittsburgh, like, opened up, and now you have 50 channels instead of, like, 30. And every Saturday, there was a fucking show devoted to comic books. There are no less than 2 episodes with Doug Tenable, or however you say his name, talking Earthworm Jim and future video game ideas and stuff. Because, like, of course, they would buttress the comic stuff with what's happening in video games and trading cards like Magic and stuff.
Well, tell me this.
Yeah.
Is he doing comics then? Is Earthworm Jim a comic then?
No.
It's weird that it's, you know, like, why was he even on that channel? Because there were tons of video games.
I was so deep, right? Earthworm Jim was a force, and like the superhero part of it spoke to kids who dug like the kids who liked Image Comics, like, liked Earthworm Jim. I don't know how to explain it. Like, they maybe publicized it, pushed it in that sort of way where, like, maybe the original ads were in Wizards or something, but it was woven. There was no comic to support it or anything like that. But there was also no less than 2, maybe 3 episodes with full Shannon Wheeler excerpt conversations, you know, like portions of the show devoted to Shannon Wheeler and his thoughts and things. So, like, it's that period for sure.
Interesting selection.
Yeah.
Mars and Wrightson's doing Aliens Batman. One of those issues came in a mailbag not too long ago, so I don't know whether we'll look at that or not. I'll tell you, I would not, if you showed me this piece of art, not in 1,000 years would I guess Bernie Wrightson.
Love Wrightson.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this Ron Mars guy, he was probably the best writer at a time when every other writer was pure shit. So, like, to be the least stinky turd is not what I would want for my career.
It's Wrightson, something else is going on at this point in Wrightson's career too.
I don't think that's Wrightson art right there, man.
No?
I don't know.
That would make me feel better.
Yeah, like
I don't recognize any of the Wrightson-isms.
Yeah, I don't see one hallmark in there that looks like a Wrightson piece, man. But maybe the writing was so bad that it completely uninspired.
How about
Bernie.
Jim Lee with the Super Nintendo Wildcats?
Spawn Super Nintendo game. There was the Jim Lee Wildcats cartoon, Spawn cartoon, Max.
We looked at those Rob Liefeld issues of New Mutants. The back cover was a Jim Lee art on a Punisher video game ad.
Yeah.
Jim Lee was connected to video game stuff really early on. I think those Punisher ads and, like, his promo art connected to video games was a big thing throughout his career.
That same art, I believe, was on the cabinet of the arcade machine. You know, that would have been in arcades and stuff.
I think it was a big thing. Like, when he's at Wildstorm, like, he's doing a bunch of licensed video game stuff that seemed to be ahead of any other comics output. So here we go. Battle of the Century. Big announcement. They bring out Mark Grunwald and who's the DC rep?
Mike Carlin.
Planet Hollywood to, like, announce this and talk about it. People in cosplay.
Look at how middle of the road that is. I mean, this is a full-on jobber special.
Look, is this reporter picking her nose?
It does look like it. Or maybe she's ponderous.
That might be it.
You got your Jurgens, your Peter David, your Rubenstein, your Paul Neary. I have the first issue. It's as boring as this image. There's nothing dynamic. It's very left and right. It's very like, let's give everybody full space. So there's no real depth because there's nothing overlapping. You have to suck balls of DC and Marvel in equal measure. So like the characters have to be the same sizes. It's a full-on compromise designed to make money. I got the first issue certainly out of a quarter bin in semi-recent times, and that could be something we can look at because I have no problem making money for ourselves off of such hack work.
Off the battle of the century.
Yeah.
It's neat to see this stuff because I look at it and it's like, man, they should have got like a fight. Somebody does fight posters to design this, right? Thinking through today's lens. But you look at this and it's still in that candy colored, like we've got the digital tools now, but we have not developed them to a point of any kind of nuance. It is just the most brightly saturated. Looks like it's aimed at 8-year-olds.
It's flat backgrounds. It's a pile of horseshit. Of course. Total compromise.
It looks very anachronistic, and you would think like these are the two cutting edge comics. They're the leaders. They don't look like it.
I would say we do this Todd piece and then go to page 196 and just have like one conversation about the Todd the Spawn comic on a current affair.
You want to do that now or at the end?
Let's do that now, man, and just get that out of the way.
All right, so Spawn on a current affair, fair treatment. And what happened is Spawn 30 features the KKK.
Yeah.
And
it's Spawn hanging on the cover.
Yes. Yeah, get some attention on national syndicated television show.
And tomorrow let's look at that video. Let's look at that comic.
Sounds good.
We'll post that Monday.
So he's kind of talking about his experience on there and how it's pretty one-sided what they cut out of his conversation.
I saw it in real time, like just totally casually. It was not something that was promoted, and we had 30 channels, and I saw it, and it was, there was a little old grandma, black lady, who sees his comic in her grandson's stack and looks at it and is like, what the fuck is this? We can just skip to the back. He gets a little bit deeper and talks about, they never talk about the good stuff in comics. Comics is very popular now, so you could jump at things and cut promos. My thoughts, I actually think that it was a complete work. I don't think that some grandma, I think Todd manipulated the media and got publicity for Spawn in that way because he is that smart and that savvy. When he goes on Howard Stern and he talks about the whole point, everybody's talking about what kind of boob he is for buying Sammy Sosa baseball and Mark McGwire baseball. Save your money, like blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. And then he uses that opportunity to get all that publicity. Everybody knows who Todd McFarlane is at that moment. It's a Hail Mary pass to get sports licenses away from the starting lineup figures, and it works. He is what my granny would say, dumb as a fox.
Yes. When
it comes to this kind of stuff. And I think that he found a way to get some promo on those magazine television shows that were very popular at the time, had big fucking ratings. But you have to be able to, it's like I said earlier, man, anybody who talks smack, who mentions your name, they're promoting you, and it might hurt a little bit to because you're human, right? And you're like, oh man, somebody doesn't like me, or 100 people don't like me. Man, they're retweeting a lot of stuff about how they dislike me. Why do the comics sell more than anything else? On my publisher, yours, whatever, and it's just because all publicity is good publicity, and I think he manipulated. I think he made it happen. I'm gonna say that right here. I would love to talk to him and just ask him that flat out. Did you make the current affair thing happen with this power of hindsight that we have? With the remove, the statutes of limitations is up, Uncle Todd. You could be honest, because he's able to manipulate Kickstarter. He can do it all. He understands media in a very savvy way.
That's the other thing I took away from this. Time and time again, when we look at any kind of historical stuff, I'm usually surprised by, oh, this is the same story that's happening now.
Right.
And he's complaining about the way media really one-sided this story and cut things a certain way, and it feels like, yeah, this is the same conversation that's been trending for certainly the last 5, 6, 8 years. and it's happening here in '95 because that's the way all these stories go.
And you know,
that's never going to change.
He's the heel in that episode, but it was the first time. So I was done with Spawn comics. Like when Todd was done, I was finished. But I ran out and got those comics, that couple of issues, because the one before that is the one where the little boys kill their child abuse dad.
Right.
Good issue. But it got put on my radar again thanks to that current affair thing. So it was a commercial, and it's the 90s. It's 95, middle 90s. Extreme hardcore stuff is the trend. So to say that this comic is so hardcore, and to set it up that way, sometimes the sales are people. It's ideological sales. That's what happens with a lot of Kickstarter and stuff now, where you have these people on political pulls,
right,
who have their work supported, and on both ends of the spectrum, you read the comic dog shit comics, but people of the same ideological means support it to just make it happen. You can't get confused that like that support means you're good. It means that they believe in your ideology. So like when he could have got a bunch of sales from people he wouldn't like, if you know what I'm saying. Like, oh, fuck that lady. I'm going to buy it anyway. I'm going to make this comic super popular.
Also, it's a chance to put your comic in front of millions of an audience.
It's a work. I'm telling you.
That's really, it's real interesting. It makes me wonder what issue 28 and 31 are, because these two issues are so almost intentionally provocative.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder if that's something that he was keying on at the time. And if so, did he do more of those kinds of like, ooh, what's another hot button issue?
I feel like we would know it.
Yeah, I couldn't think of them either, but I was out of Spawn at that time, you know, like this is something that I've kind of come back to. G.I. Joe was at Dark Horse for a minute, and this is the announcement for that, where they were saying like they're going to go starting all over with a clean slate. Man, I remember that thing flopping hard.
It's trash. I do have the first issue, bought it off the rack. I did buy that new. It has that very provocative Frank Miller cover.
Yes,
silhouette.
Yeah. Flag.
Soldier, bullet-ridden flag wrapped around him. Great image.
Penciled by Tatsuya Ishida, Godzilla artist. Do you remember the art being interesting?
No, it like in my mind, it looks like Newman from Image Comics or something. That kind of like semi Manga-ish kind of.
I just remember, man, it was like.
Oh, it's trash.
It did not get any traction. Marvel and Christie's teaming up for some auction of some stuff. Nothing stands out. It's kind of weird stuff like recreations of Captain America covers by Joe Simon. Very odd, but it's another one of those lines of like, we're pushing comics in every avenue we can. This doesn't happen by accident. There were people, probably Marvel high-ups, that saw an opportunity there, and I do think that has sown dividends over time.
Comics was crypto, and everybody wanted a piece. Like I said, there was a fucking half hour every week on Sci-Fi Channel devoted to comics. That doesn't happen if shit ain't popular.
This is a story that I'd be curious to hear more about. Moondogs opens boutiques and music and video stores. So they're in like FYE, which used to be around here, maybe was all over the place. I think they might have had thousands of stores, as a chain of like record stores. And Moondogs was a big chain in the Midwest, had maybe 8 or 10 stores. It was about as close as you got to like really something that could be national. They partner with this company and they open up a bunch of these departments within the music stores that are going to sell comics, and they're going to be staffed by like Moondogs, basically training and employing these people. I don't remember encountering this. No. So I don't know that this had any success or how big it actually went, but they talked about like in the future maybe getting a negotiation with Sears for comics boutiques. It's just interesting because nobody's ever done like a national chain of comics retail in any way, and one of the biggest stores did make an attempt here, so I'm curious how that went. Larry Martyr may have been around at this point.
We met a lot of retailers recently, and their level of entrepreneurship varies. There's a big spectrum, and we've never had a kind of Steve Jobs-ish kind of mind work things in that space, or if they did, it just. You get like a Steve Jeppy or something who controls the distribution or something, which is just like, that's fine for him. But I like this idea of a retailer thinking outside the box and like making deals. It seems so savvy to try and give it a shot.
It's very weird that there haven't been attempts like this.
There might have been just behind the scenes and we don't know about it.
this seems like a big push. Like I say, if Larry Marder was there, like that'd be a guy to maybe try to track down and get some info on it, because it's just a unusual of comics business.
He was at Image certainly at this time. I don't know.
Was he there?
Oh, definitely.
I never know like the timeline of this stuff when you get back that far. It kind of blurs to me. Any standouts in your company updates?
I don't think so. Acme Novelty 6.
Yeah, Fantagraphics.
And here's the noteworthy piece. Acme Novelty Library 6 continues its quarterly pace. It's more than 32 pages. It could be double that at times, but he's still maintaining a quarterly pace. And Dale Keown is maybe 3 times a year for 22 pages of penciled artwork. So that's like an interesting thing.
That is funny, because I think that's exactly the way that works out. The Art and Pictures Museum,
yes.
Kevin Eastman's museum, celebrating its 3rd anniversary. That's pretty cool.
Biggest regret of my young life. You know, I used to get those catalogs too. The literature associated with that museum, and I just could never figure a way to convince my workaday parents, man, to make the trip to New England to go check that joint out.
Black Hole issue number 2 coming out from Kitchen Sink Press, Charles Burns' Black Hole. That's how I encountered Black Hole, was mail order through Kitchen Sink.
Yeah, I feel like the last issues came out when we were even homies. Man.
Oh yeah,
like,
we were. I remember picking it up with Mark Zingarelli was there the week that I picked it up, and he was shocked that I read Black Hole like it was a I don't know, adult book or something.
That could be 2002, 2003.
Yeah, it took a while. I mean, 14 issues at that meticulous kind of nature, but
was it 14?
Wasn't it 14?
I thought it was 10, but I'm not sure.
Maybe it wasn't 14, but it was a lot.
I feel like it was 1 issue per year.
Yeah, that's about how I think, especially by the end, I think that's how it was going. There's a few CD-ROM or CD kind of things in here. You mentioned that AOL in the beginning. We're going to see like screensavers for Image Comics near the end.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny, everybody trying this stuff.
Yeah, but this is about bootleg bone imagery on some British thing. You know, the way the Beastie Boys made their first money was not from record sales, but it was from suing British Airways for sampling their music without authorization. They found out about it. They were able to sue and settle British Airways, and that's the way they got the first apartments and all that stuff. Yeah,
wow.
yeah. Read Hip Hop Family Tree.
I kind of love that statue. I feel like this arm isn't right, but whenever you have 4 arms, like probably some anatomy is going to be strange.
And like when we're talking balance and things, does this thing have to be?
Oh, that looks like a 10-pound plate.
Yeah, because that is a lot.
You could throw this on the end of your barbell and have a good workout. I
think so, because that's a lot of weight leaning this way, so you have to counterbalance that. There's got to be some heavy ass stuff in there.
Love the face. I'd be curious to see what that actually looks like in real life and how much they're doctoring that face for the ad.
You know, I bet it's dope. Like
it
Randy Bowen
is.
and those, every one of those statues I ever saw was cool. I just could never the kind of girlfriends I like to have would not respect me.
They wouldn't tolerate a 4-armed man, 15-inch sculpture.
But I do see that. I remember when it was a big deal, and like looking at them and like, oh, that's dope.
Yeah,
like that thing was.
There were quite
cool.
a few of those. I never bought any, but there were quite a few that would roll through. Like there was a Savage Dragon one that I thought was really badass.
Yeah, I know it.
Jim Lee returning to draw a couple of Gen 13 issues.
Oh, dude, it's so amazing. So Anti-Gravity Room, they would do reviews, and the main dude Nick reviewed the Jim Lee Gen 13 issues, and I must be that dude Nick's age, man, because it was the same exact vibe. You love the spirit of Gen 13 and the humor and the fun, and Jim Lee just fucking zaps all of that out and makes it a Wildcats comic with the Gen 13 character. You know, that very static kind of...
Take the humor out of it.
Totally. And like shrink the eyes up and all that kind of thing. And that is pitch perfect. That's exactly what Nick said. And that was the vibes. It was like, when is J. Scott Campbell coming back? Because like, I like Jim Lee, but like, this ain't for me.
I don't remember this Valentino Extreme Studio pair up, but I might have been out on all the Image books by that point.
All that I remember is him doing that Image X month, issue 10 or issue 9.
You know what else? Like, this has to be, when does Liefeld leave Image?
But it's got to be soon, because Maximum Press is definitely out. Alan Moore is writing War Child comics.
So Halloween Night, this is Jeff Loeb and Tim Sell before they had done their Long Halloween stuff.
Oh yeah.
This is like one shots that they were doing each year. I think this is maybe the 3rd one that they're doing from the Legends of the Dark Knight Halloween specials.
Tim Sale's still tightening up. You know,
Yeah.
like he grows into something that is not this right here. But this is a great kind of starting point. I feel like this is used in Long Halloween, but maybe,
Yeah, that's an amazing image. That's probably that's probably one of those images that like everybody gravitated towards, and then it was like you're gonna reuse that, retool that, put that everywhere because that's such a striking. That's a really good use of the Batman kind of image. I like this 2-page spread of like let's showcase something. I wish I wish Wizard did a little bit more of this kind of thing.
Yeah,
Pretty
like
good feature.
Like I said, we're getting to the point in Wizard where it is going to start pushing more towards pop culture.
This is another one of those like 2 pages, get in and out quick, and it's the first look of Kingdom Come. I think I mentioned in a previous episode, I picked up a collection of that recently. It must have been an anniversary issue. It has a bunch of back matter that's really cool. It's a matter of time before we look at that, and maybe we'll do it before you go.
As a Sunday, that's a good Sunday vid. I want to show you, I want to show you what I have and see if it's the same material in the back, because I have some good back matter in all hardcover.
They do a good job of, again, just a very short. This is what I want. Get in and out quick. Give me the lowdown and talk about how different this is from Marvel's. You know, if it weren't for Alex Ross, it's kind of a very different take on it because it's the old DC characters. Right. And this is a book I picked up at the time, and
I picked up the first issue, and then I'm like, I'm good.
I know people that love it, but you know they compare it to Watchmen and Dark Knight Returns, and hey man, if you're trying to sell books, that's pretty good, pretty smart marketing on your part. What is this? I don't even understand what this is.
Yeah, it's just gonna. We'll continuously skip this nonsense. We'll skip this nonsense, you know. Fuck.
You're right about how this is
talk.
TV. They have Gillian Anderson and what's his name, the David Duchovny kind of talking about their characters and stuff in this. This is really TV show talk.
Just pompous.
But you know what? This might have gotten a good response too when you talk again about Wizard going in this direction. This is probably one of those things where like this is just one random article out of this issue and gets like a ton of mail. You know, something that would indicate to them, oh, we need to do more of that.
It just makes so much sense. It was so hot at the time. They're into season 3. When X-Files was brand new, it had the piece at the beginning that was like, you know, based on true events or something, and that just fucking blew my mind so much.
Brilliant.
But then they took that out of the mixture, and then you just saw what it was, and it's just you know, I'm done.
My X-Files comic story is one of my best friends, Jackson. His daughter was about 13 or 14 and was into X-Files, and I ended up buying like the big run of X-Files comics for her, and she loved them.
That's so cool.
And that was years later, you know. I mean, that would have been like 5 years ago or something.
Pulido, freaking genius, man. And
yeah,
he Pulido, Tucci, these guys knew the score, and they have some social skills enough to get cozy with the Image dudes. I mean the Wizard magazine guys, and get placement of something every issue. So like this is a contest or something. I don't know that these guys would have sold anything without Wizard magazine, but
they were really smart because the early Wizard magazine, it seemed like Marvel and DC were just like, you know, you do you, Wizard. And these other guys like showed up, you know, like I don't know that Wizard goes after Pulido if they get these other people, but instead there's an opening, there's an option. Hey, you weren't the first invitation, but we've got room, and these dudes just took advantage of the opportunity.
And think about what that is. It's not hard to sell people. You're churning out a monthly magazine with a ghost staff or whatever you call that, man, a skeleton crew, right? And
if I can give you the article,
I'll do you the favor.
Wizard loves it.
I'll do you the favor, man. I'll do all the legwork and
art.
stuff. Yeah, give me a couple of pages, and boom, you just padded your thing.
Another topic that I'd be interested in exploring is the idea of 90s self-publishing.
Sure.
Because, like, you think of the guys, Dave Sim, the Kevin Eastman, Peter Lairds of the 80s, it totally changes because now you've got Image, you've got guys like Pulido, Billy Tucci, all these dudes, and it's like the next version of, like, how do you do this? You saw, like, Quesada and Palmiotti show up because they're like, we can do this. Like, this is the formula. And it's not just Image. Like, it's a handful of guys that really sell some comics, more or less self-publishing them in the 90s, and I never think of them the way I think of, like, the 80s black and white explosion, but there's a 90s version with cutting edge, you know, tech printing and color and stuff.
When I discovered comic shops around this time, basically, and I had a pull list, a lot of it was informed by Tom Palmer Jr. in the pages of Wizard magazine. I had THB on the pull list. I had Tyrant on the pull list. I never got one issue, by the way, of Tyrant in the thing, because like it was all out by that point. Bizarre Heroes.
Yeah, there's so many.
And some of those people, man, like I remember Wolf and Bird. I never bought that, but like Wolf and Bird and Bizarre Heroes and a couple others, they had this little thing, they called it the Staple Syndicate, and there would be like a little paste up on all their covers that would show the Staple Syndicate, and it was just a small consortium. It was like the Spirits of Independence kind of deal, I guess, of guys, self-publishers who were just maybe sharing some distribution or trading ads or something in each other's comics. You know, rising tide raises all ships type of energy. So there was definitely a movement, and it just when you know, it's the distributors. Like
I was gonna say, you can almost cut that movement in half, where it's like the Spirit of Independence guys, where they're like 50% off if you buy 5 issues, you know, stuff like that. Like they were talking to these distributors and to the retailers in a way that like the Politos survived that distributor collapse. You know, this other version sort of survived that, where they embraced this glossy version of selling like you're a big company. Right. You know, sell the same way Marvel does, use the same language, the same visuals, same tools. And there's a handful, you know, it's like the 80s version and there's like the 90s version. And it's real interesting that all takes place. So much was going on in the 90s. Like people just outright dismissed 90s comics. Boy, they miss an exciting decade.
Yeah, sure. Exciting. Yeah, sure. And lots of feces too.
That's true anytime.
On that anti-gravity room thing, there was a Billy Tucci press conference, like a party.
Yeah, the parties were big with these guys.
And he was celebrating selling over 1 million units in the year of like 94. Incredible. Yeah.
Man, incredible. From a self-publishing standpoint, like the cut that you're getting out of that, it's so much better than any other way to do it. Greg Capullo continuing his drawing course, this time monster themed, with how this is kind of the Halloween issue. I didn't pull anything from this. It's fun. It's cool to see, but like, you know, it's kind of a fooling around.
Tomorrow we'll look at a Greg Capullo drawn, penciled, Todd McFarlane inked Spawn issue. And there's so much McFarlane all over it with the noodling. So what we get here is like you're getting a glimpse of pure Capullo. Still playing with that same technique.
It is very fun to see him doing stuff like this, because I don't know that you get this in any of his comics. So it's kind of fun, but you know, it's not perspective or human anatomy or anything like that.
Yeah.
The drawing board. I didn't have too much to take from this. It's an interesting selection of characters. I mean, look at the lack of Marvel DC characters. Is there one? Here's Green Goblin, I think, is your Marvel DC rep.
Well, you got Maverick. You always diss Maverick.
Oh, Maverick, yeah. I always think of that as Jim Lee. I don't think of that as Marvel DC. Homemade Heroes.
Look at that thing. Doesn't that look like that should be in that issue of Spawn?
That's that U-Demon character, right?
It's Mordare. Oh, yeah. It's U-Demon's main foe.
Boy, U-Demon's one of those books that just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how that had near the traction it got.
Yeah.
All right, the mystery man himself, big Del Keown feature. I loved Pitt. I can't tell you much about it, and I'm not sure Del can either.
No, I mean, he says flat out, whenever he got the invitation to Image, he just whipped up a character real fast.
I'll tell you this, he redoes his look. Like, we've seen him in the hot artist photo quite a few times, and it looks like a totally different dude. Yeah. I feel like he got some slack from that photo and was like, I'm going to do better this time around.
You know, I don't know that that's the case. I think it's like, it's royalty time. Pitt has come out.
He might be doing well.
He's got that. Go listen to our Dave Cooper shoot interview. Both of these dudes, Dave Cooper and Del Keown, worked for Barry Blair's Aircell Comics, and we asked Dave about Keown, and he said Keown was the first of our friends that was legitimately rich. The other thing that Dave Cooper said was he has this big mansion, probably taken there, but the guy had no furniture in there, and they described this sparsely furnished mansion, and that's young man shit. That's bachelor shit. Why do you need to buy a big ass couch? Like,
it's great because it starts out here about you know, he's drawing the adventures of one of Image's most popular heroes. During the course of this issue, that changes. Yeah. So we get a sidebar on the last page.
Going to Full Bleed Studios. Completely.
Yeah, and this traces his whole story, which isn't very long. Aircell's mentioned. He gets on the Hulk for a couple of years, has a really good run there.
Joseph Rubinstein is the guy who brought him to the mainstream, which is a fascinating little tidbit.
They have a falling out in the process.
Rubenstein's an inker for Pitt. Like, one of the illuminating things was, of course, you don't think about this stuff until you look at it microscopically in a way, but Dale Keown had to assemble his assembly line. He's just a drawer. So he's got writers. Steve Gerber is one of them. He's got all the optics doing color, and he has inkers. He's just doing the pencil part of the work. And Joseph Rubenstein's one of those guys, and Rubenstein is used to trading pages. And this is an era where you hear about these fucking inkers like just making bank, dude. Like a Stephen Platt inker who gets some pages back. His rent's taken care of for 4 months or so, selling that page. It
was fascinating to hear about art returns from Rob Liefeld.
Yeah.
Because in my mind, it's like, oh, here's the policy. You get, 80% or whatever. The penciler gets 80% of it. The inker gets some. The story that he told about, like, some issues didn't even come back. And then, like, how they divided up pages there's no formula for that.
You could lobby, he said.
Wild. I had, like, in my mind, it's so different than what apparently the reality was.
And all of it is some of my biggest nightmares as a kid, knowing that you were going to have to, like, send your art off, the fact that you might never get it back, the fact that, like, the writer gets some pages.
How much do we take for granted that, like, the art never needs to leave our house?
Absolutely.
It's my art, and you're not getting it, you're not touching it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, wow. And who knows if you don't go back 30 years to see, like, how it used to be. The birth of Pitt is basically McFarlane twisting his arm to be like, hey, we're all going to go make our own characters and own them and everything. And he just starts trying to figure stuff out and draws a monstrous figure. And he's like, I couldn't get the mouth to work until I took out the nose. Right. Like, Pitt's completely designed. The birth of the characters all visual.
Totally.
Which, man, I love that. At the time, this is one of my favorite Image character designs.
It's called Image Comics,
But
man.
I love the idea that, like, the visual is what drives the creation of several of those characters.
It ain't called Literary Comics Company.
This Pitt Boss side is about Steve Gerber coming on as writer. At that point, like, I bought all my Pitt comics within the last decade and haven't read them because, pick them up in pieces and don't read them through. I had no idea Gerber wrote Pitt.
Yeah, that one dude we kicked it with, Richard Pace, wrote a chunk of those things for Keown. I had no idea Gerber did, but it makes sense, like, and then the guy who wrote it in the Youngblood issue is, like, part of the crew also.
And then finally, this sidebar, as I mentioned, is that Pitt leaves Image.
Go back one just real quick, man. Like, look at how kayfabe that is. He ain't doing nothing with a pencil on that stuff.
Yeah, signing off on some stuff there.
He ain't signing nothing. It's just like, hey, pose with something.
Getting color proofs, man, of pages. Look at those things. What even are those? They're 11 by 17s. Like, if you see color, people don't work that size.
Also, take a look at it. Like, do you recognize it? The one that's under his hand? Like, that's from Youngblood. That's, like, where Pitt's inside the subway.
Got it.
Wrecking those dudes. That's that thing that you do as a cart. Like, it's...
Yeah, set up a nice photo.
The photographer's there, grab what's closest. And then the move of, like, putting the stuff against the white wall, like, that's always done just for the photo too.
Look, it makes for a good photo.
No,
you know what I mean? If you're gonna do it, like, that looks good.
There's no like, this is a cartoonist kayfabe. We're giving people the inside scoop on what they're seeing.
100%. It makes me long for, like, I wish there was some black and white original art of his in this article. That's a bummer.
Clearly Calvin.
Yeah.
With the Del Keown
Phil
spin.
Foglio is doing advertising art here for this game.
And who is that?
Isn't that Girl Genius, I want to say, is his book?
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
He's a cartoonist that went on to self-publish. So a gigantic cosplay section for the Halloween, Halloween costume contest. Any standouts for you here?
The winners are pretty fucking cool, man. Cause
I like the Spider-Man that it's just turn the camera.
Yeah.
That all works for me, even though, like, you look close and it doesn't quite work, but it's such the 60s Batman kind of approach.
Totally. But what can you say? It's all dope, like, it's way better than I could do.
I love seeing Mr. Miracle costume. It's so bright.
Yeah.
That guy's even funny. He looks more like an alternative comics drawing than he does a human.
Yeah,
like those legs are just straight.
Him versus Death Ray.
Yes, that's a perfect Death Ray model. And then add some lighting there, man, if you really wanted to sing.
Yeah, it's just cool,
That's a crazy gambit.
It's just impossible to get right. Like,
I think it's pretty good. I can't imagine doing much better for a character that should be way worse than that.
the way Jim Lee did that hair, it's just like you can't do it. You can't do it in real life.
Oh man, here we go. Ed, I thought you had read this article before. You often talk about an Alan Moore, like a big Alan Moore piece in Wizard. Is that a different issue?
I don't know when I talk about that, but like he was in other ones that we already covered for sure.
This is fun because this is like more in the thick of the Image stuff. Like when he's doing Spawn and Wildcats and Violator and Bad Rock, like some of the weirder shit that he's ever done. Makes me want to go back and track those comics down and read them.
Yeah, I got them all like through.
Do you read any of them yet? Are they good?
He talks about it in here, right? Where it's like he has to rethink his entire approach. He knows that he's older. You know what? This is when we're talking about the Vince McMahon stuff. This is the article that this is what was on my mind because he is senior in age compared to the comics reader. So young readers who are my age have far different concerns, and certainly so do the pencilers and stuff. He has to create a space to make stories work in 22 pages at 3 panels a page maximum.
Yeah, it's so neat to see him lay that out.
He wanted to kind of make some of the stuff artist proof while working in these parameters. It's the reason, but in the past, the way he would do that would be with his crazy scripts that were super, super laborious. He was providing roughs, and we've showed some of those off with the Tony Daniel Spawn vampire comic. It's a fascinating read because it touches on the old stuff, but then we talk about the new, and thankfully, so much of everything we're talking about is purely money motivated. Like Dale Keown going to Full Bleed Studios, when there's still some life in that company, he could make better money, like you said with the Billy Tucci shit, right? Like if he just doesn't have to cut Image into anything, you know what I'm saying? So like Alan Moore admits the money ain't bad here. Listen to our Rob Liefeld shoot interview. $20,000 a script, and Alan Moore would deliver 2 scripts a Friday.
This stuff in the beginning when they talk his background, he talks about being a cartoonist first.
Yes.
I often wonder how much that helps him as the writer.
Oh, sure.
You know, like whenever he distinguishes himself from other, comic book writers, Marvel, DC writers, I think that's a big chunk. Because he understands a page, the mechanics.
Here's the thing, too, man. Like, if you go into the pirate channels, you type Alan Moore's name, I believe it's the one torrent that's, like, called, like, a British Invasion or just early works. It's the first Alan Moore torrent. And it has collections of all his previous, like, before 2000 AD and any of that stuff from scanned in, like, hectograph fanzines. And it has his strips from Sounds magazine. It was extremely laborious. What you would pass off as like underground comics artwork with intense rendering, stipple and things. One of his things called like Roscoe Moscow, something like that. 300 pages.
Yeah,
it's full work. Like he did 1,000 pages of comics. I have 3 volumes of the 4 Maxwell the Cats. I think it was a weekly strip, maybe daily. But the guy has over 1,000 pages of comics on his own.
I think that makes a difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it makes a difference for a writer.
Yeah, he thinks visually.
And you see it with other guys too, like the Ed Brubakers and these guys who have, they did some time drawing, and I think it translates to their ability to then write the form.
They ask him about Swamp Thing, and we associate more with horror, and he said that like the character, it wasn't necessarily like a big choice. They sort of gave it to him. He said if he had his choice, he would do something like Challengers of the Unknown.
Yeah, that was fun.
But now that he accepted that work, like he's going to make it his own, and it just made sense to take it that place. And I think his career has proven that he's that guy. He's so deeply associated with horror and things, but he has, the best Superman comics that were ever made are from Alan Moore's script, and they're not necessarily dark. They're good tongue-in-cheek superhero comics. His Supreme is that way. The art is harsh, for the most part, until you get to Chris Sprouse or you read the Rick Veitch pages or something. But he's very dynamic. We looked at what we called his Forgotten Marvel Masterpiece very recently on the channel, his Captain Britain comics. and he was doing those in tandem with the Miracle Man stuff, Marvel Man stuff in Warrior magazine. Two different tones, completely different tones. You know, he is a fantastic writer who he doesn't just stick to the formula all the time.
A couple of times in here, like when he leaves Swamp Thing, kind of talks about how he was done. He had kind of gone through his ideas that he had for it, worked them all out, time to move on, and then says it again with the post Watchmen, like with superheroes. Whenever you factor in the Captain Britons, the Miracle Mans, the Watchmen's, the Supermen, it's like he had a chance to explore that part too, and was kind of done with it at that time.
When you read,
I like a creator that does that, because I mean he could have been cashing checks. You see guys write 5-6 books a month. He could have been doing that.
When we talk Jobber, people get confused because they'll be like, "Well, you guys did Jobber comics with your Marvel Grand Designs," and it's like, well, nobody told us to do it. We could have said no at any time. We made the thing that we exactly wanted to make, and if it wasn't going to be exactly what we wanted, we would just continue making 100% of the money on our own stuff. Like, it's a no-brainer. When he was doing Swamp Thing, if you read the run, you could see where he is personally challenging himself. Like, when he finishes the horror part, and Swamp Thing, like, gets killed by Batman or whatever, and he springs up on the blue planet, and then Adam Strange and these like planets of veggie people and stuff. Like, he's taking it. He's like, okay, cool. I gave you guys that. Now I'm going to take it into a completely different direction. It's his Richard Bachman shit. Let me see if I can sell something that's completely different. You know, and that's a creator. That's a restless creator who is trying some things, and he isn't just taking advantage of you. Look at that Watchmen art right there. Every panel just spectacular.
Yeah, they really are.
And one of the things that was always crazy, I got that artisan edition. We should look at that sometime, man. But it's 11 by 17 paper. And the reason why I bought that one was because all my other artist editions were so much bigger. And I work on 11 by 17. And I'm like, let me see a good 11 by 17 looking fucking comic. And the fact that he could draw that, like, look at the characters. The proportions are all there. Mel makes sense. The faces are built well. And it was drawn microscopically.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of parts in there that worked. And you imagine changing any one of them would have really changed that book.
Totally. And Dave Gibbons, like, he joined us for issue 12 of Watchmen, and it was a little bit late, and the possibility of somebody else drawing that last issue, that would have been the routine for mainstream comics. If you can't make the deadline, we get somebody who will. That could have been a possibility, but they let them stick the landing.
Says he turned down writing RoboCop films.
Yeah, very famous.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, very famous. And I think like Frank Miller got approached immediately, but it must have been in the middle of something. Verhoeven is like super comic dude. Like, when you see the proto RoboCop design, it's Judge Dredd.
This is kind of something. This is a Alan Moore quote whenever McFarlane approached him about Spawn. I've got nothing against writing superheroes as long as it's just a bit of excitement and a bit of fun for teenagers with a few laughs for myself thrown in. Wonder if all his adult fans would take offense to that whenever they're reading his Wildcats and taking it very seriously.
I hope they ain't taking it that seriously, man. See, this is the Jim Lee Gen 13. This is like the cover to one of them. Mm-hmm. And it J. Scott Campbell has something special for that type of comic. And this lacks it. You could see he's moving in that direction. Jim Lee I'm talking about. He's making those eyes bigger than he usually does. Tries doing a little bit of stuff. That feels subliminal. But he's not suited for it.
That's such a funny one, too, because her mouth isn't even open for that lollipop. I don't even know what to say to this.
Yeah.
It's an expensive ad. Boy, they should have spent that money on the art.
and then, dude, you know that, like, with those computers of your, like, this is a 3-pager, so that's a big TIFF file.
Yeah.
To render this, that might be the weekend. Like, you can't paint this in there. You know, I know it's just like a button, a texture thing, but, like, even with a powerful computer in 1995, you set it and forget it. And I bet you it crashed 2 or 3 times before they finally were able to, like, get the full render out. And I bet you the simpleness of, like, all the stuff you're looking at here probably has to be because you're just trying to render that 3-page brick pattern.
This must have never come out, right? This is Malibu Comics. Like, I don't remember.
I just
any
can't
part
believe
of
we're
this.
looking at it still.
I didn't even notice it on my read through, so that's kind of fascinating. But this is like the end of the Ultraverse as well, because Marvel's got them at this point.
Yeah. Wants to give no royalties to the creators, cut them into no percentages. So buy the comics, buy the properties to just orphan them.
So super exciting to read this manga scene installment focused on Adam Warren, who at this point, Dirty Pair was his primary thing. Did a Bubblegum Crisis miniseries, which kind of hard to get nowadays.
Yeah, I don't know it.
And 4 issues, but I think it's in color, which would have been kind of a different
From
thing.
Eclipse, you think, or Dark Horse?
Dark Horse, maybe? Because it's later. It's after, I think it's after he had done a bunch of the Dirty Pair, and Dirty Pair ends up at Dark Horse, so it's probably Dark Horse.
Sure, yeah. But, Dirty Pair was at Eclipse to begin.
I'd be down for looking at some of that stuff. I have, I think, at least an issue from each of those miniseries, and it's great to trace his story, because they mentioned being at Kubert School, and after one semester, he was about done. Like, it just wasn't what he wanted to do, and then getting some anime, and that completely changes his direction.
Yeah, like, to me, like, there's no reason to graduate from an art school, like, if you have any real aspirations to make your own way in this world. It's a space to, like, in that first year, I only went there 1 year, and it was like, show me how to ink with a good brush. Let me just see you do it with good brushes. Let me get good tools, because my information was minimal at that point. Give me a lot of the sort of homework rules that have been passed down, and then the next 2 years really is just getting bad work out of your system if you're lucky. It's just like a space to get bad work out of your system. It was a scam to, like, you get Joe Kubert year 3 after you invest $40,000-$50,000 into it, and that is just not enough of an incentive for me. Before he went to school, though, he's a very smart guy, and excelled in academics and things because he has this, like, photographic memory or something, ability to memorize and regurgitate the texts, and that made me happy to see in regards to Adam Warren, because I think he is an immaculate drawer. And to know that there's also a brain behind that makes sense to me, because the drawings look smart.
Yeah. I wonder if he had to do it over again, if he would have created his own characters rather than be, so much like he doesn't own any of that dirty.
Yeah, you would hope, right? Like that. Yeah, that's the one folly, man. Is like, own some stuff, man.
Because I find these comics really attractive, and nobody was doing this kind of stuff,
and
certainly not at his level.
And he was respected, but so many at this time, when we started to get a dose of Masamune Shiro, and Otoma was already out, and, like, Ninja Scroll came out, it was like, there's fucking badass manga anime out there that isn't that cookie cutter big eye shit.
Yeah.
And these big eyes were such a turn off. And we talked to retailers at that summit a month ago who were like, yeah, the big eyes, like, I just can't get down with it. Literally, the big eyes will turn people off. Like, you could look at this whole drawing and look at the masterful figure work, the clean line, how all of them is sensual. It's a sexy line that he's able to draw there, but it is a turnoff because of those fucking what those big eyes communicate as an idiom of a form of comics.
It's so interesting because the alternative is you get, the generation of, like, Brandon Grahams who are probably coming to it. Mm-hmm. It's like a signal to a certain group. It's a signal to
it's a smaller
groups,
group.
And some is come here, and some is like, I don't want any part of that.
Yeah, and it's a smaller group, by the way.
Tezuka's Adolf called out here in Picks of the Month.
Yeah, great book. 2 books.
All right, Palmer's Picks. Usually my highlight every issue. This one covering Strange Attractors. I did not check my boxes to see if I may have an issue or 2 of this, but it's not something that I ever think of. Like, this is not a series I know.
I do have some. There was no reason to scoop it up. There was no reason to scoop it up. It's not so great. You can find it in the quarter bins very easy. I'm sure, like, Goddamn Log and Power Comics and stuff might have shown off a couple of issues, but Tom Palmer, listen, if you hit hit the baseball 50% of the time, you're going to the Hall of Fame. You know what I mean? Like Tom Palmer has a much better batting average.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And
He
redeems himself.
He
in
does
the
have a
recommended,
whiffer.
the recommended reading here. Love this collection, right? 8-Ball Dan Clowes, sure. Even highlights he's doing those short stories like Caricature. So it's kind of interesting that we've entered the second phase of 8-Ball and that gets called out. 32 Stories, the collection of Adrian Tomini's Optic Nerve. I have that collection. Great stuff. Tug and Buster. I'll be honest, I have a soft spot for like the Mark Hempel cartooning. I think it's really sharp.
Yeah.
But it's so different than the 8-Ball 32 Stories kind of preceding choices.
This page with these recommendations and the recommendations of the author, like sometimes these recommendations are from the guy who did the book. That's when I talk about the Trinity, man. The 8-Ball, the Hate, the Acme Novelty Library. You see it often. It would be here, and it would be in that very final page.
Yep.
Where people are talking about, like, what are you reading? And when you start to see it enough, Acme Novelty, 8-Ball, it's like I have to go fucking check those comics out.
I like this drawing. I will look at one of these next time I come across it in the 50-cent bin. This is movie stuff. I don't really care too much about it. It's surprising that this guy is so involved. And I was looking at his name. Does this dude, is he part of the group that ends up buying Kitchen Sink? Remember when Kitchen Sink gets into some weird, like, LA investors?
I don't know.
I wonder if he's connected to that. I did not look it up. But something there. Wesley Snipes mentioning Blade here at the end. One of the unsung, I think, comic book movie hits.
One of the ones that really, like, changed the game for sure.
Yeah, it was that formula of like, oh, we can take a B-list character and make a movie that's successful. Top 10 comics. This stuff doesn't change much from month to month. X-Files on here, a lot of the Bad Girl stuff, Gen 13. Nothing too much there. Ash #1 makes an appearance. The Joe Quesada, Jimmy Palmiotti are self-publishing. There's a lot of Extreme Studios ads in this issue.
Yeah, for sure.
Comic Watch, meh. Bill Sienkiewicz inking Sal Buscema is a pretty fun run. This is not their famous run, though. There's an earlier one where those two pair up.
I laugh because at this time period, man, I used to fuck off in my English class so bad, and then, like, the teacher, like, called my parents, all that stuff, man. Like, I was just such a nuisance. And the way that he found to buy my silence was to grab a stack of comics. And he would hook me up every Friday if I was just chilled out and not being an asshole. And it was like the Sal Buscema, Bill Sienkiewicz run was a part of the pile. Like, the ones that I have from this run are because Mr. Pasoda was his name, was bribing me to behave myself.
This was, I feel like this was a jump the ship moment for Marvel. One of probably
the clone
several.
stuff, yeah.
But man, I didn't read any of that stuff or keep up with it. But I remember it just felt like there was a horrible negative backlash to that.
Yeah. It was really abusing the reader because of, like, prolonging it over across a bunch of titles. It felt like
Vince Russo kind of writing.
It was the prolonging it over a long time, and just not each section was not satisfying. Like, I feel like you could make something like that work pretty easy, but you have to stick with the tenets of, like, the unit. Like, what is the unit?
Dan Jurgens bringing his Superman magic to the House of Ideas here.
Yes, and you know what? That shit looked good.
Klaus Janson, I like this image. Klaus Janson inking him is nice. I wonder about the colorist because I love this double lighting, but it looks like it should be double lit all over. Wish they would have pushed that a little bit further.
Yeah.
Sin City Silent Night, we've covered this issue, and that was a big comic for me as a kid when it came out.
Totally.
Cerebus 200, talk about a time frame. Any of the pics pop up?
No, not too much.
Yeah, it really feels like this is a dry period for, like, anything of new. You know, there just isn't a lot of, like, new. Yeah, this is what an ad.
So you see this in comics to this day. Like, I was at a big convention, I will say, because I just I don't know these people, you know. They had what I would guess would be at least $10,000 of infrastructure to, like, make their booth. It was castle walls. It was higher than everything else on the floor.
It was probably more than 10,000.
I think it was maybe 50. Because it was like a house.
That's just expensive.
It was gigantic, and it's one of a kind. You know, you're having somebody like to get cabinets put in your kitchen is 20 grand.
Yeah.
And that's one of a kind and custom and stuff. So like it was a gigantic expense. It was on the West Coast, Glitter Town-ish type area. Hawking a fucking shit comic like this. So this cracks me up because this is just some Joey Jerkoff stuff, whatever it is. It's a shit comic, but I promise you that the people behind it, because I've seen it my whole life, have so much money. Nepo baby, super rich doctor, surgeon, dad. I went to school, like at Kubert school. There was this small motherfucker, man, who would have overdraft fee. The overdraft fees on the card that he was given by his mama. The overdraft fees were double what I had to spend for my whole monthly budget. You know what I'm saying? And so this reeks of that to me, where it's so raw, and it's you see it to this day. We know so many of these people too, man, who like, you know, come up to us and shit, and they're looking for the cheat code. The cheat, like they don't want to take the time and make a great comic. They're looking for the easy way to like promote it and stuff. This is like Peter Laird said in a shoot interview, worth a quarter maybe. It's not worth the cover price of what this comic is. And like, rather than hone the craft, get better, you put out a super crap comic, and then you get your mom to foot what, $5,000 for an ad in 1995? 10? You know, it's in the interior. It's not an inside cover. It's not a back cover, so it's a little less. But what are some of the other ads?
Yeah.
Video games that cost $50 a piece. Rob Liefeld, who's happy to do loss leaders to sell his bibliography of his catalog of stuff.
I don't recognize this, but it does make me wonder if I've seen it, you know, in the in the dollar bins, because what else would it be?
Exactly. But it spoke to me so deeply because it's somebody trying to find the cheat code for success without doing the hard work.
You mentioned going to Kubert school with an eye of like learn the right tools, learn how to use a brush and stuff. And that's the other thing that this has is like none of those standard tools are on display there. This does feel like if I would see this, I would guess it was like 87.
Totally. And you know, these guys come out of the woodwork whenever stuff is high.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there might even be one more ad for some shit comic like that.
I hope there is.
And this might be it. Whatever this is.
I have this. This is real. The Three-Breasted Woman sci-fi book is real, but this is an audio CD. Computer not required. Why would you do quotes around not?
Look at the graphic design choice there.
Yeah, squeeze that.
Skew the head.
Bizarre. He gives a hate the first shout out. Makes him laugh out loud.
Telling you, man. Straight bullets.
All right, here we go. This is what this issue is. My favorite part of this issue. Statement of ownership, management, and circulation. 460,000 copies of this was the press run, this issue. Of that 460,000, 334,000 distributed. Returns from the news agents, 121,000. So they were selling a lot on newsstands. And Ed, you not being able to find one, it's because they sent 120,000 copies back. Those numbers are nuts. And that is 25% of the print run that they don't get paid for.
Right, yeah, totally. So like maybe with this issue, because like this is data from the past. Like maybe with this issue.
Oh, you know what? This is nearest issue to filing. Yeah, this is not this issue.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, you can't. It's impossible.
But you could see, like, if you did an issue, you know, like their average over the last year is 109,000 returns. If you did an issue like, let's say this one, and 50,000 come back, dude, you're having emergency meetings. Like, we did something, we got to repeat. Because I mean, that would be 50,000 copies of books that you'd be getting paid for.
Right, and I'm telling you, like, you know, I went to the various grocery stores with Mama and Kmart and stuff like that during that month. You could not find this issue anywhere. The one piece that's not in here, unless it's like the language of it is a little bit different. I guess it's like paid circulation, like subscribers. I'm curious about that. Is this just like 30,000 number?
Yeah, that's exactly what that is. Paid or requested circulation mailed. So
35,000 subscribers.
That's right.
That could probably that's enough to float your whole enterprise, probably.
Yeah, that was the great, like, that was before the direct market, because you're probably even making a little bit more off of those.
Sure.
You know, you're paying shipping, but you're also getting like that money
You're
all
not
in
cutting
bulk.
it, yeah.
You can also dump 11 issues worth into your whatever investment you're making and collect interest on that too before you even send those issues out. Yeah, it's I love these numbers. Like, I reprinted the entire history of the Incredible Hulk is in that Hulk Grand Design because I find these numbers so interesting.
Yeah.
I was thrilled to see that when I was flipping through here. Card stuff, I got nothing for that. Always look at these hot artists and writers, and I was thinking, we got an inker in the #1 slot.
Totally. That's
got to be every inker's hero is this issue, man. The hottest artist.
And I have 0 against Billy Tucci, but him in the second spot and like she and all the high numbers, I'm telling you, he knows how to give the proper fruit baskets and stuff to Garib. Like, we need to have that shoot interview and just be like, Billy, what was it? Like, be honest with us and tell us how you gamed that system, dude, because you're coming out of nowhere. Like, we've done every issue of Wizard up to this point. We did episodes, and we made note whenever the first she shows up, and it comes out of nowhere, but they immediately say it's a hot book. He builds such a relationship. There's articles abound, contests abound. It's always in the top spot. You're getting the #2 spot over all of these tried and true dudes.
Incredible.
So, like, there's a shenanigans that's happened, and that's fine. Like, game the system. If I was operating in this, like, at this time, I would be in a top 5. I know I would, man, because I would know what to do. But I'm just curious how he handled that for himself, man.
The Turtles at a down point in the Turtle history here, being called a loser. #9 artist Mark Silvestri for Witchblade. Did he ever draw Witchblade?
I don't know anything about that stuff.
The writer's stuff is really out there. Like, I feel like they just threw names in a hat and pulled them out.
It's 95. They're just
Jim Lee, #9 hottest writer.
They're not.
That feels like it was the wrong hat. I don't know that he's even credited as writer on those issues.
Yeah, I'm sure Brandon Choi, the luckiest man in comics, comes with him.
Bizarre. THB, a little pull out pop here. Back issues are apparently selling a little markup, $10 for issue 1.
It's true.
Top 100. X-Men is #1 spot. Spawn 37 at #2. Like, Spawn was such a... Boy, he sold a lot of books for the first several years.
Yeah. And if you look at that Key Collector app, it has the print runs of, like, the more recent stuff. Whenever there's not a nickel and dime anniversary or he's gaming the system, it'll be 2,000 copies a month. It'll be 3,000 copies a month at times.
Of Spawn?
Yeah.
3,000 copies?
Yeah.
Not 30,000.
Correct. It gets low. It gets very low. And that's why they call it out, because they're calling it rare,
Wow. That's shocking to me. The only other Image book listed in the top 10 here is Gen 13 #6. So Gen 13 was a bigger hit than I realized. I knew it was popular, but that's significant. There's the Bad Girl issues coming up. All right, price guide. I don't have anything to pull from there. We looked at that Todd Ego column.
Yeah, pretty much the last page.
Here are those CDs. It's like $20 to get screensavers. $20.
Comic anthology though, so it's the Eric Larson library of Image comics on CD-ROM.
Oh, that's neat. Yeah, I didn't see that.
Man, that fidelity must have been very low. Those old computers, they were usable and they had graphics and color, but it was pretty...
Stuff that got us through this issue, Mark Waid and Ron Garney doing their Captain America run, which is going to be a little controversial when they do that Heroes Reborn, that they pull them off of there.
Yep.
So a little footnote mention of that gaining some fandom.
We'll cover that as it comes up.
Yes. And Wizard Profile, Bernie Wrightson. And I don't have a lot to take out of this. Love Wrightson, kind of cool, gives his background a little bit. Showed off his portfolio to a couple of pros at a convention, and they're like, if you were in New York, you'd work in comics. Loaded up the U-Haul and moved to New York.
Yeah.
Love that.
I think Bob Beerbaum has photos, and he was talking about seeing a young Bernie Wrightson carrying a portfolio around, talking to Frazetta or Roy Krenkel or somebody at a festival. This is my last Spawn toys. I had this one, I had Dutch because of the Chap Yapluff, and there was a variant of Wetworks figure that was a translucent blue. I think he was called Assassin something, and that I had, and that was the final Spawn toys. that I got. And see, I still call him, I think he was called Anti-Spawn
Yeah, I think that's
to start. And then that's like the first time that you see him called Redeemer as like the figure. Because I'm like, no, that's Anti-Spawn. And then the atrocious Spawn video game.
Atrocious.
Terrible. You know, the way a lot of these games work is that they have this... They build a game, and you could just sell more copies if you plug a character into it. So there's nothing Spawn-like about it. You could have plugged any kind of like hero-ish character. In these old games also, the power... Like, I guess it would make sense for a Spawn because he has the power meter, but that was like the part that would always break these games. Because like Superman can't always be Superman, you know? So there's like a power meter. Wolverine can't just... if he pulls his claws out, his mutant power goes away. It's pretty weak.
Hell of an ad. I bet you this game must have sold a bunch of copies.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like the movie is out or coming out soon. Spawn was so gigantic in the 90s, and we barely crested. He's still just doing comic books, toys and things. But when he is at the top of his game, there is an aisle at Toys R Us that is fully dedicated to McFarlane toys, and it's both sides. So like you walk through the aisle, the left will be just all of the McFarlane stuff, and then the right will be like, here's the Akira toys, the Austin Powers toys, the Hanson brothers from Slapshot, fucking Freddy Krueger and Jason.
It's astonishing the lines that he's done. Where the Wild Things Are movie characters. I remember looking it up when we interviewed him, and I was shocked.
So much Kiss, Psycho Circus. I feel like he made Kiss cool again. Crazy shit. Yeah, so he's not even there. Like, he pivots. He becomes the toy guy. Big time.
Well,
what an
there's
issue, Jimmy.
closing out 1995. This is what shit looks like in the comics world, at least according to Wizard Magazine. You know, this would be one if we have it. I'd be curious about like the end of 1995 Comics Journal issue as a point of contrast.
Right.
And I don't know if they did wrap-up issues back then. Like, I would get those kind of in the late 90s and 2000s. But they probably had something. I'd be curious to kind of look through there and see what their 1995 looked like.
For sure, man. Yeah, the way they really give the numbers in the journal. It's all dire in the journal.
Yes.
Good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. Hit the Patreon, support the channel, and it mitigates the kayfabe effect. When we talk about comics on the channel, the books disappear on the aftermarket, but if you're a keen kayfaber, you have the ability to watch us record these videos, and you get all the videos before anybody else, but the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, tell the people what's out there.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. This is your instructions at home. Pre-order this one wherever you buy comics. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive. Add that to your shelf if you don't already have it. My other books include Hulk Grand Design and The Plain Janes. And I am now serializing my next comic on my Patreon. You can read that at patreon.com/JimRugg.
Okay, man. If you're watching this video when it comes out tomorrow, is the final order cutoff for Red Room Crypto Killers issue number 1. And that means if you want one of these special covers, you got to talk to your store and you got to order accordingly. You could get the sketch cover for yourself, no problem. But if you want that Jimmy cover by way of Rob Liefeld, the Peach cover, if you want my incentive variant cover, gotta talk to your shop about that, man. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. It's going to start coming out on a monthly basis, so scoop those comics up. There are 2 Red Room trade paperbacks out there right now, and my big book of 2023 is going to be the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. This is going to be all gold foil in the back. Like, once we get that thing printed up, it's going to be real sexy. It collects all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree with 140 pages of additional artwork and content that is not in the first 4 volumes. Go to your local comic shop, put in the word that you want that thing when it comes out. That's my big book of 2023, and I hope you support it. 2 volumes, like I said, of Red Room are out there in trade paperback form. 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design. And WYSIWYG is out there, man. But, Jimmy, tell the people how else they can help out the channel.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, coffee mugs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Boom.
I got 2 more. You got requests?
Do this one.
Did you find this?
Nah. I'm gonna go in cold with it, but I'm gonna pull out my joints for you to check out too, because they're pretty special.
You guys at home watching, anybody know anything about why this book looks the way that it looks?
Yeah. So like Jimmy, call this book. I mean, call this video Sam Keith. What the fuck happened? Or what the heck happened? Something just like that. But it's really a celebration on my part. I don't know anything about that, but I've been wanting to show off these old. We got Primer 5 with a Max the Hare comic, and this other one called the Great American Murder Bar. That has early Sam Keith story. So this one's from 82 and this one's from 87.
You know what? He also did one at Fana, and I was thinking that was that murder bar, and I wish I would have brought
Take a look and see if it's the same art. If it rings a bell.
It doesn't?
Yeah.
I wish I would have thought of that.
But isn't that...
brought that along.
Like, I got a lot to say about that. This will be the dessert, because like I don't know that we're going to say much good stuff about the thing. I've never seen what you're going to show me. So...
It's not even what I'm going to show you isn't even anti Sam Keith.
No,
it is literally
it's,
there's a production thing there that I can't tell you what it is.
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like it. It is a genuine mystery.
But this will be a nice way to end.
Yeah, shit, man. Now I'm fixated on that Fantagraphics piece.
Let me just make a fresh tea real quick.
All right, I'm gonna hit the bathroom real fast too. You guys at home watching, do you remember the Fantagraphics Sam Keith publication? Because there was one, it was like late 80s. The name is slipping my mind right now. Here's another one that we're going to be looking at. Charles Burns X'd Out. I'm a big Burns fan, and this is some weird comics. Shaking the Forever Man. There's some fun books we're going to look at today.
What if you do Nexus after too?
Okay.
And then when I set up, I want you to host Chalk On.
Yeah, I don't have that issue.
You don't have Chalk On?
I have 2 Chalk-Ons, but I don't have that issue.
You don't have the one that I have?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a different one too. That's not perfect bound, right?
Yeah, mine aren't perfect bound.
Yeah,
is this one perfect bound?
Yeah, it is. It has a lot more stuff in it.
Yeah, let me flip through and see what's in there. Hey, I have a new appreciation for Rack.
That's good.
I thought he was terrible until I revisited. Oh man, this is completely different. He's painting and stuff.
You know, it's just of that time. You know, there's lots to talk about with that.
What do you call him, Chalkin?
What's that?
How do you say his name?
Chalk On.
Chalkin.
How do you call him?
I was calling him Chakin. And realized it sounds like Howard. This is a very different look than the stuff I have. Mine are all line art.
Yeah, I'm sure mine comes out after thing.
Yeah, some of the ones that I have go back to 1985.
Yeah, I have one other different one.
I almost brought out the Thunder Mace stuff that has like the first appearance, but I have reprints of it in one of these books.
Right. Yeah, I think his first appearance is in
I considered reaching out to this guy before we shot this episode to see what he's up to. Kind of wish I would have. This is amazing. Are they like... He's like a bodybuilder.
Yeah, dude.
Wow. What do you think people are going to say when they see the book? We went through the Sienkiewicz. Everybody's putting out certain eras of books. We went through the Sienkiewicz era stage, the Miller stage. Well, I think Rack is going to be setting a whole new era. It's amazing. Man, confidence. If he could bottle that part, he would have sold even more.
He's a staple. You guys have seen him. If you've gone to a comic convention, you've seen Rack.
Yeah, do you guys know Rack?
Did you lock it? Or
No, I didn't lock it. Yeah, informal survey. How many people know Rack?
R-A-K.
Because, I mean, I feel like that could be a regional staple.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't been to enough West Coasters to think about it.
It's true. I have no idea. He might go to all of them.
He seems like a carny. Like with his setup. Because, like, you know what he does lately, right? Okay, well, I'll just save it. I'm good if you are.
Yeah, hit it. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comics station, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Want to remind everybody about the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon that is now live. 3 different levels. It'll give you access to our videos early to help you beat and stave off the Kayfabe effect. And if you're a King Kayfaber, you actually sit in on a recording session. So you get all of this stuff first and some fun in-between stuff, some back and forth with the Kayfabe, King Kayfabers out there. We are also working Cartoonist, and that's the way we pay the bills. Best way to support us is to buy our books. My recent books include Hulk Grand Design, Plain Janes, and Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. And my next book, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, can be pre-ordered now. It features all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive, so complete your Street Angel collection and pick that one up wherever you buy books. Ed's got a big year coming up, starting with Hip Hop Family Tree, the Omnibus. You can pre-order this one now. It collects all of the Hip Hop Family Tree comics in one handsome 500 plus page collection that includes 140 extra pages of material, gold foil on the cover. This is going to be a beautiful book. So get that pre-order in there now. Red Room, the 3rd and final season, Crypto Killers, is starting very shortly and pre-orders are due now. So subscribe to this at your local comic shop. This is your standard Ed Piscor cover here. There are also variant editions, the Ed Piscor variant, the Peach Momoko variant, the Jim Rugg by way of Rob Liefeld variant, and the sketch cover for all of the sicko wackos out there can show their pedigree with that one. You can also pick up Ed's other books. 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room exist. 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design, as well as an oversized omnibus. The original Hip Hop Family Tree oversized issues or books are still out there. And WYSIWYG, if you're lucky, you might still find a copy sitting on a shelf in a good comic shop somewhere. So today we are going to investigate and try to get to the bottom of a mystery. And that mystery is... Sam Keith did a story in Mr. Monster Attacks #2, published by Tundra back in the day. Love Sam Keith's work. I am baffled by the artwork in this issue.
I purposely... Well, first off, these are hard comics to find.
Fair.
I got... Is this issue 2?
Issue 2.
Okay, I got issue 1 this during the Ide sale, but I don't have this one, can't find it. I haven't looked in this, so I'm actually excited.
Wait till you see it. I'm glad that you're coming in fresh because I picked this up for, like you say, they're hard to find. I found a copy somewhere, grabbed it, super excited, love it, Tundra, Mr. Monster. It all adds up to cool stuff. And I open it up and Sam Keith is in this pole position spot. Guys, this is Sam Keith artwork.
Wow.
I don't know what this is. There are marks. None of these marks, I could painstakingly recreate them. I don't know. This is not tool based. I can't tell you what it is. And the real mystery as we go through this is you're going to see panels that look like regular Sam Keith art next to this stuff. This reminds me a little bit of photocopies. Sometimes if you blow up and shrink photocopies, you'll get this kind of weird patterns will kind of emerge.
Yeah.
I don't know why that would have been done here. I just don't know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, so like we have clues, right? And the clues will be in the lettering. And the clues will be, like, you see the fidelity of the lines there. You see the fidelity of the lines here. It's Ken Brusnak. He's not a computer letterer. So, if I had to guess, like, I had a fax machine. And the fax machine Xeroxes, when you would, like, blow something up, the fidelity was this shit. It was these exact daubs. I recognize these.
The fax machine is it. It never occurred to me, and as soon as you say it, that kind of dings. But wow, is there a different story behind this? Like, why?
Very curious.
Somebody, Sam Keith, the meticulous artist. I can't imagine he's signing off on this. Like, this is the nightmare stuff if you're an artist. Unless you had some weird vision in mind of like, I'm going to do art that doesn't look like any other art you've ever seen. Because look, this is a much tighter rendering. So, how do you get this in the middle of this?
Right.
And you have some of that effects on this page, so it's not like, oh, this page worked.
Yeah, I think it's, this is like paste up. I think somebody is on independently of the original art putting zips down. Brusnak's doing his thing. You see those thin lines, like this might be an original drawing.
This to me looks like you've got one figure and you photocopied it and changed its size.
Right.
Because the medium-sized figures are the same. They're real similar. And the smaller ones, same deal. And it's like you've got 4 sizes of that figure scattered across here. I don't know what's going on.
We're going to have to ask Eastman, man. Keep this handy for next time we connect with him. Because like, I'm curious, but like...
I'll go further. This character right here,
that's another
this alien
paster.
zombie, throughout. And it's like copied, pasted, rotated, but run, consistently throughout here, like pieces are coming in that are then being applied.
I think it's and count the little ticks, and is it the same there? Like, is this the same head? It looks like it, right?
It does look like it. And you'll see like her face drawn on top of whatever this is, like these fine lines in her, wrinkles in her shirt, the eyebrows and stuff, the lips, the nostril, all different marks than everything around here. So this appears to be pasted on top.
Yeah, I would bet that maybe some of this is original, like, or maybe this image is, man. But I do think that this is fax machine black.
I think you're right. It explains certain parts. Doesn't explain all of it, but explains certain parts. Like if you look at the Mr. Monster here, these lines are finer than like these lines.
You know what? This is Kevin Eastman marks. Kevin Eastman's hand is on that. I bet you. We'll show this to him, but I bet you Kevin Eastman put these exact lines right there.
Was I lying whenever I said this is about the most bizarre artwork in a comic?
Yeah, totally. And it's like, is it intentional? Like, are you trying something? Do you like the way that fax machine looks, and you want to see what that looks like? It's a weird period in time with the Frank Miller, Sin City-ish kind of stuff. And I remember as a kid fucking with that fax machine and saying like, oh man, it looks like Frank Miller, because like so many lines drop off, and you get these stark blacks and things. So I wonder if he's just trying something. It's like a zine. It's like zine art.
It's out there. It does make me wonder like what the deal is, because.
But then what do the originals look like? Because they're probably like beautifully done, with beautiful Sam Keith feathering.
That's true too, and maybe somebody watching this video has seen some of these originals. Maybe they're out there. I didn't go digging online, but it's possible they exist. It's possible that this was sent in via fax, and then in shipping, the art was just gone.
Ooh,
and it wouldn't fit time-wise to like do anything for it, and they did the best they could, which shocking. This is your lead-off story.
Yeah, you bury something like this.
I just don't know what the heck this is. I'm kind of glad it exists because we look at a lot of different shit, and I haven't seen anything that looks like this. But peculiar on a scale that, if you told me Sam Keith issue of Mr. Monster, I'd be like, great, I love Sam Keith.
Right.
I'd be beside myself if I went into it with that.
Looks very golden age there, actually.
Yeah, it's the height of weirdness.
Yeah, there's a pixelation, like it's just dauby pixelation to the stuff, man.
So I mostly wanted to just see what comes back.
Yeah.
You know, Tundra was
great.
known for production values too, which is part of the oddness of this piece getting in here. You know, they've got their own print house. They've got all the... They're about as cutting edge production wise as you could get at this point in American comics. So to produce this, it does. I'm eager to ask Kevin Eastman if he remembers this, because I bet you he does.
Just go through some of the rest of the issue.
Yeah, you can see super sharp, normal
Oh,
reproduction.
yeah, no, it's no question. I feel like I know what that is. I just want to see what some of the other stuff is.
You know, the idea of filling in that fax machine part really kind of plugs some gaps.
Yeah.
I like the Mr. Monsters that I've picked up because they'll have this kind of stuff. We looked at one where it was Mr. Monster and Godzilla. Ken Brusnick and Michael T. Gilbert really collaborated on it. And it's like a 2-color process. We have a video of it. You can really see like they're playing around in a way that I think is exciting and in a way that most people weren't. Boy, there's not a lot in this issue.
No,
man.
it's a lot of...
I'm surprised by the five pages of letters columns in here.
And you know, that's the unfortunate thing that's done. Like, this character I think could have been a big character, but it's spread out so far, and you don't always get Michael T. Gilbert stuff. Like, it was mismanaged because it's such a cool costume, and if you pump the brakes and like really think about it and try to build something, I think you could make something great. But
he did he would reprint like public domain stuff. That's a pretty nice piece.
Yeah.
He would reprint public domain comics.
Oh my goodness, this was a teacher at the Kubert School, Brian
Really?
Buniak. Yeah, he taught humor. It's not a very humorous piece, but he was a great caricaturist.
I love the image though. I think it looks really good. But he would do like public domain, team up with Bernie Wrightson here for another Stern character. Some of my first like reprints of Golden Age comics would come out of those things. So it is. I don't know the story. I think I've met Michael T. Gilbert very briefly in passing at a show. I'd be curious to know a little bit more than I do.
Let's celebrate Sam Keith a little bit.
Do that.
Got some proto works. I had these pulled for the longest, and it's like, how do we get them on the channel? And with such a great thumbnail and video title as we have, no better time, man. So this is from '82, Primer 5.
Oh man, that's got to be his first published work.
Might
right?
be. And there's a lot to this. So this is Max the Hare. Here's the Hare. He's a mercenary. Don't you see Cancor, like some Matt Allison energy in this?
I do, yeah.
Just go through, check that thing out. The story's pretty slight, but the art is all there.
That's really interesting, that Max character.
There's characters named Max in both stories we'll be looking at, which is a fascinating little piece, knowing that where he goes.
I like this cartoon. I like this page.
Yeah,
tiny glimpses. If you know Sam Keith well, you can see little tiny glimpses.
Yeah,
but not a lot.
Still deep in the Bernie Wrightson lighting school. So I suggest take another
some really
look.
nice. There's moments of real promise. You can see how an editor probably saw some of this work and was like, "Bring it on! Great lighting."
That's a quick conversation I want to have while we go through this. We're almost wrapping up the Sam Keith part, but I would ask that you just look through the whole issue when it's done, and there's this like conversation that comes up every now and then. Your wife has brought it up sometimes when we have like a group at your house and we're going through something and everybody's emoting at the same thing. So this is the end of the story. Pretty cool. If you just like look through everything real quick.
Page layout.
Yeah.
Again, like thinking Sam Keith isms.
I was thinking in terms of like sports scouts, like a basketball recruiter or something like this. And I don't know what they see in all these high school kids that really outshines, like which makes this kid viable to get a scholarship for your school or something.
Man, I never thought about scouting sports that way, and that's real interesting because it'd be like a move. You'd be like, that dude has size, but then he did this one thing.
I don't
it'd be
know
like
what
something you'd see real deft in the drawing where you're like, there's figure work.
That's what I have looking at this stuff, because like there's a story up front too, and like none of these guys are terrible. Like this. Already we're getting people influenced by fucking Matt Wagner already. Grendel's Primer 3,
Love
I
that
think.
sequence. There are highlights in all these stories.
But the standout, if I'm going to recruit them on my team, is going to be Sam Keith. And it's like, so we have that eye for our craft in the same way that like a talent scout would in some other medium. Music, whatever, A&R.
Do you think it's clear that Keith is head and shoulders above this collection?
I do. Yeah, I do. All this stuff feels way more raw. But
I might
then,
go back to that first.
But
story.
then Judith Hunt is dope. You know.
Yeah. Boy, and you can see how Wagner would have been like a standout of this. You're not Marvel or DC.
Grew.
Yeah, definitely. But like to me, this is very striking compared to what we've just flipped through.
Yeah.
You can see how that'd be a hero for like the emerging indie, do your own stuff kind of crew.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, what do we always complain about with people? Put your name on this stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like you want to be discovered, and yet I can't tell you who drew this.
Right. But you see, pretty boilerplate. You know, the kind of stuff that you would get in any kind of Eternity comic from that pre-Image period. But then you get to this. Now, is that not the standout? I mean, of course.
Yeah, it's definitely... The thing that I pull from this is the unique voice. Because it feels like this stuff, like you say, it could be an Eternity issue. This doesn't feel like that. This feels like something odd is going on in here.
There's just stuff with the drawing, too. Like, he understands form and lighting, and he's just got to grow. But this is 82.
That's early. Wow.
And this is 86, 87. He did the cover, 86.
86, yeah, that magical year.
And
not him on the back cover.
Correct. It's an anthology. He has the lead off story. And this character who's about to flop into the private investigator's noir-like office is his name's Mad Max.
I wonder if he's doing lettering and everything.
That's a good question, because this is good, like Ben Urich, Joe Rosen or whoever, fucking Frank Miller lettering.
Classic kind of like storytelling too. We see the private eye. We see what it's pretty solid. But I mean, 3 or 4 years, right, have progressed.
Yeah. Still with the page layouts. Still with the heavy.
Some of this weird shapes and things feels like something we would continue to see. Caricature of these faces and stuff, like the cartooniness of that.
Yeah.
Something that I really like.
Oh, yeah. Go to the front cover of this thing. I showed it to you yesterday. Like, look, there's an is right there on that cover.
Weird.
Yeah.
That guy looks like it could be a wrestling comic. That horse face, like the shapes of these PI.
Yeah. Bad hair. Not iconic.
No.
Cobblestone roads. He has good textures.
All the shadows too. The spotting of the black's pretty well done.
Yeah.
Throughout.
Still no letterer on the thing, so maybe it is him swinging the aims.
Yeah, not clear on your credit breakdowns if there are layouts or anything involved.
And there's your big guy.
This is about the hat that you're going to get on Mr. Hyde and the Incredible Hulk.
You're right.
Issue.
Yeah, kind of a Solomon Kane gimmick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very worn, that hat. Like, I mean, it's right out of that issue, or right into that issue. Maybe out of this one. That could even be like your Hulk hand. It's weird too to think like this is a story that you're going to put a big effort into, and it gets published in front of people. You know, like I'm doing a bunch of short stories right now, and this feels so removed. Like in my mind, it's like I've got to be interested in this subject and this character design and all these elements. It feels like there's nothing in this story that I'm too interested in. It's a detective story that's kind of fun, but you know, it's weird. Like I don't know how it fits in comics at that time.
Yeah, and just give a glance to some of the other stuff, because once again, I think the art does stand out so much.
Ron Lim.
Yeah.
Kind of neat to see another future pro working his way through this system.
We're going to see another one on the next page right here, man. I think this is Kelly Jones.
I believe I have this.
Oh, yeah, that's an easy one to get.
And it's interesting because it's really hard to see Kelly Jones in it.
It's true.
Like what Kelly Jones becomes changes a lot. Like that's much more of a...
Neil
I don't want
Adams.
to say a generic superhero because it's pretty well done.
Yeah.
But stylistically very far removed from what I think of as Kelly Jones.
Yeah, pretty Neil Adams-ish compared to like the rights and place he goes.
Yeah, this is funny. It's
pretty boilerplate.
It's
nothing special.
Boring in so many, like this is the stuff that I think of as boring because nothing is wrong with it, but also I don't find it exciting. But it does feel like you're aspiring to work your way towards that Marvel DC house style,
which was the move. Like there were these opportunities that you're not cut out for Marvel yet, but put in some work and you could get your own Man-Bat comic.
I like the shading on this figure here. That's kind of neat.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like it would never get your Marvel work.
Lavender lace. Oh, Ron Lim.
Yeah.
And Kelly Jones on the inks.
Wow, that's a cool piece. As a fan of cartooning, as a fan of artists, like when I'm going through the quarter bins, I'm looking for if I find the early artwork of somebody I dig, like I scoop it up.
If I told you Todd McFarlane,
that hair, totally. And of course, Dave Campiti gets his copyright in on there because I'm sure he pulled a lot of weight on fashioning that comic. Another one of those like Eclipse,
Lunatic Fringe,
or Eternity type boring. You know, they could draw this stuff in the right place, but just lacks dynamics.
I love it's Ronald Reagan. Call in the Lunatic Fringe. We've got a problem. Wow.
And then so.
It is neat to see. I didn't realize. I was thinking this was all Sam Keith because I've seen this cover before. And shortly after this, he does a book at Fantagraphics, and I think it is all Sam Keith. So I wish I would have pulled it, but maybe a future issue, maybe a bonus issue or something like that. But cool to see his evolution, and I wonder like what's between these. Yeah. How old is he when he's doing this?
Right.
Is he like 15 whenever he's doing that? I mean, legit.
Sure. Yeah. Probably.
He's got to be pretty young.
How cool was it, right? That there were these like places to publish, a lot of places to publish, a lot of anthologies out there. There is a sexiness to a physical print publication, but I do want to put the word out to people like you don't need this now. Like your Instagram, you could build an amazing audience digitally, and then a small portion of them will support your printed works. So these have phased out. You don't need these anymore to get over and to see how the world responds to your work. But in an age before the internet, how beautiful that these kind of things existed, because unfortunately you and I kind of came up when the anthologies were going away and there was no real social media. We still have websites. My website is rooted in 2003 if you go look at that goddamn thing, man. So, these had their place. And, give us any feedback on this Mr. Monster joint. I'm going to take...
Yeah, this is the Mr. Monster mystery right here.
I'm going to take some snaps of this before we go. Don't let me forget. And I'm going to text that to Eastman and just see, like, what the heck, man?
See what comes up.
Is this fax?
I'm telling you, dude, the fax machine thing filled in a bunch of gaps for me. And you combine that with the idea, like maybe that artwork was lost, and I feel like we might have deduced what happened.
You know what? Here's I'm just it's all coming to mind, and I could produce results like I do afterward. The reason I know what that warble is because when I discovered that you weren't drawing the Spider-Man logo on every issue, you know what I mean? I had my own comics, and I designed a logo. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna draw some more covers. So I'm copying, like I'm making black prints on my mom's fax of like my comic cover logos. Yeah. And it would have that exact warble whenever there was like not a perfect. Whenever that ink line bleeds, it picks it up in like when you set your stroke, it picks up in a big stroke, as in Photoshop lingo.
Yeah, well...
10 pixels, 50 pixels.
Keep us posted on what Eastman comes back with.
Good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. King Kayfabers, mitigate the kayfabe effect by getting these videos before anybody else, and they can hang out with us while we record these vids. But the videos are brought to you by the books that we make, and coming soon on the stands, I have Red Room Crypto Killers. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. That's the cover to issue number 1. Going to be coming out on a monthly basis starting in May. Various flavors of that. There's a sketch cover that you may have been able to get. We are in the process of printing those right now as of this recording. Jimmy's variant, Peach's variant, and I have a variant in there as well. 2 volumes of Hip Hop Family, 2 volumes of Red Room trade paperbacks are out there in the wild. At the end of this year, we're going to be putting out the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. 500 plus pages with 140 pages of material that is not in the original 4 Treasury editions of Hip Hop Family Tree. We're going all out. Beautiful gold foil is going to be on there. Maybe a little emboss, deboss. We're making this a sexy book. Going to be the size of a phone book. And is going to weigh, 20 pounds or something. There are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design out there and WYSIWYG. Jimmy, what are your books?
Next one you guys need to order to support, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, coming out later this spring from Image Comics. This is going to collect all of the Street Angel comics that are not featured in Deadliest Girl Alive. It'll complete your Street Angel collection, so let everybody know you want a copy. Get that thing ordered now. Other books from me that have come out recently. Hulk Grand Design, the oversized Treasury edition, fluorescent green cover. You cannot miss it. Pick it up while supplies last because it takes a while to reprint. Street Angel, Deadly Squirrel Live, and The Plain Jane's also available. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where I've started serializing my latest comic on there. First installment just went up, so check it out.
I ask you, Jimmy, what else do we have going on, though?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, stickers, fanny packs, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics. This might have been a make more comics, but oh well.
Set yourself up with Nexus. This Max the Hero really is kind of like a legendary thing in the lore of Sam Keith. You know, it would be referenced in his interviews and stuff. And I always wanted to check it out.
Fill it up.
Yeah. If you just want to leave it there, that's fine.
Yeah, I might.
Since it's so well registered. Good if you were good.
Yep. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we begin, I want to remind everybody that we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon now up and running. 3 different tiers there will give you access to our videos early to help offset the kayfabe effect. And if you're a King Kayfaber, you're actually watching us record this video right now. It's almost like a time travel paradigm right here. We invite you all to check out that Patreon and check out the level that suits you, because we do have some fun conversations in these recording sessions between videos, as well as back and forths with our King Kayfabers. Sometimes they help us with interviews when we have special guests coming up. You can also support us by buying our comics. We are both working cartoonists, and we have some big books coming out this year, starting with Ed Piscor's Hip Hop Family Tree, the Omnibus. This collects all of the Hip Hop Family Tree comics in one handsome volume, along with 140 extra pages. This will be out in time for the holidays, but you can pre-order it now. It's going to be an amazing book. The yellow you see here actually going to be gold foil, so this is going to be a really handsome one to add to your coffee table, your shelves, your collection. The 3rd season of Red Room, Crypto Killers, is starting up, and you need to pre-order that and subscribe to that one right away to make sure you get it. There is the Ed Piscor Mass Cover Edition. There are some variants, like the Crypto Killers #1 sketch cover. People have been asking for it. Should be a fun social media filler. Peach Momoko is back to grace Red Room with her presence. I add an homage to Rob Liefeld's Youngblood as a #1 variant and the Ed Piscor variant. So got to order those through your comic channels if you want to have those. You can also pick up X-Men Grand Design 3 volumes plus an omnibus, Hip Hop Family Tree Treasury editions, and WYSIWYG hardcover, as well as the first 2 volumes of Red Room, all available in print now. My next book, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, will be out later this spring from Image Comics. You can pre-order that one now wherever you get your books. It is all these Street Angel comics that are not in Deadly Squirrel Live, which is also back in print after a lengthy absence. So pick up both of those to add to your collection. My other books of recent release include Hulk Grand Design and The Plain Janes.
What should we call this? Steve Rude Artist Edition?
Absolutely.
Question mark, something like that?
Absolutely. First, shout out to the Kayfabers who sent this in on a mailbag.
Yes.
Because I didn't even know this existed, and I love it.
Flesk Publishing.
I have heard of them. They did an Al Williamson book that we picked up recently.
Came through the joint. Like I'm steadily more and more impressed by the catalog, by the production,
Yep.
by the choices that are made by, I guess, John Flesk's
Yes.
here.
Yeah, you see him on the cover there. I like you, Ed. I checked out the website, and I mean, he's definitely got an eye on the art end of these comics and doing some nice work.
I think this came from Dexter from the Kayfabe audience. We've got that PO box that we have open, and he sent us lots of good stuff, man. Lots of amazing stuff.
Real signature.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a real Steve Root signature, you know? Like, I always get these, and it's so perfect. What a signature, you know, like Steve Rude, part of what I love is just his attention to detail, but here's how you know it's real. You can see the bleed through.
Well, I mean, you're Jim Rugg, man. Like, you did some stuff on my free comic book day.
That's true. I have done, fake bleed throughs.
As you got to stick with me here, Kayfabers, but like the signature feels like his art. Like the lines of the signature are like the lines of his drawings. Like that looks like his work.
It does. I love this.
Yes.
His pencils, this book is great. We're going to get into it, but it's pencils and inks. There's some color work and painting. I love his pencil stuff, and it's so cool here to see, like, oh, let's try the arm in this other position. And I even love, like, the red on the blue. Love it.
Hell of a drawer, dude. And that's that Vitruvian man showing you that, like, you have options and, you know, like, you can change things at that level.
Always love whenever we get a zoom in. This is going to be from a page that is featured later in the book, but I love the zoom ins. I find this stuff so sexy. You know, these ink marks are probably some of my favorite in this whole book.
Yeah, this is going to be a kayfabe affected book. By the way, that lettering looked like suspiciously like a Kevin Nolan.
Interesting, because one of the stories in here is lettered by Steve Rude.
Oh, interesting.
Himself, yeah. So a little bit of background. Mostly I'm just loving seeing his art zoomed in different degrees.
I'm forgetting. I think it must be in this book, but when he's breaking down the shapes of his figures and stuff for I know where it is. It's not this. Somebody sent me something, but this Nexus property has been optioned forever, for 35, 40 years at this point, and he's breaking down the characters for animation, and it really is like that tick, how to draw the tick thing, where it's like, here, draw an oval, draw a line in the middle, now draw a tick holding that oval with a line in the middle, because his drawing is just too sexy. The elegance of the figure, he just knows too much, and it's 3 drawings, you know, the tubes, a little bit more detailed, but then when he does the final version, it has all the softness of the quads, how it's not, you know, it's that hair braid kind of line, and your in-betweeners are not drawing that.
No, of course not. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly because there's so many pages. Stop me whenever you need to, but you know, you talk about like some of his nuance and softness and things, and I see it in little moments, you know, like the little gestures of like the hands, the weight.
Yeah.
Those are some of the telling figure pieces that really pop for me.
Here's the deal with this video, man. This is like another PSA type video. Guys, this book exists. Jimmy and I had no idea that this thing exists, but it's out there. It's going to require a deeper dive on our part, but we're going to give everybody the opportunity who wants this book to get their hands on it so that they can go through it with a fine-tooth comb with us in the future as like one of our big Sunday kind of deep dives.
Some crow quill being applied. And there are a couple of pages where...
Coquill.
There's a couple pages that you'll see where like this isn't the inked page. They explained in the beginning they did the best they could to source this. Sometimes they just couldn't track down the page, so they would do the best reproduction they could. Pretty standard that you see in other artist editions. I'm impressed by the variety between the pencils and the inks. Like they almost look different. I really love the pencils because you can see a little bit of his drawing in a way that's different once he goes to like one final black line. Love both. But they're really different, a lot of these pages, from one to the other.
There are bad Steve Rude inkers. There are issues of Nexus where it's like they blend up
Great
Steve Rude's stuff, man, and it's unfortunate because he's such an amazing artist, but he was keeping up with deadlines, and I guess he needed that help.
I love this kind of abstract stuff, you know, like he's one of those guys when I first discovered him. And then I would learn like he loves Kirby. It always confused me because the figures are so elegant. But you see panels like this and it's almost like the Rude version of Kirby energy and stuff.
Totally. And then, you know, he can lean into that style.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like his Mr. Miracle stuff.
Yeah, that's the one that I always think of.
Look at him, man. But the guy who comes to mind all the time is Andrew Loomis. And it will be in the Loomis books that you will see little techniques like this being used.
And he mentions that with some of those boards.
It's ridiculous that we haven't gone through drawing for all it's worth or whatever.
We should do it. We should do that
totally.
Soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's funny the stuff that's kind of obvious. It's like, why haven't we looked at that yet? His layouts, like I was thinking about how much these layouts are not grid based. Right. And I think that's part of that 80s language. We've heard, you know, the Rick Veitches and Steve Bissett's and guys of a certain age that were like really out on the grid. And I think you see some of that in Rude's approach too, you know?
Wow, look at that. That's a bitch to letter. That looks like it's on the board.
Yeah.
Jesus.
They remind me at times of almost like Sunday pages, especially like in pencil form. It feels like it's almost like the whole page as opposed to your focus on a couple of panels.
Right.
Man, and his shadow work, it's nuts how much he puts in shadow. You can always see like the fat side of the pencil, you know, on the pencil side where it's like everything's drawn and then he's going in and he's blacking stuff out and then making the shapes.
Nexus without the mask really is like the Andrew Loomis perfect ideal man face.
This is broken down into several books. There's about 5 or 6 books that are in here. This one is from '88. It's Nexus number 50. There's a lot of that coquille.
He would do that, and you would see it in ads and things in first. And as a kid, I just remember thinking, like, how do you even do that? Is that like you frisk it things off and then you just spatter with the toothbrush and hope that you get some variance?
Totally. This one's just the inks, you know, just the finished pages. Although it notes in here somewhere that he photocopies most of his pencils, so he does have a full set of that stuff. But again, different approaches as to how these different books are presented. In the intro to this book from 1988, Nexus 50, he says that he kind of thinks this is where he peaks. And hopefully he stays at that highest level, you know, for a long time. It's not like this is the best and then forget everything, but more of just like he feels like this is kind of where he gets to that, the highest level that he gets to. Which is kind of neat to think about. And it's very different, you know, like that first story we looked at in 95, so 7 years after this, and I think it's quite a bit different. You see the Star Trek guys here. After I see them and then keep going through, it's like, oh yeah, you can almost see even the way that uniforms are.
I mean, if you go back to the exact image, that's Russ Manning.
There's a lot of Russ Manning in the faces.
That's Magnus right there, essentially. He pivots the head in a very organic, human way.
How cool that is.
Yeah, he's got some imagination. There's no doubt about it.
Like the ships and the bases and the location. I love this. You know, it's I think there's other stuff he does besides the figure. His figure work's so strong that's what I always think of first. But he seems very informed by a certain era of like sci-fi, pop art, you know, cartoons, that kind of
yeah, very 60s,
like a modern sci-fi. Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, certainly Toth, like the Toth Hollywood. I think early on in like the Capitol comics Nexus, there's little aliens called Gilbert and Jaime, and you see like that clear line approach. You know, that's in there.
Yeah, he does work with models. You know, I don't know which pages exactly, but there are some places where he calls it out for sure. And I think it's usually in conjunction with like a woman character. He talks about it's just too much for him to try to capture that nuance of a female body by posing himself in a mirror.
Right, yeah, so Steve Rude, who does not have a sleeve on any shirt and has muscles and stuff.
How great is that boom?
Yeah.
You know?
Feels 80s.
Design flourishes that, again, are part of his work.
I got this miniseries real early in my comics buying.
We looked at Steve Rude's sketchbook, and there's a layout for this whole issue. And so, like, we do a little bit more on this issue in another video. Go check that one out if you're digging this.
So bizarre.
Inked the first 4 pages in one day. That's pretty intricate inking.
No, he's such a drawer. Like, I think he has like just intense sketchbooks. I don't think he stops drawing. I think he puts all his time and energy. Like during COVID,
the stripes are so good.
He would do videos and stuff, and he's just drawing. Like I think his family takes care of everything so that he just has maximum draw time.
Yeah, there's some shout outs in here to different things with his wife, who I think tracked down a lot of this work for this volume. So yeah, definitely support from within, which a lot of artists seem to have. Silent partners, if you will.
There's no other way. There's no other way to do it.
So good, you know, like just a really human, you know, just a regular character dancing around being suspended.
Yeah, and if we were to put the tracing paper over top of it, the hips pivot this way, the trunk pivots that way, and then you have to balance that with the feet. And that's very easy to get wrong.
Yes.
And so many people that we like, you know, they don't allow the hips and the trunk to be independent of one another. It's always like one unit, kind of like a action figure, where it's like you have this piece and then you plug in arms and legs, but that's just not how the human body works.
Yeah, whenever we talk about how great he is at figure work, it's not just everything's proportioned right. It's that balance. It's that if the hips are this way, the upper body's got to be this way.
Yeah, and it's not like pantomime because the guys who are conscious of that sometimes, it becomes very showy, but he can do subtlety, which is the hard part.
Love it whenever you get to see him applying a special effect like a screen tone because it's not used a lot. You know, it has to be I assume, a real specific idea on his part. Boy, very Kevin Nolan-esque, that face, those eyes.
Such 80s hair.
And the amount of drawing for just random panel 6.
Yeah, because, like, look at this, man. It's probably not much white out, so, you know, you're inking in, like, these little bits. Like, that's time, man. That's focus.
It made me wonder, looking at his pencil pages, if there's another step somewhere. Because they're pretty clean.
Yeah, certainly a rough stage.
You're not seeing a lot of construction or anything.
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
And I think some of the pages really pop more than others too. You know, like he's not taking shortcuts, so you get some of these pages that are much busier than other pages. Sometimes I see one and I think, oh yeah, it's an image page. You know, like this is a page that, oh man, if I could have one, this is the one I'd want. But a lot of range, and I guess it's, you know, based on the story being maybe the thing that dictates these choices for him. Because they're some that look like they're probably done faster, and in some cases, those are some of my favorites.
He was doing this stuff on a regular basis.
You know, Trump is like the name of this station they're at.
It makes perfect sense. You know, it's the 80s. Like, Trump had that board game.
One of those great designs, that ship. And even track. Like, you can almost imagine that ship, like there's some consideration of mechanical. How's this thing launch?
Yeah. And
look, he's drawing additional stuff on top of it, like taking things away, adding things, go, oh, that doesn't work.
Making sure the 3D of it is sound.
This is 1996, so we're jumping ahead about 8 years here.
Yeah, we're in a Dark Horse era.
Dark Horse Presents.
Look at that.
So this is an 8-page story. This is his lettering, Steve Rude lettering. But I note the Dark Horse Presents because it's more dense, I think, than most of the stories.
Yeah,
because it's like you got 8
pages. Or something.
Love this layout, though.
Yeah.
So much happens, you know, like he covers these pages in ways that are not Scott McCloudian diagrams.
Is this the origin? No. That one that we looked at? No, it's not.
Yeah, not that one. This is 1996, so same time period, just getting the pencils. I was buying these issues at the time, you know, like he was a guy that I had heard of as being, you know, a premier indie kind of front guy, and would track down issues when I could, and whenever I could afford the new ones, I was picking these up. I really liked a lot of this stuff that Dark Horse did with him. They would do the miniseries, you know, probably that became like a big mode of theirs, doing the creator-owned books as like 4 issues at a pop.
Right, yeah.
Maybe one a year or something. And probably made a lot of sense for a guy like Steve Rude that if he's going to do everything, probably can't do 12 issues
Give him the space. Yeah, give him the space to do his deal, and then you put it out when it's done.
I'm guessing these are inked by Gary Martin, and that's probably why we're getting just the pencils. You know, this is really a Steve Rude art book.
Yeah.
So anything that's inked is his inks, and I think that's probably what you're seeing. This one's interesting, was never published. I don't know if he ended up self-publishing it later, but at this point, like the book was selling so poorly from Dark Horse that they called him basically 3 pages in and were like, you know, we need to do something else because this isn't selling. But he had already started and ended up finishing it. Look how Kirby-esque that design is. And these are, you can see some blue lines. So I think he's doing all his penciling possibly on these pages with the famous layouts, which we look at in that sketchbook video. One of the things I think of when I think of Steve Rude are those layouts. You know, the idea of laying out an entire issue on one piece of typing paper.
Look at this right here.
Unbelievable.
You just know that if this was a modern comic, that you draw one guy and then Photoshop a bunch of dudes.
Yeah, it's there's some real subtle attention to detail because like with these dudes lined up, they're actually rounded. You know, it's not just a straight line that's going back. Like there's some real attention to perspective on there. I love this creature design too, that 4-armed alien. And indicates where the lettering goes. I don't know that he was planning to letter this. Maybe he was. That's a great action shot there. And that's that twist, Ed, when you talk about like hips are going one way, shoulders are going the other way, the balance is all there. Wasn't looking at a baseball player for reference on that, I don't think.
I mean, maybe he was. You know, like you would get accurate reference.
That's a great iconic piece. Real simple, but it's that low angle that he does. It's the Russ Manning face, I think.
Yeah, if you go back like to that face, I saw people giving lessons in shading and stuff, and this is considered Rembrandt shading. Like Rembrandt brought this to portraiture, like the
Interesting.
triangle shade mark, because it gives ultimate contrast of the face to make it its most interesting. And on a 2D surface, it's a great way to communicate 3D. And you do it really two ways: the Rembrandt way, and then there's another way where the shadows pushed like over there somewhere. But you don't want to have like any middle of the road unless you want it to be just a subdued, moment.
I don't know how well you can see this person, but when you mentioned like the Hernandez brothers earlier, that is so Jaime-esque to me, that little drawing of her face, even some of the body language and weight. That's the thing too. If you got the figure right, you are going to look like the other artists who get the figures right.
Right,
You
yeah.
know, the weight and the balance. A fully painted story, I think it took him 7 months to do this, and he kind of said like, can't do that, obviously.
Yeah.
Man, the painting is just extreme. You know, when you see painted comics, they are not to this degree of painting.
Right, like look at this. The lighting of this fence or whatever.
Yeah, even the shadow on her face. It's just excessive is how I would describe. I'm glad it's here. It's awesome to see, but
Is this supposed to be Hillary
it
Clinton?
has to be, right?
Yeah.
Has to be. But an incredible amount of work on those pages. But it's neat because you do see, like, whenever he's painting, like, the painting's not a lot of us who I think will paint something, it's almost like the way I draw, but with some color media. That's not how he paints. Like, I think he paints more in a traditional manner.
Yeah. I mean, you can still tell it's him for sure.
Oh yeah, it's definitely him, but it's
He has his own
lot of
palette.
effort.
Yeah, he has his own palette also. A lot of Easter colors.
Mm-hmm.
Very
I wonder
bright.
if that comes from a time period that he favors,
Yeah.
because it does feel like a certain era.
Yeah. Yeah, almost like Rockwell.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was thinking. It's so different from the pencils to the inks, right?
Yeah.
It feels so different to me. And I've gone through this book a few times since I got it, and I can't quite reconcile that. Sometimes there'll be things that just aren't drawn in the pencils, and that is a little bit easier to understand. But whenever it's all there, the difference is so dramatic. I wonder if he can see it this way whenever he's doing this. The all red crossover, and that's Jack Kirby.
Oh, yeah.
They even call him Jack. I can't remember the particulars of this story, but look at the number of panels that he's putting on a page.
Is it
And
just
then
him drawing that,
it's
or is Mike
nuts.
Allred part of it too? Is
I
it a
think
jam
I
comic?
think it's just him. I don't know if Allred's drawing. I don't know if Allred's like drawing Madman or not, maybe, but I think the majority is
Yeah, it looks-
definitely him.
That's Steve Rude for sure.
Yeah, you can really just see it in some of the weight and stuff. It's interesting because I think of Allred as really great with figures, but I don't know that he does the weight to this degree.
Right, yeah, you're right. He could twist a figure up in any pose he wants.
Yeah,
but
this stuff is accurate in ways that almost nobody that does superhero comics is accurate.
it's true.
And usually that would bore me.
And it's
That's the stuff I often complain about.
and
but-
beyond the figure drawing accuracy, like the perspective is right and works. And I do think that Steve Rude is very critical of that. Isn't it almost like that Toth? What is that comic?
Yeah, what are the taps?
Taps.
Yeah, very much so.
The Taps guy, except it's like Michael Jackson.
I was looking at like the motion, like how he inks that motion in the middle.
Uses Higgins. It looks like.
Cool. Yeah, it is pretty thin ink. But I mean, like look at the chaos here. Almost none of that is drawn here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes pretty hard on this story. There's a lot of action on these pages.
Do you have it? Do you have the comic?
Yeah, I have it.
That would be a good episode.
Yeah, we could dig that one out. And then here's just some background, some Steve Rude-isms.
See, he's calling me a liar, man. He got sleeves on in that,
does
in
have
that
sleeves.
image. That's the only time I ever saw him with a sleeve.
Very official. And here's some kayfabe, and they even call it out. He recreates this page so that they could put it on the cover. This is what the cover image is, but it's a recreation, so it's like in progress. And there you see him painting, and this is amazing to me, like holding the brush way back and painting like a classical approach to painting.
Like my jaw drops because like this is just like what he does on the side type shit. Like I've never seen this anywhere. What an
Wild,
amazing guy! Yeah, he's just an intense maker. Like his sketchbooks are legendary.
Yeah, you can see a glimpse there.
He doesn't stop. He just does it constantly. He's built up the support system that is okay with that sort of thing, and it's exquisite. Like, I'm so glad that he's out there doing his thing, man. And I bet you that there's so much stuff that he's never like put out into the universe that he has incomplete.
Yeah, I bet that's true. Love seeing the studio set up.
Oh yeah,
Has a painting set up in the same, like, that's a big space. He's got 3 different drawing stations that are visible there.
yeah, respect.
Yeah, so a heck of a book.
Yeah.
I mean, it is loaded with cool stuff. If you're even a little bit of a fan of Rude, this book's amazing. And $50, not a bad price for what this is.
Absolutely.
And if you're a fan of superhero comics, especially if you're a maker or something, I feel like there's a lot of information in this book that's valuable.
Totally, man. You good to go?
Yep.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy, tell the people what's out there, man.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. This is my next book. It is available now for pre-order. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not featured in Deadliest Girl Alive. You can also pick up my recent books, The Plain Janes, Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive, and Hulk Grand Design, giant, oversized, fluorescent green. Can't miss that one while supplies last. And I've started serializing my latest comics on my Patreon. Patreon.com/JimRugg is where you can read those.
Red Room, Crypto Killer is coming out in May. Support that comic. Go to your local comic shop. They can put in your orders and pre-orders. It'll be coming out on a monthly basis. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. There's that sketch cover for issue 1. Peach's variant. Jimmy did a variant. And I put a variant together for that first issue. There is going to be a Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus at the end of the year. Support that comic. Put in your pre-orders now online or at your local comic shop. 504 pages, going to have 140 pages of extra stuff that is not in those first 4 volumes. There are 2 Red Room trade paperbacks out there. There are 4 Hip Hop Family Tree books, 3 X-Men Grand Designs, and WYSIWYG is out there. And hit up our Patreon. In the description below, become a King Kayfaber. You're watching us record this video right now. When we get off this recording, we're going to show everybody the exact cover of that book so they know what to order. And you can get the videos before anybody else. What else do we have out in the wild, Jimmy?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, hats, mugs, all sorts of merchandise, stickers, fanny packs, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the channel. Give them the marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
Boom. Tapped out, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's about all my phone has. Ooh.
What happened?
Andrew Hanna says Flesk has an Art Adams book.
Yeah, that stokes me out.
That's exciting.
Pretty soon I got the Kevin Nolan Artist Edition coming.
That's exciting too.
And then I have the pre-order in for Michael Golden, but I also have a pre-order in for the reprinting the John Byrne X-Men, which I really regretted passing up.
I don't even remember that one coming out.
Oh yeah, it's an artisan edition.
I saw a listing for a Frank Miller Daredevil Artist Edition.
It's
the same cover as the Artisan Edition.
That's all it is.
It's just a reprint?
Yeah, that's all it is. So this is the comic. Make sure you guys get your hands on this thing. Nexus Chronicles. Is this your copy or mine?
That's mine. Slide me that water over.
I'm gonna set this up and have you host ChawCon. Shaka Khan. Is you say is that my
That's
thing?
yours, yeah. I didn't turn off. Do you know when that game came out? The Shotgun?
No, but it was the '90s, early '90s. Is this mine? When
No.
was mine? These are both yours.
Yeah. I think it might be in that pile of books.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Do you want a color background?
Yeah, we should do that. Not be lazy about it. So let me see yours again. This is you.
These two.
Okay.
But it's different stuff. This
Uh-huh.
is all the shorts. This is like everything up to this point, and you can see he's cashing in.
Right.
And then this is, I guess, it's weird because this is 94, and this is new stuff, but it's not like this. You know, like this seems more advanced to me, but I think this is, this is like 90, right? I thought I saw a date somewhere. 90. This is 1990. This is 94. This must be pre-game.
Yeah.
And then like he goes back to what looks like an old style.
That looks like reprints, man.
Yeah, maybe it is. Oh, first printing though. I think this is a new story. I don't know what this is either. I have no idea why this is in there.
And just call this. Oh no, I'm editing it. Yeah, never mind. It's gonna be called The Luckiest Man in Comics. Good to go.
Yeah. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comics channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Want to remind everybody at home, we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon now. 3 different levels will give you access to our videos early, give you a leg up on the Kayfabe effect. And at the King Kayfaber level, you not only get all of our videos first, you also get to sit in on the recording sessions. So you get to hear all of our behind-the-scenes preparation for these episodes. Sometimes we talk shop about upcoming guests and just general extra comics conversation with the ultimate King Kayfabers, us. You can also support us by buying our comics. In front of you is the bibliography of our output. Ed has a couple of big books coming out this year, starting with Hip Hop Family Tree, the Omnibus. This is going to feature all of the Hip Hop Family Tree comics in one handsome, oversized volume, along with 140 extra pages. So pre-order that one today, and there is a discount if you get your orders in early. Red Room Crypto Killers is starting up in the next couple of months. You can pre-order that one or subscribe to that one now. This is the main cover by Ed Piscor. This is a special sketch cover for all of you with active imaginations and talent out there. Peach Momoko, The Cottage Industry is back. My homage to Rob Liefeld's Youngblood. And the Red Room Crypto Killers #1 Ed Piscor variant. So pick these up wherever you buy comics and let your comic store know that you want these so that you won't miss out on anything. You can also find Ed's X-Men Grand Design, 3 volumes, Hip Hop Family Tree, the box sets and oversized edition still available. WYSIWYG, and 2 volumes of Red Room have already been published. So fill up those collections, boys and girls. My next book, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, coming out from Image Comics later this spring. You can pre-order this one now. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive. Complete your Street Angel collection with Princess of Poverty. You can also pick up my recent books, The Plain Janes, Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive, and Hulk Grand Design. You cannot miss that oversized fluorescent cover. Pick it up while supplies last, though. Took a while to get that one printed, so don't want to wait on a reprint. All right, Ed. We have talked about this book off air a few times. Chakan, the Forever Man, was a Sega game. Was kind of one of those self-published comic characters, early hits that got licensed, and I assume did well for our creator, Robert A. Krause.
Rack.
We know him because he's out of Ohio, which meant he came to all the Pittsburgh comic conventions, all the local conventions at least. I would see him set up. And as somebody interested in making comics, when I saw somebody who was self-publishing and doing their own thing with success, I had to check that stuff out.
Had a whole bibliography of stuff. Like when you go through the quarter bins, you'll find Thunder Mace and like Dark Lord or something like that.
Yeah.
Like all this, like
Stephen Dark Lord, I think.
Yeah, all of this like Dungeons and Dragons inspired role-playing game type comics. He is part of a wing of black and white comics where people are basically like visualizing in comics form their like D&D campaigns type shit. They're those people that like the reason why those fucking sword salesmen and shit are at these conventions are because like these type of dudes, that's their kind of stuff. The artwork is indicative of role-playing game artwork.
It really is.
To a certain extent, man, where they play with other media to get the grays across. I don't know that Rack has ever sat with a piece of duotone board or something, but he tries to get his grays in there with ink wash or line or whatever.
Weird mechanical lettering.
Yeah, he never had confidence in his lettering. Like, he never hand letters at all. The dude, I don't know how that video game happened. Like, you play the video game, first off, it's unbelievable, right? Because this is just some dude out of Ohio putting his comic together. I
do think Chakan looks cool.
Yeah, but it's Solomon Kane. Like
it is Solomon Kane.
It's established. It's dead Solomon Kane or Vampire Hunter D. Like, you know, it's any number of those things. There were other Genesis games. There was the Malibu Comics, X Mutants. Zen had a cup of coffee, and I grabbed the Zen Archie issue #1, and in the back editorial is written by, I guess his name's Steve Stern, something like that, the original creator, the writer of Zen. And with the success of Ninja Turtles, he found that Surge Licensing were the people that like made that stuff happen for Eastman and Laird. Mark Friedman, he's in every documentary, the toy documentary on Netflix, the Turtle Power documentary. Mark Friedman is essential for the success.
Kills this dude with a staff through the ground, through the skull.
And the Stern guy sent that Zen comic to Friedman and Surge Licensing, and it's Friedman that made all that stuff happen. The Archie deal that, you know, took advantage of the already established relationship that Friedman had with Archie Comics, toy lines, all of that stuff. But Friedman massaged it and was like, you gotta turtlefy this thing. I wonder if he had some hand in this shit.
It's certainly possible.
Mm-hmm.
There would have been, I'm sure there were people that were going to these conventions looking for that kind of thing. Like, what can I exploit?
Yeah.
And I don't know Robert Krause, but, you know, some rube out of Ohio, pretty good guy to maybe be like, yeah, let me see what I can sell.
I will say this, like, the Chakan the Forever Man game is always included.
Killed a unicorn.
Yeah.
He's going through here fighting, like, the vampires and the werewolves.
Remember Bronies?
Yeah.
They're upset with Chakan. The Chakan game is always included whenever they put out like a compilation edition or like a CD, a physical game that has like 10 Genesis games or whatever. It's always included, and the game is so nothing special. It's one of those games that you could just plug in a character. The company that made the game might have already had that game built, but it's just like, let's gussy it up. Maybe you'll sell a couple of more because Chakan. I don't know that this was a hit before then. I think, like...
I don't know that this was a hit afterwards. There were never lines at the table whenever I saw him.
No, and you could still. Well,
I like his art. I think there's stuff that really works.
It's been a couple of years.
This is a collection of like his first stuff going back to '85.
Yeah.
For people keeping, because I'm gonna keep flipping. You keep
Do it,
talking.
do it,
I'll
yeah.
keep flipping. This is 1990. This is in the middle here.
When you and I have been doing conventions together and stuff, Rack is there. He's got his little bibliography of whatever he has. He has current Shotgun comics. He's definitely, like, he's definitely celebrating that Shotgun was a Sega game. But what he's done the last times I've seen him is he'll get like those little hard plastic gimmicks that you put trading cards in. That's what he does. He does these like one-off drawings of like say Ash from Evil Dead as like a little zombie or something, and he'll do the original art and then he'll print up a bunch of those and then just have all pop culture character cards, hundreds of them. It's a whole enterprise because you know how that goes. Like it's NPC fanboys and shit like that who are into DuckTales or something. So he'll feel that need. Here's a zombie Huey, Dewey, and Louie Krause drawing in color for you.
There are overlaps. Like I would see connection to something like a Hellboy. And I mean, this came before. It's not like a ripoff of Hellboy, but it's sort of that supernatural kind of elements. You can almost figure out certain of those elements and those cards with pop culture all over them.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of fits. Like there's zombie. You mentioned the role-playing game is a big one. You can almost see like how these pieces assemble.
Yeah, there are wings of these guys at the comic conventions. I was so impressed with them when I was a kid, who would have like the gray washes on their pages with paste up lettering.
That's gotta be airbrush, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. With paste up lettering and shit, and it was just like, wow, this looks like so hard to do, and I would just be endlessly impressed, and I would buy any of that stuff. I mean, that's how I don't know that I got my comic from a quarter bin. I think I got it from the man himself.
This is drawn on like a either a chipboard or a gray board.
Yeah, you could see it. Like you would get Canson paper.
Yeah,
that's it. That's Canson paper texture.
It's kind of neat.
Yeah, he plays with that stuff, dude.
He's in this interview that bookends this issue. He talks about like he's a Art Institute of Pittsburgh grad. There's some pictures of him. Reminds me of Sting and Ultimate Warrior in their
the
early
Blade
days.
Runners.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I guess his background's a little bit more on the commercial art side, and I don't know what his comics aspirations were. Like he self-published some of those books that you mentioned. Well, I mean, he self-published all these books.
3 dozen comics at least.
Some interest in like the first issue collects stuff that goes back to '85. So maybe he was into that black and white explosion era and came out of it probably better than most guys. With that video game, I hope he made some money on that. But probably came out a little better than your average black and white explosion book. And then I haven't seen him in a long time. This would have been like probably early 2000s maybe when I would have seen him at shows, maybe the 90s, something like that.
Yeah. He definitely like there's a graphic design component to his covers that
I think his covers look pretty good.
From a million miles away scream Rack, and it's the black border. Mm-hmm. His logos have a synergy. There's an airbrush component. It's always that like Renaissance fair type shit.
Look at this Jesus being crucified. What the heck?
Rack is an edgelord.
This is, I think, 94, 95, this book. So I think this is his last. This is the last Chalkin that I'm going to show you guys at home in terms of chronology.
He adopted some Jim Lee flair. It looks like.
Yeah, could
little
be.
McFarlane-isms.
Wonder if he's pitching this to an Image Comics or if he liked the self-publishing freedom. He talks also in that interview that he's doing these comics at night, doing commercial art during the day. So how about that for all the various comics characters laid out? There? Spawn, Superman, Charlie Brown, Mickey Mouse. Who's next? Calvin and Hobbes, fellow Ohioan. Yeah, kind of weird comics, but it's neat. I bet you a lot of people, at least from this area, are familiar with this guy.
Yeah.
Like if you've been fooling around with comics, and it's so interesting because I think of the contingent of who were the local guys that came around. Like Bendis was a guy, in that 90s, early 2000s out of Ohio that you would see at these same shows, and not much difference whenever he's like at Caliber, and he's kind of doing the high contrast photo type art, like just figuring out, how to make comics, and then what you do with it is where they really start to diverge. But that was always a part of comic conventions for me, were the local guys.
Yeah. Yeah, like I never sort of made those connections, but it would be like the indie stuff, and
Oh yeah.
and I would grab it all, you know. So like whenever I got into the game, and I started going to conventions, and I wonder if this is the same mistake for everybody, but you sort of overpack because you think that there should be at least 200 people who are going to come here who are like me that buy one of everything on the indie thing, and then you go home with 198.
Yes.
Fucking books, and then you're
Better
like,
to
what?
have too much than not enough.
What happened?
Especially if you're driving yourself. But yeah, it can be depressing when you're packing out and you've got like half a box is all you got rid of.
What happened? You're lucky if you get rid of half a box, man.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what kind of response comes up if people know this game, if it did have some wider traction.
It's very well known in the retro game community, for sure.
And I'm also curious if people have like recommendations for their own region of guys who did interesting work, but maybe never got out beyond, you know, whatever couple of state area of wherever they drove to.
We looked at some of that stuff, man. That like Chillville joint. What was that cat's
out
name?
Of Maine.
Yeah, like I'd never seen
Glenn
something like that.
Chadbourne.
Yeah, never seen stuff like that, and you know, super stoked to get hands on that.
Pre-internet, like I think that local thing was even more prominent. You know, if you didn't find national distribution, or if you come after the black and white glut, good luck. Good luck getting your comics distributed widely.
These pieces are also staples of rack covers. You know, he always has the black border, but like this kind of filigree.
It is interesting. Like that logo is not bad. You can see certain characteristics that would make this book pop as you're walking by. Because that's the other thing. If you're casually going through these conventions and you don't know everything and who everyone is, you're kind of judging this stuff by the cover. You know, like get a decent professional looking cover and you'll be ahead of the game in those old artist alleys. I wonder if that's totally gone now. I just remember like Pittsburgh artist alleys and how, boy, you know, like it was just a crapshoot what you're going to find. Like before the days of like internet darlings and things, it was very random of like, look at each table and see what you can take from it.
The work was at a much higher level though. Like I would, like I said, I would grab like one of everything, and I got like Adam Polina comics before he was anybody. It was called like Adventures of Adam and Steve or something like that. Like he and his homeboy, and man, I could name names that like nobody has ever heard, and they just all had skills, really.
Every now and then I would get something too that I really liked, and that guy never did another comic thing ever. And I'll go through like my stuff, my collection at home, and I'll find them, and I'll remember like, oh man, I really like this book. Look the person up, and it's like there's just nothing. They did one book, it was cool, and that was it.
It's one of my favorite things to do when digging up old comics, like that Chillville comic, and you give it a read through, and then you Google them to see where they're at. I remember I got one old comic, and the guy did principal design work for like the Godfather video game. You know, these people pivot into other creative endeavors and stuff, but the roots are in comics sometimes. Certainly in the mid 80s when it was really viable, when there were 4,000 stores that were going to buy one of everything. So you might sell 10,000 of just whatever it is. If you could just figure out how to print up something, like then half the battle was done for you.
He's like a Chris Silver from Ohio, but he did his own stuff. Instead of farming everything out, like he was the guy also produced. He was the talent as well as the publisher.
I'm glad you brought that up because when I was talking about the cover aesthetics, the other like iconic cover aesthetic that was like a template for the whole brand would be the Silver Wolf comics or like Venusian comics or what's
also
the other
Chris
one?
Silver. I can't remember what his third company was.
Yeah,
those books are so funny for that reason.
Yeah,
but a lot of books did that. Milestone did it. Whenever DC published Milestone, they had a very distinct border, trade dress. You know, so yeah, it was. It's funny that part of it. No one ever talks about it. But Valiant would have like the first couple years of Valiant would have their title block where it was like a rectangle of the title, title in the rectangle kind of thing, and it branded them visually for good or bad. It didn't always work out. I think these look pretty good, but it doesn't always.
And you always know, man. Like you could look at I could look at the top of an old box of comics and just be like, that's got to be a rack.
Yeah.
Because it's amongst old stuff, but he had better paper than everybody in the 80s.
I was going to say that's the other thing. I bet you he's printing locally. Connected to something, because you look at these and it's like, this is an era where it could have been newsprint. This is a Caliber era comic, but you see that it's like on white crisp pay. It's heavier than regular comic books of that time.
Yeah. We could talk all day, every day, man, about black and white comics and Chalk on the Forever, man. Rack, are you out there? rapper
Yeah,
you
that's the
out there,
question.
man? Much respect. You good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. And we do have a Patreon for Cartoonist Kayfabe. Support the channel, become a King Kayfaber. You get all the videos before anybody else. And if you're a King Kayfaber, you're hanging out with us right now in the chat room, watching us record these videos live. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you got.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. This is my next book coming out later this spring. You can pre-order this now wherever you buy comics or books. Collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive, so it's the perfect companion to Deadliest Girl Alive. Plain Janes and Hulk Grand Design are my other recent books. Pick those up, add those to your collection, and join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where I am serializing my latest comics. Just started this week, so check those out.
Red Room Crypto Killers 1, going to be coming out in May. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game in Red Room Comics. It will be monthly. There's a bunch of covers to go along with each issue. For issue 1, there's a sketchbook, the sketch cover, Peach Momoko variant. Jimmy did a variant by way of Rob Liefeld, Youngblood 1, and there's the Eddie P variant cover for that. 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room are out there in the wild. Support the book. This Crypto Killers will be the last Red Room miniseries for a while, at the very least. But big year 2023 for us, and the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming out for the holidays. But put in your pre-orders right now. Let your shop know to order heavy on this thing. 504 pages collecting all of the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there. It's going to have 140 pages of additional content that was not in those first 4 volumes. There are 3 volumes, X-Men Grand Design and WYSIWYG, out there in hardcover. Support our books. Keep these videos coming to you on a regular basis. But Jimmy, what else do we got?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, sweatshirts, mugs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is under this video too.
Great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
You know something that bummed me out, man? Like when we updated Filmic and had to do the what you call it, man? The pay subscription version, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
It put this in the settings. Like my videos are always a little bit off white, like a little yellow, little warm of a light, and it was just a setting. Like I was looking through the back end stuff, and I just hit one thing, and it made the whites white again, and I'm like, fuck, that just made me so mad.
Yeah. Is everything color the rest of the way? X-Men, X'd out.
And Spawn, yeah. I'm gonna hit the head real fast.
I'll switch out this backdrop. I always think of stuff after we wrap up these videos, and one of the things that I thought of with the rack stuff is how inspiring that stuff is early on.
Oh yeah,
You know, like
to
I
just
would
make a
find
book
that-
of your own vision.
That you could, you know, like,
Yeah.
and especially because I had no idea how to make a book at that time.
Yeah.
But to talk to a guy who had just made it himself, like, I'm sure I was asking him some of the dumbest questions. But it's that 101 thing of like, how'd you do this? How is this possible? How do I do this? And it's a big thing finding these guys that they have that information that I need to get somehow. And Robert Krause, man, Rack, that was one of those guys, like seeing him at shows with books that look professional and books that I wanted to make myself. Like, I'm sure you guys at home who make your own comics, like that's a step, like finding that missing link of info and also knowing like, hey, if this dude can do it, it can be done. So gotta add that. It's funny how mysterious that feels until you actually do it.
You know, I mean, at the time, it's like now you have to source a printer, and it just was harder. You know, it just was like.
That's true.
When we did that Peter Laird shoot interview and stuff, and he's like, and then we moved up to the printing to Poughkeepsie, and I asked him flat out, like, how does that work? Because you're where you are, like, you don't got the yellow pages only go so far, so how do you like find a place in Poughkeepsie to print from? It has to be from the peers.
Vlad says when he ran a retro game store, Chuckin was never a cheap title, even loose, which probably means it didn't sell well. It's a rarity.
Right. Yeah, I never saw that thing in stores or any. I actually had no idea that it was a video game until after the fact. In more recent times. And no, you know who it was, man? It was Wayne. Because, like, what? Do you remember Wayne's first printed work? You know how he would say the same stories all the time? His first printed work? Thunder Maze 3.
Did not know that.
You didn't know that?
How is that? I've talked to Wayne 1,000 times, and he does repeat certain stories.
Yeah,
I can't believe that hasn't come up.
Thunder Maze 3, man. That's him and Fred. His first work. This dude Wayne, he got the first Xeric grant with Fred. Gray Legacy was a comic. You know how Gray Legacy lives in infamy from nowadays.
Sure.
You do?
Oh no, I don't. Maybe I don't. I thought you meant with us.
It's another Wayne story.
Okay.
Whenever Rick Veitch draws Don Simpson, which actually comes up kind of a lot. It came up a lot in like Rare Bit Fiends, and I actually saw something on his Facebook very recently. He draws Don Simpson wearing a Gray Legacy shirt because that's the only like photo reference that
that's funny.
Rick Veitch has. So
Yeah.
that is the legacy.
Do you know this book?
I do.
That's the one that I was thinking of with the Sam Keith.
Oh, so
Fantagraphics.
it's not the one that's I before E?
Well, that's what people were saying in the comments.
Yeah.
But the one I was thinking of is The Wandering Stars.
And he did that whole issue?
I think he did the whole thing. Yeah, pretty sure.
Okay, I don't know that comic. I do, like, I know one called Wandering Star by a lady, Donna Barr, I think.
Yeah, I know that one too.
Yeah, but yeah. I don't know that comic.
Yeah, this is a different thing. It says 1997 here, which is way later.
Yeah,
than
just
I
a collection of.
guessed.
It might be well.
Makes me mad I didn't pull it. I before E I used to see in somebody's catalog, and it must have been a Fantagraphics catalog.
Yeah,
now
for
that
sure.
I think of it, I have never seen that book in person,
No.
and I've sort of been looking for it
Uh-huh.
since like 1997 or some whenever I first started seeing those kinds of catalogs.
Right.
So I don't know, man. That book may be super rare or something, but one I'm always curious about. Just have not seen it.
P.O. Box 3071. Ask not
I'd
what
love to look
Cartoonist
through it.
Kayfabe can do for you.
I'm curious what's in there in his. I always thought that was like his kind of like back up old stories. So it may be the
I think it
gaps
is.
of 83 to 86.
Yeah. This is going to be called the most controversial issue of Spawn. And I'm going to kayfabe it like it's the day after we do the Wizard. That's when we'll put it out. Monday.
I tell you what, dude, if you did a thumbnail and it was just him noosed, you'd probably get some traction with that too.
Yeah, like do that and then the most controversial, something like that. Yeah, that's probably good.
Man, all I do when I'm bored is scroll through YouTube videos and look at like the thumbnail and the title.
Yeah.
The thumbnail and the title.
Yeah.
I've been getting a bunch of Steven Seagal shit. I need to update that April 1st video because Steven Seagal is like a cult hero on YouTube. There's so many freaking Steven Seagal videos, and I was looking under and I'm like, is that all like one guy building his following? It's all different people making Steven Seagal videos.
What's their views, man?
He's terrible. His movies are terrible.
No. I mean on the video. You know, is it 100,000s?
Oh,
like
yeah.
50,000?
Yeah, some of them are big.
Because I'm going
They're
to tell
like
you,
movie stuff.
none of that comes through my... Like, you got a very specific feed, man.
I don't know what it's from either. It's
You
phone listening to what I say, and
you know
I'm
what's
talking
funny?
Steven Seagal comics.
Here's what's real funny, dude. The Kayfabe Explore page on Instagram, I see how it's a mix of my shit and your shit, and I could tell what's your shit. But also...
It's a lot of animal videos.
But also...
Probably the number one thing I
because
share.
because it's an IP address thing. I'm so convinced that it's an IP address thing rather than account based. Because on my shit, I have stuff that I know is Serena's. Like it's like whatever her insecurities are and stuff. Like it's videos of like girl insecurity shit, and that ain't me. It just ain't me. You know, it's stuff that she complains about. So I think there's stuff. Like, I got your wife's shit on Cartoonist Kayfabe. I got your stuff. And it's funny to see just the total differences, man. So, like, social media has become such a like one for one experience that like your experience online is different than mine, like completely.
Mine blur too, because I'm not always thinking like, okay, this is I'm on the Kayfabe account on here. You know, like I usually am on my stuff.
Yeah.
But whenever I switch and something will be weird and it'll be like, what is going on? And then I realize like I'm in a different account.
Totally. And because you're still you're still attached to that, I think the IP address Meta is crazy. Like Facebook is wild, and just seeing that stuff. Also, the Instagram accounts there are like 5 or 6 different parameters, different things available to different Instagram accounts. So like my personal one is different. Like the things I can do in it are different than what the Kayfabe one can do. They're very close now, but they weren't. And it makes me wonder if the people with the millions, like if they have a completely different set of tools and stuff like that.
That's like, interesting too. I wonder if they're more valuable to the advertisers too. Like as you gain those followers, now suddenly you're being sold for more money.
Right. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, it's real.
Yeah, it's bizarre. But Natalie started watching. I end up doing this on our TV, the YouTube scrolling, and Natalie's been watching stuff on YouTube there, and so now it's just so out of hand. I don't think she's watching Steven Seagal videos, but something has happened.
Yeah, what are some of the things that are? What do you see often? Makeup tips or something?
I don't want to give stuff away, but like she watches Australian Survivor on there, so it's a lot of like weird game show, bizarre that direction of things like reality shows. I don't know, but it throws me off, and then I'll get mad like if I haven't looked at anything for a while, because it used to be just wrestling shit.
Yeah.
And now it's like, what is any of this? We had these are the dumbest stories. We had a Netflix that we shared with our nieces and nephews.
Right.
And one of the kids got hold of it and watched like all these cartoons, and it completely wrecked the algorithm for like any recommendations for us.
Yeah.
And I remember being sort of pissed because it becomes impossible. Like now I can't even use like whatever their algorithmic helper is.
Yeah.
That's probably more accurate than myself for judging what I would like or whatever. It's just thrown into utter chaos. It's like a mad person's account where they're watching 5 or 6 very weird streams of things.
Has Netflix been good for you in a very long time? Because like I got rid of mine years ago, and I do not regret it.
I watch almost nothing on it.
When I first got it, the shit that was on there was blowing my mind. I saw so many Shaw Brothers movies.
Yeah.
I saw all the best 30 for 30s were on there. All that shit went away quick, and I had no idea that was how that stuff worked. So many fantastic... The foreign film section was gigantic, and it would be like Fellini's 8.5 and shit like that.
I think Criterion might have used to be on there. Like before they broke off onto their own thing. I think they may have... Because I remember that stuff too. I watched so little... Like I watch almost nothing without Natalie, so like I'm just not going through it looking for much either anymore.
Yeah. Like my TV almost never turns on. I put stuff
That's
on...
how it is in my house.
I put stuff on while I'm working. And you know what I've been fucking with, man? Like just kind of binging while I produce my stuff. If you've never seen that show, The Americans...
Remember that. I started watching it.
I highly recommend it, man. It is fucking like first of all, I like conspiracy and not like conspiracy theory, but like there are like several conspiracies happening, and you got like up to like triple agents or like maybe quadruple agents who that are like playing several people. It's so clear and easy to keep it all straight. They do a great job with that stuff. The dramatic possibilities and dynamics are endless. Like they built a thing that you can really do endless story and just explore what you want, because they are a nuclear family. There's a boy, there's a girl. They are agents. They built this family together, but they have to fuck other people and still like have dinner together and like kind of hold shit together at a certain level. The guy, he's running game on chicks that are like affiliated with like the FBI or like a senator or something. He's got to fuck these chicks and like one of his there's so much cloak and dagger, like so much fake disguises and shit, which is always a funny thing. Like every episode they look like a completely different person. And he rushes a wedding with this one chick, and then so now he has to produce family. So like the wife that he sleeps in bed with every night with the kids, like she's got to get into some attire and like be his sister and like clap for him at the wedding with some other lady and her kissing. It's so like just a tension, and because throughout this thing they're also like really falling in love and out of love and in love. It's like this push pull of like their own relationship of like they're together every day. It's like we better love each other, but then it's like well let's be professional because they're even.
What do the kids know?
Nothing to start, and it's real fun because the parents are Russians through and through. They are double age, they are secretly so they have to like whenever the husband is enjoying capitalism too much, getting a new car, the wife is like signaling to the Kremlin and shit. and then it's for real. And
that makes sense. It's just a funny way to kind of illustrate domesticity,
right?
And issues.
Yeah, but like the girl, like where I'm at right now, I watched it all before and it's great. I recommend it to anybody. But where I'm at right now, the little girl's getting radicalized as an American, and like what that means is she's just enjoying going to like a church youth group. It's not a cult. It's nothing major. It's just like other kids, like it's a youth group, and like I guess there's not religion in Russia or something like that. I guess Christianity ain't a.
Right.
I have no idea, but like it doesn't exist for these people. So like they're so anti-Bible and they can't believe it, and they see that as her being radicalized as American, and it bums them out, because like the other thing is there'll be other families that are like these like. These splinter cells or these secret soldiers and stuff. A group of them die. They get slaughtered. Like kids, they get slaughtered. And the family, like the dude and the chick, they, because of their own indoctrination, it is American propaganda. Like their own indoctrination in the motherland, they immediately think like, oh, the FBI did this to my family. And it's like, like maybe they do that. I don't know. But like, you and I would not. Our first thought, if our family gets, isn't like, oh, the FBI had to do this, or like the government, like, but that's where their mind goes because it's like America's so bad.
Yeah, I started watching it whenever it was first on TV, and like a lot of these peak TV shows, I can't watch them a week as an episode and then wait a week, and then like 7 years for like a complete show. And a lot of these shows, like I would start and I'd watch a season or half a season and then be like, I can't watch it this way.
Yeah.
That's how I phased out of monthly comics too. It was like that same thing of like I can't have this gap and then have to like remember whatever happened 3 months ago. But also with the heightened drama, because like that stuff would go off the air and it was always like a Sunday night kind of program. Those ones that were like, I'd be 10 o'clock Sunday night and just like wired and freaking out and stuff, and it's like I just can't watch this way.
It's true. Yeah. The only reason it was ever on my radar because I have no TV, like no real, like my TV ain't connected to nothing, man. It's the internet, and I put a USB drive in of shit that I steal. It was NPR in the car, and they were promoting like the last season, and the elevator pitch of what that was sold me, and I'm like, oh, that sounds hard as fuck. And it's one of the rare ones where like the first episode is as good as any episode, because the first episode of The Wire is a little weird, first episode of Sopranos is a little weird. Breaking Bad is extremely dope from the start. If that first episode was all that it would be the greatest like short film ever created. But the American starts out, it sets you up perfectly because it's that perfect thing of like, not only are they doing that stuff and they're pulling a mission and they kill a guy, but like some new neighbors moving across the street and it's an FBI agent who's involved in counterintelligence.
It has to be. That's
so
perfect.
So that's just more of that drama, just so good.
I watched The Wire starting with season 4 because that was like, somehow I got HBO at that time, and that's the season they were on. It's the teacher school.
Oh yeah,
season.
great,
and I
great
loved
season.
it. It was great.
Great
like I was hooked. But it's so weird to think of watching shows that way too. Like, where do you come in? Deadwood is one. Have you watched Deadwood?
No,
I highly recommend
want
it.
to.
That was one that I watched. I binged like the first whatever, and then started watching it because it was like midway through when I started watching it.
Yeah.
So then it was the weekly pieces, and there were episodes in that where I'm like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. My dad
There's
was
some
watching
really
a movie.
good storytelling where they built. Yeah, they came back and did a movie of it. I never saw the movie.
Yeah, he was digging it a lot, and it looked cool from what I saw. You know, I just went over there, got some soup, and was hanging out with the old man, and it seemed pretty sick. But yeah, that's on the list for sure.
Yeah,
But that's a watcher. See, the difference is like that kind of shit that I watched already. It's just company. It's just human voices while I'm having a 7-page week. You know. But that other stuff, that's the commitment where it's like watch one in bed.
Americans was neat too because it had a little push when it came out, and then like by how many seasons was it? 5 or 6?
Yeah.
It like built by the end, like the last 2 seasons maybe. Like that's when it became like a darling in NPR and places like that. Which I don't know that many shows do that.
It's so fascinating the way it works because I just don't know the landscape of how TV works.
I don't either.
But there's this part where the FBI guy he's got a girl inside the Russian embassy that he's working, but she's working him. It's like all this like double triple collusion shit. And he is implying that she should use her wily charms to extract information out of a guy, and he has a crush on her. So when she goes to do the work this dude, she fucking sucks his dick. And on the show, it's an FX show, I think.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, how'd you get that information? I sucked his cock. And I'm like, whoa, that's on TV? One of the things that Jay Lynch always told me, man, he's like, I just hope to live to be old enough for the name change of the Big Mac to be the Big Motherfucker. Like he always said, he's like, I'm holding out for that, man. I could die after the Big Mac is called the Big Motherfucker, man. And to me, that's like that, you know, where it's like, that ain't like some extended cable channel. That's like FX, and they're saying cock on TV.
Yeah, it's things changed
That's
in
wild
that
stuff.
run.
That's wild shit, man. There was when I was a kid, like when I was living at my mom's crib still, on MTV2 late at night, I was just scrolling through the stations, and I scrolled through MTV2, and I see Ginger Lynn on the stage opening up her puss. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I got the Spice Channel. Remember the Spice Channel? And it was a Metallica music video. And just at a certain point in time, they play uncensored videos on regular TV. You know, like all the rules only apply to over-air stations. None of it applies to cable. But like the advertisers might not want to advertise on Ginger Lynn porno fucking music videos. So there's no rules that apply. But it was just so shocking to see that. Because I was literally like this. And I'm like, I know I did not just see her fucking open up her gimmicks, man. But yeah, I did. Turn the Page is the music video. You can watch it right now. It's actually it's a great music video, actually, like the story of it. Because she's a stripper, but she got the kid. And so like the kid is like putting on makeup, and she's like a real good mother. And then she takes the kid to, you know, she's getting dressed as a kid's kind of playing with makeup and stuff. And she hand in hand like brings the kid to work and keeps the kid hangs out in the back. And then she's like, you know, like has maybe a handler for the kid, and they're like very nice, wholesome. She goes out, and it's like a Roadhouse kind of fucking titty bar. It's like that like Tennyson Lodge fucking karaoke type titty bar, and she's doing her stuff, making her loot. Comes back, grabs the kid, and then they have like a nice time. You know, it's a cool story, but it's very uncensored. All right, man, you ready?
I am.
Hit it.
Do you lock those in?
Yeah. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe, mate. No, let me do that again. What? No, it's all good. Welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I am Jim Rugg.
Highly controversial issue of Spawn we're going to look at today, Jimmy. But first, gotta let you guys know we have the Patreon, and the Patreon is set up to mitigate the kayfabe effect. If you are a king kayfaber, you are watching us record this video right now, and you are getting all the videos before anybody else. But the vids are brought to you by the books that we make in 2023. It's going to be a big year for us here at Cartoonist Kayfabe. Off the bat, there's the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming out in time for the holidays. This cover's going to be real sexy, man. It's going to be gold foil on the lightning bolts and stuff. Collects all of the Hip Hop Family Tree comics for the 4 big volumes. The total page count is 504 pages, but there's 140 pages of stuff that is not in those 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree Treasury editions. Also, Red Room Crypto Killers comes out sooner than later, man. It's going to be coming out in May. This is the cover that you'll see in stores. Support the comic. There are a couple of flavors of covers for this comic. The sketch cover variant is something you guys have been asking for a while. Here's Peach Momoko's offering, Jim Rugg by way of Rob Liefeld, and an Eddie P variant to go along with Red Room, Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit. 2 volumes of Red Room trade paperbacks are out there. Scoop those up. Each one is self-contained, though. 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design and WYSIWYG. Sooner than later, Jimmy is going to be putting out Street Angel Princess of Poverty. This collects Jimmy's Street Angel comics that were not collected in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. So between both books, you have all of Jimmy's Street Angel output to date. Very important to get this book and put it on your shelves. Also, Hulk Grand Design is out there in the wild right now. It is going fast. Scoop it up sooner than later because it might take a while for those things to be reprinted, man. My second X-Men book is still not reprinted. People are looking for that thing. Plain Jane's is Jimmy's other book that he has out there in the wild. Support the books. Keep the channel thriving, and we can continue bringing you videos on a very regular basis. Now, Jimmy, yesterday on the channel, as of our recording schedule, looked at Wizard Magazine number 52, I believe, and there were no less than 2 articles in there.
It's all over Wizard 52.
About this highly controversial issue of Spawn that leaked out into the ether. Spawn number 30, April 1995, I believe. Yeah, April 1995. Very stark cover you got there, man. This is when Greg Capullo is stepping in, doing the storytelling visually and doing the penciling. But it's Spawn. He gets
seen on Current Affair.
As seen on a Current Affair, where a nice old grandma is on there like, I do not want my boy reading this, man. I do not need my grandson reading this kind of a comic. From what in my mind's eye, my hindsight, right? Like she was a Southern lady. It was a black lady, and just didn't want the reminder of this kind of imagery, to be sure. It is my thought that everything about it was a work. I think that Todd McFarlane manufactured that somehow. I think that's probably was really easy to do. You just have to accept. You have to fall on the sword a little bit, and you will still publicize your comic in a big giant way in an era where there were very few possibilities of being on TV.
Sales are plummeting. Millions of viewers for Current Affair.
I saw that show. It was not promoted as highly controversial comic episode of a Current Affair. It was just on, and I saw it and was like, you know what? I'll fuck with it. I haven't read a Spawn comic since that Greg Capullo guy came on. I was in it for the McFarlane, but it sounds like you're going places now. I have this issue and the previous, and then that's pretty much it. The only other Spawn comics I get are the ones that come in by way of the Kayfabe audience, man. And one of the things that was interesting to me about going through this and reading it is Greg Capullo can draw like a motherfucker, and he is a dynamic drawer. He could set up a composition in a scene that is just fucking fun to look at, and it made me think about those guys like the John Clearys and some of those other Hall of Hero comics, the Trent Kanuga or Hanuga, however you say his names, the people who had the obvious Todd McFarlane inspiration but didn't have the solid drawing chops to kind of create a holistic thing. This is the opposite approach in that Greg Capullo can draw. He understands the form and he knows what he's drawing, but certainly McFarlane is asking him to noodle it up. Plus, McFarlane is doing the ink work, so he's noodling it up even further. But the compositions like this, that is a sharp composition. That truck feels like it's flying, and just the poses of your guys here, as you can see, this would upset a grandma in the South who doesn't need the reminder of this kind of thing, no doubt. But the poses and the art it's just, he sets up the aesthetics really, really well.
Yeah, I wonder, whenever you mention those guys who sort of aped McFarlane,
yeah,
but didn't find a big employ from McFarlane, it makes me think he identified with Capullo that Capullo had this foundational skill. Yeah. In a weird way, had some stuff that McFarlane didn't have. Because sometimes you look at McFarlane stuff and it's a little Play-Doh-y, these characters. So you bring this guy in who has really good fundamentals, and then you put that McFarlane glaze on top of it, and it wouldn't surprise me if McFarlane thought this was a better version of the book.
I think it is. Like looking at it now, compared to what it was, I think it was. This is a studio book, and Capullo's called in to do like the storytelling chops. There is stuff that is real. If we really get into the story, like so much has to happen from this panel to this panel that it's all called out here.
Yep.
What's this now? Boys' night out? Like he's saying all this stuff that you don't see until that, and it's super wonky storytelling. I have just such clear memories from this era in this period of time, and it does make me think. I didn't look this up, so I could be off a little bit. But one of the movies that was being promoted so much was A Time to Kill. Sam Jackson, one of those.
I saw it in a theater.
Was it? No, what's the guy's name? John Grisham.
Yeah, adaptation. Sandra Bullock.
Yeah. And
Kevin McConaughey, maybe.
Yeah, Matthew McConaughey.
Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah, that one set him up in America, like as like, oh, this is a celebrity. And I remember the trailer clear as day, man. Yeah, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
That's right.
Like that was like a commercial constantly, and I think that this might have some influence. Like McFarlane is playing. He plays the hits, man. He's going for popularity, and I think that movie and all of the hype surrounding that flick, I think that inflicted itself on this comic. It is a complete comic, which I think might help it in terms of its lore and how it's often referenced. Like it's like this one in the issue previous come hot off the heels of the Neil Gaiman Angela miniseries that Spawn shows up in, and when he comes back to Earth, to the terrestrial plane, he materializes not in the alley, but in like the South.
It's a cool idea as a writing thing.
Put
It's
in
like a way
place.
to get your character somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's a fresh start. It's a whole bunch of fresh stuff you can do then.
Yeah, and the previous issue, which we will probably look at, because that's like another one of those super popular issues, is the one with the two boys that get hold of the gun, child abuse issue. McFarlane's that edgelord,
It's so awkward to have like anything has a realistic component and grafted onto like any superhero comic. It's just a weird way to go, like, it's super fantasy genre. Now let's look at this super realistic element through that lens, and it becomes like, oh boy, that's a delicate balance that you need to strike here.
Yeah, and you have a McFarlane who promotes that he doesn't read, man. If it's not on the I was watching the Spawn cartoon while drawing some stuff, and there's a part where Sam is like, if it ain't on the sports page, I don't read it. And I'm like, McFarlane put that in there. Like he basically says that in the Gary Groth interview.
100%.
So he is a smart businessman. I'm not going to call him well read. So he's all thumbs in putting this together. There are the parts where he uses every epithet, but like he uses each one at some point, except for the ultimate one is not used in here. But when you see it regularly, it's like, it's just one of those things, man.
Ostensibly, the story is that the KKK is trying to run this guy off of his land.
Right.
It's a county that's, I guess they've run most of the black landowners away through terror, and that's what they're, this is the last holdout.
Right. You have your portly kind of Grand Dragon character. Also, by the way, when you see these like good old boys and stuff, don't you think that like you just go to the Elks Lodge in your town and just arrest everybody there? like isn't it just all those dudes with their fucking beer steins and shit?
I haven't spent a lot of time in the local Elks Lounge, but possibly.
I'm imagining so.
No, you can't do that because our leader here, I don't want to spoil things, but 30-year-old comic.
Right.
Our leader's the judge, the local judge.
Yes, and there are some things that have to be done to sell it to that he is, man, because, that's a hell of a drawing.
Start out with some stuff. Spawn gets shot in the head and then strung up by a chain in the tree. Look at that tree, man. Gnarly.
Yeah, dude. It's like...
a lot of Capullo on that tree. You know, like seeing what we've seen in Wizards and stuff up to this point of his drawing, I feel like there's a lot of Capullo designing that tree.
Yeah, but then like there are the parts like, and it could be McFarlane adopting ticks from Capullo, but there's the famous corn image with like the hopscotch off the cliff, and that's McFarlane. McFarlane didn't cut Greg Capullo in on that album cover and that shit, man, and it has the same kind of aesthetics.
Yeah, you know what? Now that I say that, I don't know that I've seen McFarlane draw any trees. I guess that one Spider-Man issue where he goes north for Wendigo.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. Maybe I'm wrong about that. It's just like some of these guys draw such stylized trees. I just assumed that wasn't McFarlane. Didn't look like his work, but I don't know that for sure.
Got to get your page or two of Sam and Twitch in there just for the hell of it. That was always the thing. Like he was always trying to like add B stories and things, but they just kind of never go anywhere. Though Sam and Twitch are kind of fan favorites.
I love this page layout. Like this is a panel, but also it's an open panel that bleeds. You know, it makes a nice page.
Right. The good old boys are caricaturized as they should be, just like total like shit eaters. And then see, A Time to Kill had to be an influence.
It had to be. And it's one of those things where it's like you may just catch the trailer.
Totally.
It's something, you know, like it goes to work in your brain.
Yeah.
I don't know if everybody understands how that works, where it's just like a seed. Like you hear the right thing at the right time and not even realize you're taking it in.
It's a monthly comic, pretty much. You know, they're putting out pretty regularly, so it's like you need stories every month. Like, all right, let's this will be the story here.
Yeah, this is them going to court over murder.
Right. Yeah, like McFarlane, like the dude who does not read, putting dialogue into the voice of a lawyer. Dicey proposition.
Yeah. A lot of story, kind of crammed into this issue.
Yeah.
Although I like that better than if this were a 6-parter.
So, totally. So as a storytelling piece visually, of course, the judge rules in favor of the battered guys and not the black dude. He looks really happy with himself here. Visually, there's really nothing telling you that this guy is this guy.
Right.
There's nothing visually there. You don't exactly know. He looks portly. So you need the dialogue piece right here where the guy says, "Boy, is the judge ever fired up tonight?" You have to have that part because the visuals do not sell it.
Yeah, and it's good storytelling to have that part so there is no confusion.
Exactly.
We know who this guy is. This is confusing.
The back of a
Why does
gavel?
a judge switch the gavel around to point? Like, point the hammer, bang it a couple times. Like, that's really silly. And then there's another one here where we're talking about this great expensive gun that's a revolver. It's a shotgun, and if you wanted to tell me it was a pump-action rifle, I might agree with you. But it's not a revolver. Show me the cylinder.
Right. Yeah, and so this is central casting. All of this is stereotype. Like the full comic is full stereotype on every end. You know, so now we're getting into the shit kicker stereotype of a guy who has like
whiskey still.
His like moonshine gimmicks happening. And as a 3-panel comic, it works. Like you see the still, grab some shine for himself. My grandma's parents. My grandma was orphaned because her parents made a bad batch and they died from it.
Holy cow!
Yeah,
this stuff was still around. Like where I grew up, like we would wake up and there'd be the moonshine was delivered in the night, and you would burn a spoonful of it to kind of check its purity, and the color of the flame indicated the purity.
Yeah. The Polish old kids still fuck with this kind of stuff, and it's replaced with gasoline. So you got the gasoline in the foreground, the guy spitting it out there. Now this guy fetishizing his revolver.
Such a dumb. Like, what are we doing here? There's sort of a life and death and hate crimes and stuff happening, but then also it's like a prank in the middle of it.
Right, all of this. So what McFarlane is trying to establish right here is Spawn is covertly striking terror into the hearts of these good old boy shit kickers. So you got to hit them where it hurts, right, Jimmy? You make a bad batch of moonshine. This guy's fucking jerking off all over his Webley Fosbury 455 automatic revolver.
Good Lord, there's wrong stuff in that. So almost every word of that is wrong.
And it gets twisted up. It becomes a Looney Tune thing, you know? Like,
it's a weird tone.
It's totally... Todd McFarlane. I do not. Here's the thing. He falls under that same category as like a George Lucas or like a Kanye West, who was in the system and was really vehemently like pushing for something, and they're like, no, you're wrong, no, you're wrong, no, you're wrong, and then he was right, and now you can't trust people to tell you that you're wrong, so you gotta be the man who's making everything happen, and you are going to surround yourself with people. I don't know that there's anybody speaking truth to power to Todd McFarlane. There's nobody in his life doing it. So it makes me want to read more Spawn. I'm going to be honest, because we are inside his id.
What I was going to say, like for all this stuff where you go like, oh, it's the wrong kind of gun, or this is weird. This was the number 1 or number 2 selling book at the time.
Right.
Like this was the top book. So if the stuff is, quote unquote wrong that he's doing, it's selling books. It's not wrong if you're in a commercial industry, which he's in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
But you go back, you read this stuff. There is a folk art component to it, and that's me being nice and not saying outsider art. So we have our last, rule of Ernie Bushmiller's rule of threes.
Yeah, totally.
Our last piece of terror. So it's like we hit him at the moonshine level, we hit him at the gun level. What's the other level you can fuck with a hillbilly? His American-made
4x4 truck
automobile. And this good old boy, he's real proud of it. Looks like Wild Bill straight out of G.I. Joe comics, and with chains set up, man. Spawn ripped off that rear axle.
They talk about like how badass this truck is.
Right.
That's the most normal looking truck I ever saw. My neighbors have trucks bigger than that.
Right.
Like this thing should be a monster truck that he destroys. But yeah, it's really a strange little piece of storytelling. Very, very, very fun. I like the idiosyncratic part though. The part where like nobody is, there's no editor that McFarlane's got to get this idea past. That's kind of what I love in comics.
Yeah.
This didn't necessarily make me want to read more Spawn, but I'm glad you had that reaction because like this is what I want in comics. I want a comic that if you took McFarlane off, you don't get this comic.
Exactly, and that's my thing. Like that Alex Ross comic we looked at. That's like the singular. I like that far more than Kingdom Come. I do like Marvels, but it's a pure Alex Ross invention of both tracks of comics, the textual part and the visual part, and have that. Like, let me see that unfiltered. I would prefer that than over any assembly line anything in comics.
Yeah, it's the thing that I say all the time, like with those indie comics where like I don't want super competent. That's the most boring thing you can do.
Right.
I want eccentrically outrageously bad or good, but that boring middle part where it's like all the figures are very accurate, perspective's good, fine, sell it to somebody else. Right. I want the stuff that nobody else is doing except the person we're looking at.
So one final piece of Looney Tune-ishness, man, is Judge Zachary Mison enters his chambers, and when Spawn jumps on him, you see the little toupee gimmick pop off, and then he like writes it on his head. This is another beat that is like, what the fuck is missing here? Because Spawn shows up and I guess just dematerializes. Like Greg Capullo does what he can by showing you the windowsill and a closed window, and you see the cape outside. So that's letting you know that that some time has passed. We talked to Eric Larson about full bleed images and him being conscious of the spreads, so that like one panel doesn't bleed into the next. That's exactly what we have here.
Yeah,
is, I mean the like it's a it's yin and yang or whatever, yang and Chang and Ang, the original Siamese twins.
That toupee coming off the judge's head. Do you give Capullo credit for that? That seems like such a nuanced concept. Like, it's funny, it's great, it's visual, they even have the panel payoff of it. Do you think McFarlane wrote that?
That's a good question.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good detail, whoever did that one.
Yeah. So it gives them enough time to call the good old boys. The judge then is looking for the dude, shooting up his property as Spawn enters directly behind him. That looks very menacing.
Yeah, we've switched now to fully auto submachine gun.
Yeah. And Spawn is going to string the good old boy up. there's some cool stuff happening here with just the shadow. It feels it's got a good 3-dimensionality.
See, I wonder again. That might be one I'd give Capullo credit for.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a certain, again, fundamental drawing that he's good at, and it's a nice element to bring to kind of a McFarlane energy.
Yeah.
That cape, though, man, I would hate to draw that. I feel like you're torturing everybody involved.
Look at that stuff. But
Right?
but it was McFarlane's
Especially the
moneymaker, man.
colorist.
McFarlane and Liefeld were on the comic book resources boat, the CBR boat, CBG.
Yeah.
Like, does that make sense? At San Diego Comic-Con, and Todd was talking about Ink and Rob, and he's like, yeah, we, if we did it again, Rob was praising Todd for like even if I made it super detailed, Todd would still add even more lines. Like that's like something that they valued. You know what I'm saying? So like McFarlane didn't want it to be simple, and the thing is, it really is just, it's just pen mileage. It's not, this ain't Jeff Darrow stuff where like the perspectives are all right and stuff. It's just a lot of lines. Like this is just a lot of lines. But we loved it at the time. Puts a noose on our dude. They have their little exchange. The good old boys are coming. The cavalry has arrived. You see the illumination through the window of that little cabin or hunting lodge or whatever.
Boy, it's a great face on the judge there in the middle.
Yeah. Now Spawn is saying, all right, let's see how well your friends know you. You see the zappies coming out. Spawn is actually... The one sort of bookend piece of this is that Spawn is not excited about using much of his power to like get back home to the alley or whatever. So like he's just kind of moving about America in the shadows to like get back to his homestead or whatever, establishing that he doesn't want to use too much of his powers, but he fucking hates this dude enough. This dude's a big enough piece of shit that Spawn will use a couple gimmicks of that power meter to, what does he do? What does he do, Jim?
Turns him into an African American. Still in his white knight costume there.
Yes. And the good old boys are completely besides themselves, man. See, it's like, wearing a patch of a rival bike gang or something. They cannot believe this. Spawn, and they're getting ready. See so many angles and stuff with these fucking clan hoods and shit. You get one final page with Spawn confronting the homeowner guy, wrapping that whole bit up in a bun. Has the files of the judge that will, beyond the shadow of a doubt, bring justice to everybody who has been wronged.
And we've seen this as at least a couple of nights worth of stuff. We've gone through a court case and everything, and we're full moon every night.
It's a blood
every
moon.
night here.
Blood moon. And we leave with the judge got strung up by the good old boys as they bounce and leave. And indeed, I mean, that's piss, right?
I guess it is.
Right?
Yeah, I guess so.
There it is, man. The most controversial issue of Spawn.
Maybe of Image Comics.
Kayfabers, put something in the comments. What is the most controversial Image comic? Yeah, that's a thought. That is a thought. Fun seeing this a little bit where we see like where Image Comics is at that time. Shaman's Tears has come back and is on an issue 8. Savage thing, I don't know if that's him.
I don't know if that even... I wonder if all of those books have even been published.
Yeah, I'm sure Bloodstrike and Newman have. I don't know about Nightmare 3. I don't know about that at all. Union, was that under the Wildstorm brand?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay, so we got 1, 2, Wildcats 19.
That's Alan Moore, I think, is maybe there. James Robinson just at the end.
Savage Dragon's on a 19. Cyberforce is at 13. How many of those were drawn by Silvestri? This says by Silvestri and Silvestri.
Maybe he's still on it then.
Issue 31 of Spawn, man. Fucking Todd completely continuing his deal.
Once he started, like, he was pretty dogmatic in getting those issues out. Who's on the art there? Anybody?
Craig F. Wyke.
Don't know that name. It's not a bad piece.
Yeah, almost cybernary with the hair.
Yeah.
Good chainmail on the handpiece there.
Boy, this Image fan art, it takes me back. Like whenever I started looking at these books again, somehow this was what I had forgotten. And it's just, it's an era,
Yeah.
There's so much enthusiasm for this stuff from the fans. Max on MTV. How about that?
Yes, and this is my absolute final era of. Okay, so I never. You know what? I don't think I ever bought a McFarlane toy because I had this one, I had this one, I had this one, and this one, and that was it. I was done. It was over for me, man. All my money was going to comics. Michael Golden Spawn right there. How about that?
Yeah, that's a pretty sharp piece. Alan Moore, Violator versus Bad Rock.
Yeah.
You get Alan Moore, and that's the two characters you put his name on.
Rob Liefeld said it on the channel. He got the call from McFarlane who said, I got Alan Moore writing a Violator comic. And Rob is like, where did we go wrong in comics? Where did comics abuse Alan Moore to the point that he's doing a Violator comic? So Rob says, I called up Alan Moore and said, what's better? Violator and Bad Rock, man. Let's do that comic.
You know what's wild, too, is like, neither of those dudes draws it. You would think if Alan Moore shows up, it'd be a big enough deal to be like, yeah, I'm gonna draw that one.
They were
I'm gonna keep that one for myself.
Running studios, man.
Yeah.
Like why not make that Violator thing?
You're
Spawn
right.
Numbers.
You just don't need. Does it sell more if Rob Liefeld draws it or Todd McFarlane draws it? Probably not very much.
Right.
And I mean, if you can get Alan Moore as the name, that's gonna sell it.
How about the pocket, the denim pocket for Brian Denham as a signature?
Not bad. Not bad, especially if you're coming out of that Extreme Studio, man. Just having a pocket. Got to distinguish yourself from the pouch guys.
So we had the child abuse gun episode with the wife beater, or like the child beater cop dad. We have the KKK issue, and then we're going to hotshot 32 with the new costume that doesn't look too much unlike the old one. It just has a gauntlet and some spikes on the ankle.
Is that the changes? Is that about it?
That's the change. Yeah, that's all the changes. And why? Because Todd has a toy company. You know what I'm saying? Like he needs to have product. And in the same way as like Arctic Batman, who's called the Dark Knight, but he's all white, you need to figure out more ways to change Spawn. And if you remember, like in that Violator, in the Violator issue, the Alan Moore.
I don't remember.
I'm
not even sure what you're going to ask. I'm sure I don't remember.
The costume is alive and amorphous and stuff. So that is just a cipher for Todd to make all kinds of different looking Spawn designs.
Forever. Now that you see the ad for issue 32, Ed, do you still want to read more Spawn?
I am real curious to see where Todd and Greg goes. Like it really is. It's the id of Todd McFarlane that you get to read, and it's never on display better than this issue. And it does make me curious if you get more gems, more jewels, man. Do we have the Dawn of Man conversation that we got with Todd McFarlane from our shoot interview? Does it show up in an issue of Spawn somewhere? Like
you find that.
This
it's gonna be my favorite video.
This guy's brain is entertaining me. People, if you make the supercut, if you go through our videos, I'll tell you right now, like there's several Robs. The last stuff that we did with Eric Larson, our Scotty Young interview, there may be other places. You make us the supercut and we transfer it to us, man. We'll freaking put a little thank you in the description and send people to your website and your thing. I just don't want to cut it. But like
the Todd
McFarlane impression supercut.
Wow, that's a video.
We have,
that is a video.
We have plenty. Almost any Rob video will have at least some of it. There's at least 3, 4. Plus, there's the Eddie P joint.
I was gonna say there's probably some Tom Scioli doing some Todd.
Right.
It'd be a massive undertaking, but well worth it in my enjoying it opinion.
Totally. Yeah. I just don't want to cut the thing, man. You good to go, Jimmy?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell. Will notify you when new vids are available. Tell the people what you have out there.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, coming from Image Comics very soon. Pre-order that one now. Collects all the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Pick that up too. It's back in print after being away for like a year. Plain Janes and Hulk Grand Design are my other latest books, and I am serializing my latest comic story on patreon.com/JimRugg. Just started this week, so join me there.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is going to hit the stands in time for the holidays, man. So scoop it up as a gift. Scoop it up for yourself. If you have the original Hip Hop Family Tree volumes, there is 140 pages of additional stuff that is not in those 4 volumes. So this is the ultimate Hip Hop Family Tree book. Red Room is starting up again. The last Red Room miniseries, Crypto Killers, coming out in May. This is the variant cover for issue 1. This is the cover that you will see in stores. There is a sketch cover. Jimmy and Peach Momoko have both contributed amazing variant covers for the new Red Room comics. There are 2 volumes of Red Room trade paperbacks out there right now. Scoop them up while you can. 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design are out there right now. And the WYSIWYG hardcover book can be purchased if you look good and hard enough. What else do we have going on, Jimmy?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the link below the video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is under this video.
All great ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics. Man, I hope somebody makes that supercut.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, that would be a riot.
I
can't even imagine. There's probably some that we've forgotten.
Yeah, the Scotty one is funny because do you remember? He said he just got a random phone call, and it was like, "Is this the world famous Scotty Young?" Like he just like that was like it wasn't even like, "Hey, this is Todd. Is this the world famous Scotty Young?"
That's great.
And everybody has the bud.
Character.
Everybody has the bud built in there.
Yeah, Bud is big.
Hey, bud. Rob was in rare form though, man, because he was putting his face real close to the camera and shutting his eyes and stuff, and he just looked so.
He was channeling Todd very hard.
I'm gonna call this one career best Jim Lee ?
It's up there for me.
We're looking at X-Men 275. It's a piece that Rob mentioned in the shoot interview that we did with him. Probably the Deadpool episode when we're talking about transitioning from New Mutants to X-Force. And perfect time to pull this thing out. You know, this double sizer. This was huge. Like, well, fuck it. I don't want to do the 2 versions of this episode, so I'll save it. But if you had designs on getting this comic, if you don't have it yet, not a bad Jim Lee comic to get your hands on. This is just the art look, Jimmy. This ain't story beats, man. You know, we're just having fun.
Hey, I did reread this, and it's so weird to read it after all these years.
Yeah. Because
there's all kind of references to stuff. I'm like, I don't remember this. I don't know what's going on with this story. Just subplots racing around through here.
Oh, yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah, let me see what this looks like.
Oh, yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Does it all show up? That's what I wonder.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah. Yeah, boom.
Do you know the mystery, and I should have researched it. In my head, I picked this up with New Mutants 100, and I just don't know if that's really true, because, you know, that's a long time ago, and I have lots of memories of the good trips to the newsstand. But, man, if it came out the same day, like, it really was, like, the greatest newsstand day of my comics reading life.
We'll answer that in 2 seconds.
Because to get 2 double-sized issues of, like, you know, basically my favorite stuff at that moment.
My man.
Is that an April cover date?
My man.
I mean, I can remember getting back to the car. Yeah.
I want all of this on the record, man. I want all of it on the record. That's so good. Because there's another date that's important. There's another date that's important. That's a little bit earlier than this. For me. So like, that's your story. I got one. That's not as good as this, but still pretty good. Fuck it. Let me try to like memorize a little this, like where this thing can.
That's
align.
so funny. I do the same thing. It's like the mark of doing
registration.
This for a while. Yeah.
Let's get a registration.
Where are the crop marks?
Yeah. All right, let me run that into my mind. Boom, boom, boom. All right, Jimmy. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Going to take a look at Jim Lee's career best, question mark, today here on the channel. First, I want to inspire you guys to support the channel at the Patreon. King Kayfabers get to check out all of the videos before anybody else. Completely mitigates the kayfabe effect. And the biggest supporters get to watch us record these videos live before the things are even produced. So they get the first jump on things, and they have kayfabe affected books in the past. The channel is brought to you by the comic books that we make, and 2023 going to be a big year for Cartoonist Kayfabe. Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming out in time for the holidays. Scoop this up, put in your pre-orders online or at your local comic shop if you have a good one. It collects all 4 volumes of the Hip Hop Family Tree big books, but there's 140 pages of additional material in there that is not in those original books. The Crypto Killers miniseries for Red Room is coming out in May. 4 issues of that on a monthly basis. There are various flavors of covers for each of the issues, and these are all the covers for issue number 1, including a sketch cover that you're able to get your hands on all by yourself without a store needing to order a certain amount of comics or whatever. 2 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree exist as trade paperbacks, 3 volumes X-Men Grand Design and WYSIWYG. Jimmy has Street Angel Princess of Poverty coming out sooner than later. It's going to collect all of the Street Angel material that is not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive trade paperback, which you should already have on your shelf, and if you don't, scoop it up right away. It just got reprinted. Having both books will give you all of Jimmy's Street Angel comics to date. It's a must for everybody's library. Hulk Grand Design is out in the wild right now. It is going fast. It is not going to be on the shelves much longer, so scoop it up sooner than later because the reprint might take quite a while to see the light of day. Jimmy also has Plain Jane's comics out there in the wild. And without further ado, Jimmy. Rob Liefeld brought it up a couple of times on the interviews that we did with him. He said X-Men is Jim Lee and Scott Williams' career best, and he mentioned that he wanted wraparound covers like X-Men 275, and this is the cover that he was talking about, man. Seared in my brain, James.
I absolutely adore this. I look at this, I think X-Men 1, with all the cover gatefold. Give me this one every time. This is my wheelhouse. I never loved Jim Lee art more than I did at this moment.
Yeah.
And we were talking before this came on. I remember my head picking this up at West Side News, the little place where I bought comics once a week. And New Mutants 100 come out the same day as my memory recalls. And it's 2 double-sized issues of the guys that I was copying in my sketchbook. I mean, I got back to the car, I was walking on clouds. This was the most exciting day I had ever had buying comics up to this point.
Yeah. Just a fantastic week in comics, no doubt, man, because you're getting double-sized the amount of content. It's the hottest dude. I lived for these comics at the time. It was like such a, you hear of the safe space and shit. I would grab a Jim Lee X-Men comic, freaking read it to tatters, and not exactly know how shit works. So I would keep going back every week to just see, is the new one in? Is the new one in? And when there's double like that, unfreaking believable. A couple months earlier, I think it's when 272 came out, that was another one of those weeks. Comics, Marvel was firing on all cylinders. It was an Extinction Agenda issue, the orange cover with Cameron Hodge and Wolverine with the tattered up outfit. It was the first issue of the Art Adams, Walt Simonson Fantastic Four. It was, I think, the Extinction Agenda issue that Rob had more of a hand in than the Guang Yap ones. And then I ain't gonna lie and I ain't gonna front. It was an issue of What If that Jim Valentino did that I really like. Man, it was what if Peter Parker breaks up with Mary Jane. It was a 2-parter. It was the first 2-part. Breaks up with Mary Jane and Black Cat is his chick, and I freaking loved it.
I never knew what was coming out then either.
Yeah, no.
And so if I'd spin that rack and you would get one of your favorite books, it was you'd get that adrenaline almost of the endorphins of oh man, this is the day, this is new Rob Liefeld, this is new Jim Lee.
Yeah.
It was such excitement whenever you actually spun the rack and this is what comes up.
After all the crazy shit that was done and that Jim Lee inherited, you know, he inherited the Australian team kind of shit and the weird, like the Siege Perilous where everybody's story changes and you get Dinosaur Rogue and Magneto and you get the little kid Storm, all that stuff. He started to be able to flex enough weight that he's like, nah, dude, like let's take it back to like what makes it great. And he puts them even in like the OG X-Men outfits, which by the way I freaking loved. I thought this was so cool, man. Like actual real cohesion of the team.
100%. Because I start reading this. My first issue is 248. Mm-hmm. They're all over the place. Exactly what you described. They were the opposite of like they're all together. They're all wearing the same costume. They're on a team in one place. This is that moment of like just I've been loving the book for 2 years and now suddenly here it is. It's like a culmination of all of that.
He owns every character. Like in my mind, so many of these characters, they're Dave Cockrum characters, they're John Byrne characters, whatever. When he draws them, he owns them now. He created the coolest looking, like Banshee with the little mullet and the sideburns and shit. He's kind of never looked cooler.
No. Same with, is this Corsair?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, these are characters that should be awful lame. But like, they're not even like, oh, there's some other cool versions. It's like, no, this is a terrible character. If he looks even a little bit cool, it's impressive.
It's important to the audience, Jim. Do you know his name?
I do, Ed. It's Chode.
Boom! There it is.
You know what, though, man? Starting from this page, like, I thought double-sized issue, going back this week, because I haven't looked at this in a long time, 25 years or probably more. There are so many of these kinds of pages where it is just like money shots. Like a team and every character looks cool to the point that you're saying, how did he turn this out?
Oh, dude. There was some help earlier. Like, there was like some... like 266, like he had a tiny buffer. I do think these guys were going nuts. There's shouts to Carl Alsader in here. Also, I think it's worth mentioning that I'm quite sure Jim Lee got 3 cover rates that month.
Yeah, I mean, I think he deserves it because again, you know, you're doing an inside cover or a back cover, and now you're stocking it with these background images. It's not like there's a shortcut on one of these covers.
I think it's super smart, man.
But I mean, like, it is just impressive every single page turn almost.
Totally,
it's impressive,
and that is what attracted us to this shit as kids, man. He does so much intergalactic. We pointed out even like his Alpha Flights. We did a video where we were looking at some of his early comics, and it would be these intergalactic spaceships and shit. And he's fucking good at that stuff, man. Rounded edges, very hard things to draw. Mm-hmm. I do wonder, like, what's the starting point? Is it like, you know, your wife's hair dryer and then you start to add, like, weird stuff to it?
Can't imagine.
But,
there's a lot going on in that spaceship.
And none of the lines look out of place, right? Like it all feels right.
I would be curious, just like, what's the average number of characters in each panel in this book?
Yeah.
Because there are so many panels where you're getting 5, 6, 8 characters.
His Deathbird supersedes the Dave Cockrum Death. He makes Deathbird cool. He makes all of these characters cooler than they were.
Yeah.
When they were first introduced.
Jubilee's a ton of fun in this issue too.
Yeah, he leans real hard into his Carrie Kelly shit.
I drew this over and over, trying to figure out the hand, the lighting. It just all spoke.
Yeah. The density of hair, like this does come from Art Adams to start, but Jim Lee kind of pushed the hair out bigger, wider. He did not abide by that old rule of eyes are, you know, a head is like 5 eyes wide and there's 1 eyeball of space in between the eyeballs. Like, he just pushed that shit super far.
Foreshortening of the Deathbird, like if you look at the size of her head, he really is trying to do that depth, like they're coming towards us.
Totally. And look at this, man. Smashes his face into the panel border, dude. Disrespect.
You know, you turn the page, you've got 8 panels there on the page.
Yeah.
Like it's not shortcuts throughout this book.
This one's a little bit of a flyer for him so that he could hang out and draw this cool image.
Man, you say that. There's a lot of drawings and characters on that page.
Yeah, one of the things that I responded to the most as a kid, just the dynamics of the art was one thing, but cool full body shots. I was into copying art, and I would copy this Jim, like you said. And these comics just had more copyable shit to draw because he was going for these big bomb. Here's that page, dude. Like, let me see how yours has turned out.
Yeah, we were joking about this coming in about how all the black stuff from this ad, all the ink had bled off over into our pages.
Look at how bad mine is.
Yeah, yours is even worse.
Yeah.
But the lesson there, you can't do this much ink coverage. You know,
Right.
there were rules about that, and this is the reason why.
Yeah, and you just see it all coming off.
Yep.
Totally, man. You just can't have that kind of 4 color, like photographs and stuff. Like,
Yeah, it's probably
too much ink.
300% coverage or something of your 4 inks.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
I mean, look at that. You could barely even read the
Yes.
dialogue on this page.
But you know, as we're turning through here, you're not seeing close-ups. Like whenever he's drawing 4 panels or 8 panels, like it's not a lot of light. The close-up's a place where you can draw a little bit less. Don't see very many of them.
Jim Lee is taking it back to the good old days, and there was the great 2-page spreads that Cochran would do, where it would be the Shi'ar fighters, whatever you call them, the Shi'ar Empire fighting the X-Men, and this is the Jim Lee version of that. Given all the character shine, this would be a heck of a poster.
Magnificent.
This is one of those pieces that, like, you would want that lettering on vellum so that you could sell it in other ways. But everybody, there's not one character that looks bad here. Everybody looks kind of cool. And listen, Jim did what he could. I never thought that the Shi'ar Empire was cool. You know, like, I don't care about Legion of Superheroes at all. That's some other shit. This is probably as cool as it'll ever look. Not bad with the scale of Wolvie right here.
I thought that too. He kind of looks short. You know, I don't know how many heads tall he is there, but it's not that giant 14 head tall, 6'5" Wolverine that kind of you see a lot of.
If it comes to mind when I come across it, I do think that we do have some Jim Lee inked pages
Okay.
in here.
I'll try to keep my eyes peeled for it, but yeah, I dug all this, man. It's incredible going through this now.
I know,
looking
right?
back, like it makes so much sense to me how hot he was. I love this panel with the close up of Jubilee here and all these characters, and yet you're still able to create some depth. It's not just a bunch of characters staring at the camera from the same distance.
Right. Which would be this page. That one.
Yeah, but those are full body shots.
Yeah, no.
You know, like you're not helping yourself any with that drawing.
Yeah, no, it's true. And like, I would draw like an individual, like I would draw like Leela Cheney and then draw this piece and, that full gambit. I drew that. Like, I copied a lot of this.
One of the things I love through this sequence is they're talking about doing like an early morning, like a dawn raid. It's this kind of sky the whole time because it's Antarctica, and this is the the summer month there where you're not getting really darkness. The sun's always up, but it's always in that kind of like dawn color palette.
Drew a heck of a Nick Fury.
Did.
One of the great comics to never come out is the Punisher Nick Fury quote-unquote graphic novel that several like maybe a half dozen pages were done. We did a video where we talked about the great incomplete comics, and there's a Punisher annual from the Von Strucker Gambit issue of the Punisher annual that shows off. That's my era. Like this exact era is like so fucking entrenched into my DNA, where Jim Lee is showing like it's all money shots with Punisher and Nick Fury. So it's guns, it's this outfit. Nick Fury has like hawk wings like built into like some outfit and shit. It was real sick.
Look at their screen tone on this dude.
Yeah. This, this might be a Carl Alstatter thing because like that.
Yeah, I don't recognize that foliage.
Yeah, I don't see Scott Williams doing that.
This was another one. Mark-wise, this is stuff that I haven't seen in any of anywhere else in Jim Lee work.
Sure.
So who knows? Maybe that's somebody else.
Yeah, and when I see this kind of thing, that communicates Wills to me. Like, there's a lot of this in Wills' work when he takes over X-Men at a certain point.
Oh, you know what? Go back a page. I like this stuff because it's those motion lines that have been a part of Marvel Comics,
Right?
Going back to Kirby Silver Age stuff, but cut through with some white. Like you're still not using that. Like you still got to put your own spin on them. I like seeing that.
I love these fields of color to like
That's
break
a
up.
weird. That's a weird thing too.
Yeah.
That stood out to me going through it.
This cracked me up. So you see Zabu here, and like when you just turn the page, like you see Zabu there. I really feel like this thing was like Lightbox. It's almost the same size. It's the same angle. You you Lightbox the head, and then you just kind of change the body a little bit because it's the same angle and everything.
Yeah, that's a not Jim Lee's strength. That saber-toothed tiger.
You can see the Mignola influence in the backgrounds here. You know, that kind of flat, citadel-y looking thing. Like, it looks like he looked at a P. Craig Russell era Mike Mignola piece of art.
Yeah. Look at the amount of gear, too. For a small little panel, how much Fury's loaded with.
Jim Lee knew, man. We responded to that kind of thing. It's so butch too. Like gotta jank him up in so that we could see his muscular chest.
Yeah, rip those clothes. Rip that Nick Fury shirt a little bit. See what's under there.
Damn, tell me that doesn't look like that P. Craig Russell era of Mike Mignola inking and stuff. Absolutely. This is the page that I think if it's not. I think Jim Lee's hand is on this. If it's not that Carl Alstatter guy.
As soon as you say that, that makes total sense to me. This face 100% looks like Jim Lee inks. And this stuff, I love it. We talk about like Jim Lee not really doing what we see him do in like sketches and things.
Yeah.
I feel like he's doing some of it here.
Dropping
like
ink.
Weird, like
dripping ink and letting it spray a little bit, playing with white. Like he does that in his like Twitter, his Twitch sketch, you know, how to draw videos and stuff.
This kind of hatching does not look like a Scott Williams mark.
It looks like he's really going hard to try to do that Terry Austin stuff.
It's neat. It's a cool, like as a spread, I like this spread a lot. Like Shane is like busting a pose while we're torturing Magneto.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
like, let me strike a pose.
Showing both their gimmicks out the back.
Enjoy that. That's fun.
Right. Do you think that he had the laser disc to Terminator and use that for reference for that kind of image? It really is a Schwarzenegger dematerialization Terminator.
It is,
image.
but you know what? If you look at that for a second, the lighting's wrong. Like it's super heavy lighting on the bottom, but that's the part where the light's coming up.
Right. Got to shade it out in the Marvel Comics if you want that code.
That dude with the giant head, love it. I don't know what he is or who he is, or maybe he's a regular character. I don't know, but he's very funny there.
Yeah, just one of those Savage Land dudes. A lot of comics in this issue. It really is surprising. It makes me wonder, like, you know, I have the subsequent issues, and I do think they are Jim Lee. This is a cool technique that the colorist has applied.
Yeah, that's neat. Like a color hold on top of everything with that, I don't know, cyan or something.
That is one of those things that is well documented, that Chris Claremont lobbied to have great supporting teammates put together these comics. Tom Warzikowski figured out a way to make legible, smaller font typography so that Chris can have more word salads. And he got what he perceived were the best colorists of the time.
Look at how much word count. There's so much word, so many words. I think I probably liked that back then.
Yeah, because it made the comic last a little longer. You got more for your
and
buying
like,
dollar.
You know, this is now we're in Magneto's head. Like, it was just all kinds of information. You know, I was trying to learn these characters and what's going on, and Claremont was trying to tell me. He wasn't holding back.
You could still see the glimmers of the Barry Windsor Smith in some of these close-ups here.
Yeah, it's weird to think of Windsor Smith as an influence, but you can. Like, he's made it his own, and between him and Scott Williams, they sort of made it their own, but there are these patterns of, like, parallel little lines that...
On the furrowed brow thing, which no like fine artist would draw a face that has that stuff. It's something that Barry Windsor Smith created, and guys like Frank Miller would apply that in Ronin and things. And these guys, the next generation just adopted it.
I think Magneto looks good there, putting his costume on, like from the top down.
Yeah, and then like later on, Jim Lee's gonna be like, what would make Magneto even more of a badass if he had the Superman mullet, because he has a pretty reasonable haircut right there. Look at that, dude. That is a badass little Landra. Jim Lee is just, he owns these freaking characters. When he draws them, he pushes their coolness levels.
I love that face.
Great design.
I don't know what that is. Just rando alien in the...
Yeah, just designs, man. He's always been a good designer of monsters and things.
I was reading this, and now we're getting near the end, and I'm like, oh, okay, I think there's like 1 page to go. There's like 6 more. Like, it's so packed with stuff, this issue. It goes all the way to the end. Like, there's your subscription list, like we're going to go to the very last page. Boy, Wolverine was my favorite then, and I just loved how he's like getting in trouble and fighting everybody and being a badass. And looks like Art Adams may have drawn a panel.
You could see the Art Adams so clearly in that piece. Psylocke is his new sex pot character. Take all the Betsy Braddock out of her and make her a full hand ninja assassin. It's like he had that design already. Well, I guess he did. It was called Elektra. but definitely very happy with himself. And for those playing at home, we did take a look at that trinity of issues, that trilogy of issues that introduced Psylocke. You can find that in the X-Men playlist. I drew this a bunch of times, man, trying to figure out how to draw that strong superhero body that's also skinny.
I don't know if that's the best example. It looks like she can squat about 600 pounds.
That's big legs.
Yeah.
Big legs.
Very strong.
Oh yeah, the cover to this next one, dude. It's the Xavier standing there with like who is it? Wolverine?
Yeah, Wolverine.
Yeah. All white cover.
Look at Orzakowski delivering the Destroyed with some great calligraphy, as the old timers used to call it.
Good bounce to it, man. Dude, this lettering I feel like is like the that teacher in that Klaus book where it's like lay down the blunt characters and then just trace them. That's what that totally looks like. And then we round things out with the Krusty Bunker Continuity Studios.
Classic.
Unmistakable piece of ad art that probably got them paid equivalent to all of the money Jim Lee made on this whole issue.
Silver Age DC lettering.
Totally.
Big on chocolate.
Totally. Hand doing that Three Musketeers in perspective, man. Good on them.
Dude, that adventure may have come right off of an adventure comics.
It is so DC.
It's close.
But you know what? That's probably what the doctor ordered, man, when the guys on Madison Avenue signed off on things. You know how that shit goes.
I'm sure it's a comics letterer that's handling all the lettering on this page, so it's probably somebody we know.
Yeah, no, all of
Gaspar Saladino or somebody is passing through Krusty Bunker's territory.
There it is, man. Career best, you be the judge, man. Put something in the comments and let us know what you think about your career best, Jim Lee. It will be indicative of the era that people were introduced to his work. So we'll get a lot of Batmans and stuff. But to me, you can't beat this.
I feel like Jim Lee is still working out certain stylistic ticks and things.
Yeah.
And I like that time. Like, there's exploration, there's energy on this page that once he sort of has it all worked out at some point early in X-Men, it changes it becomes colder.
Yeah.
This stuff is pretty lively to me.
And I think that's well said.
Wow, dude. He must have been pulling just...
A couple all-nighters.
20-hour days, something, because there's a lot in this issue.
It's true. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell, will notify you when new vids are available, and hit the Patreon. King Kayfabers get all the videos before anybody else, but the vids are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, tell the people what you have out there.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next book coming out from Image Comics in a couple of months. You can pre-order that one now. It collects all the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Live, also available from Image Comics. So pick up both of those. You'll have the complete Street Angel comics in your possession. Other recent books, The Plain Janes and Hulk Grand Design. You can't miss that Hulk, oversized and fluorescent green. You can see it from the moon, but they are selling well, so pick yours up before it's out of print. I'm also posting my latest comics on my Patreon. You can read those at patreon.com/JimRugg.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming out in 2023. Going to collect the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree Treasury Editions, along with 140 pages of additional art and materials, man, that is not in those 4 volumes. So scoop that up, put in your pre-orders now, tell your store that you want that comic, and we will know how many to print so that we can deliver them to you without having to go into reprints too quickly. There are 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree out there. We're starting up Red Room again in May. Crypto Killers 1 needs to be ordered by your store ASAP, and so that we know how many of those things to print. Going to be coming out on a monthly basis. Each issue is completely self-contained. These are additional covers, variant covers for that first issue, including the sketch cover. 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room are out there. 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design and WYSIWYG are additional comics that I have out on the stands that you can get and support the channel. But what else do we have, Jimmy?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, hats, stickers, all kinds of cool stuff at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
Great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
So, Jimmy, I would suggest... Oh, man. Your phone's dead.
Not a lot of juice in there.
Oh, man. I thought you were charging that fucker, man. We gotta like I think it'll take us a half hour to do X'd out. So I think I need a little juice, man. We probably should have recorded my stuff first. You know, I should have done two and two. We know for the future. Just give me 10 minutes on that.
You think that's enough? Because look at my battery. It'll fit on here.
You think your battery's good?
Yeah.
Did you charge it? Oh yeah, that'll definitely do the job. But your thing's in low power mode. Does that matter?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what it means either.
Not running anything else on here. It should be fine.
You could just keep like what if we keep all this, because like that's your phone on my thing. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
So you just need to set that up. I got a stop motion app.
Yeah.
For my animations and stuff, and it has the same deal. It has a remote camera, so you don't have to snap the pic and like keep moving your thing. Can't wait to put it to some real use. This weekend, like once I get the tones done on my thing, I hope to shoot this existing animation that I have, and then do a second a day in between all my other stuff. And then at the end of a year, you have a 5-minute video of animations, man. It's my new hobby. We'll talk about it more publicly on the channel and in videos, like as things go and solidify a little bit more. Part of it is that animation artists are just better, smarter drawers in terms of like what they just understand volume and how to turn things. They're just so much more they're accurate, but also too imaginative design, because they could create a crazy design and just move it in 3D space in a way that feels so much sounder than almost every comic book guy.
From repetition.
Sure, I guess.
From practicality?
I think there's just some it's the stuff that, it's, and by the way, Jeff Darrow is an animation guy. I think it's that shit that he talks about where it's like drawing through. And you just can't fake that stuff.
Yeah.
You have to understand what's happening on the other side, because we're going to be seeing that other side in a couple of seconds. So what we'll do, dude, is shoot this and then just hang tight, and airdrop it to me, And then... Okay, so guys, we're going to look at X'd Out, Charles Burns. It's been a while since we had some Burns on the channel, and when I sit at my drawing table, like this trilogy of books is on my bookshelf, and I stare at it all the time, and I'm like, at some point we're going to have to get to X'd Out, man. So, no time like the present.
Hey Ed, will you grab me another water?
Yeah, I need one too. Super parched.
I'm gonna buy a tree on my way home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been eyeballing a couple.
Where would you put it?
Putting it where my old maple tree was. It's gonna be another maple tree. Because it was like shaded the house in between neighbors, and I miss it. So I've been looking at trees. I'm pulling the trigger on the first one today, I think.
It's very domestic of you.
Yeah, I have my eye on a couple of apple trees, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. It's a bigger commitment.
Is it? These things take maintenance?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Especially the first couple of years.
Yeah, sure. That makes sense.
But the apple trees have things like bug risks and
That's
things
right.
like that.
There's like real weird fucking things that like are like parasitic almost.
Yeah.
Destroy the whole tree real easy. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what happens is you start looking into this, and then
And
I'm
then
reading about all kind of
yeah.
trees and stuff, and like I'm ready to just turn my backyard into a forest, but I think I'm gonna start with one.
Just get you a peg bar, start animating, man. It's more productive. I'm good if you are. Welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Been a long time since we had some Charles Burns
Too long.
on the channel, so we're gonna rectify that today. But first, become a King Kayfaber and get all of our videos before anybody else gets them. You can also check us out while we are recording these videos, and it completely mitigates the kayfabe effect. But the videos are brought to you by the books that we make in 2023. It's going to be a big year for Cartoonist Kayfabe. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming out in time for the holidays. It collects the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree Treasury Editions, as well as 140 pages of additional artwork and materials that is not in those 4 volumes. There are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design out there, 2 existing trade paperbacks of Red Room, and we are starting a 3rd round of Red Room comics called Crypto Killers. Issue 1 comes out in May. Contact your store, get them to order these comics for you. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. Each issue completely self-contained. That starts in May. Jimmy has Street Angel Princess of Poverty coming to you soon. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that Jim has made that are not collected in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, which has gotten a reprint reasonably recently, but that doesn't mean it's going to be on a stands forever. Scoop these comics up. You get both. You have all of the Street Angel comics that have been created to date. Jimmy also has Hulk Grand Design in beautiful Treasury Edition format and Plain Jane's comics out there in the wild. And without further ado, let's celebrate the great Charles Burns comic output, man, with X'd Out, the first in a trilogy of books. I don't know if they were ever collected.
They have been collected. It's called Last Look.
And I was going to ask, what the hell is
Paperback.
the thing called? The collection.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting for those weird reasons. But this is his follow-up to Black Hole, and he did Black Hole for over 10 years.
You're right.
And stark black and white, beautiful, one of my favorite comics art-wise. So he shows up here, and you can already see the different drawing textures, like all this background, fine little lines and stuff that you really didn't see in Black Hole, combined with color.
Yeah.
Which is the other major departure from what I was used to with Charles Burns.
Absolutely, man. But when you take a look at this stuff and you look on the interiors, the color approach is just you drop in colors, with the computer, man. There's no noise to it or anything.
Reminds me of what's her name from Like a Velvet
Tina?
Glove. Yes, Tina. Doesn't it look like that?
Absolutely. And the story kind of is surrealistic in that way.
Big time.
The color approach made me think about the trinity of Chris Ware, Burns, and Clowes, and how they each have these very, very rigorous, pristine, perfect kind of drawing styles, very slick. All lines have meaning and look mechanically produced. And that kind of color lends perfectly to that kind of drawing approach because it's perfect color.
It is incredible to think of, like, you know, the modeled color if
Right.
you were to put that on top of this. Like, it would just be, you're fighting.
Right.
But you know what you've got here is black is a color.
Yeah.
You know, and the black is a flat color. So if you didn't have flat colors in your other colors, it would really be a strange, like, in between the two.
Right. Think Mignola.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. And you're talking about those precise lines, and I always think about how do you describe them. There's a Crumb quote on the back of this book. It's almost as if the artist, as if he weren't quite human. And that's what I always think of, is it's so precise and deliberate. You know, like, I always think if there's any, you know, sometimes there'll be a happy accident or something, and I'll be like, that's really great. Do you think that was intentional? I give Burns the benefit of that doubt.
Right.
Like, if I'm not sure, I assume it's intentional because I don't see any lines that look like they aren't exactly where he wants them.
Totally. And in a page or two, I will point out, like I embarrassed him publicly by complete accident by pointing out his attention to detail, and it made him turn red in conversation. I felt bad about it, but I think it just speaks to him as an artist. I'm gonna tell a story. It's nobody will think it's a bad story, but maybe him. He's working at layers here, right? So, like, to get that texture of fabric on that couch, that's another drawing on another piece of paper, probably with the same level of detail, because he will, with a lot of straight lines, you know, he'll double those up with rapidograph or something to get that thickness. And I'm thinking that he probably did the same thing with those kinds of textures. You know, it's an old Klaus trick. All those guys rely on a dude called, I don't know if Burns does, but John Kuramoto, the other John K. You'll see him name dropped in the indicias and stuff of Klaus and some Chris Ware books, because he was like an early computer adopter, knows his way around Photoshop and things. And you see those Klaus pieces where he's feathering the color layer. That's just another ink drawing that is then imported and turned into a color piece. So off the bat, we're getting surrealistic here, right? Like, we're totally...
Yeah, our guy wakes up, has a bandage on his head, and what's he see first? His dead cat.
Right. And a hole in the wall.
Yeah.
Very important, man. Because all of this stuff, if we're seeing the dream version of things that we will soon see in the reality part of this comic. So the part that I embarrassed Charles Burns with is that it's simply this hole in the wall, where you see this hole in several different angles and different kind of close-ups and things, and it's always the same amount of bricks up, and like the little piece of dust that's here is still here. All of the bricks are in the same exact order in different angles and different perspectives, and I pointed that out as like a virtue. I was like, Charles, you may not think that like anybody cares, or maybe you do, but like, I'm telling you, I noticed it and I appreciate it so much. I think that that's so cool that you gave this comic that level of insight, to that level of craft. And he turned so bright red, and he said, well, you only have one chance to get it right, so you got to make it right, he said. But he was so beet red that it did make me feel bad, man. But I think I give you so much props, because the other school is the Kirby school, right? Sometimes Thor has 6 circles on the chest, sometimes he has 4. But Burns is that kind of intricate. We have the do you have the Charles Burns artist edition?
Yes.
Yeah. Draws big. Real big, man. But even at that big size, the lines are still very, very tight. But when you reduce that big paper, it tightens it up even further, thus adding to that mechanical possibility.
Should say, too, our hero Doug, clearly a reference to Tintin.
Yes, Knit in the world of X'd Out. Almost everything we see here, we're going to see the kind of real world version of once we jack out of the Knit universe. Things like the little animal on like being swept away in the flood, cigarette smells, ice cubes clinking, all this stuff we're going to see in some different form. But isn't it? This feels like a merger of all of Charles Burns' worlds, from like the El Borba,
Yeah.
or that like those era of black and white comics, Big Baby, and Black Hole. You know, it all gets merged into this kind of surrealistic approach where you have kind of dream space, and then you're going to have real world.
Talk about being in a different world again.
Right.
Like, we've only gone, 6 or 8 pages, and we've already gone through a couple of passageways that open into different worlds.
Yeah. So highly readable. Once you get started, you can't put it down, man. It just, you want to know what's going to happen next. There's all this imagery that's so evocative that once you want to put a lot of these pieces together, you want to see where it all kind of like lines up.
Yeah, it
and
feels like a puzzle.
Where it leads. And I propose we take a look at the second book, next week, and then the third, and see if it comes to some great conclusion, man. I read this all before, but only one time. At the end of this issue, we could call it an issue. You could call it a graphic novel if you want, if you're a New York Times critic or some shit. But it's a comic book, and it leaves a lot of stuff open.
Yeah, very European in its model. Look at how nightmarish this thing is. Like, he pulls it out of a hive.
Yeah.
We get a close-up of crying eyes, and then eats it.
Perfect Charles Burns face. And I would suggest that it's European in its model only in aesthetics, because like French bande dessinée are complete in that many pages. Or it might be a character, but like you get a complete unit, which we do not get here. We get the introduction of lots of stuff here. So this is a piece that's established, that's like the dad character.
Yeah, the sad dad is a recurring piece of the cast.
We fade out in interesting ways to get us back into the real world and back into, surrealism land. But we fade back into the universe of
sad dad.
So, yeah, right. And we see, okay, so it's not like a little fetus guy that was being swept away on the TV. It was, somebody's puppy.
Yeah, you're really getting that idea of, like, what exactly are we seeing?
Right.
Was that earlier image dreams? Was it dreams in a drugged state or an injured state of some sort?
Yeah. We see our guy jacked up. So...
yeah, the head injury much more severe in this part.
And it creates the notion of the unreliable narrator, man. Like, it makes the excuse for that. You can't trust what this guy is necessarily thinking. Some art Polaroids. He's also a pretentious art student, by the way. The real world guy.
Performance artist, would you call him?
He's got his these photos are his. Well, maybe not these ones, but so, he takes Polaroids, and he's your art student that's going to become a manager at Hot Topic kind of art student.
Domestic scenes, once again out of something like a Black Hole. That domestic scene coupled with fantastic or surreal, to me, always, this is the grounder. This is the thing that, if you're going to do that outlandish stuff, having this element of, I hate to say realism, I wouldn't call it realism, but the mundane.
Things that we can identify with a little
Yeah,
more.
right. Yeah, to me, it makes those kind of other elements much more horrific if you ground them in something that's like, oh, it looks like my kitchen.
Yeah, it's very existential. No thought balloons, but the use of captions is his thoughts. And he's damn near around the bend. Kind of a shut-in also. Like, he's not... people are buzzing at the door. He's not trying to talk to them. trying to wean himself off of some pills. See, this is his art too, you know, these like Polaroid gimmicks. And there's a lot of foreshadowing. You know, we see future elements here, and even in the earliest pages where we're talking about stale cigarettes and some of those things, it's pointing to things that come later.
Yeah, very much a repeating motif. So flashing back, you can see it's the same character because of the scars, you know, over his eyebrow. But even like the hole in the wall now is almost another one of those repeating motifs from his bedroom in the beginning whenever he wakes up.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. All the bits that you see in the surrealistic section, the real world, quote unquote, version shows up within the comic, but there are different things like little cipher characters. Like does this guy show up? Is that the boyfriend who we don't see?
Yeah.
This little Chubbo character, man. Like, who is that in this space? Got a girlfriend who's maybe not much of a girlfriend. Comes with him to this art exhibition thing. How many of these kind of things have you been to? These kind of shits must have been going on for decades, man. Where like people have these abandoned houses.
Oh, yeah.
Remember the Mocha stuff we would do, or like go to like some weird bombed out building and have parties and things.
Yeah, on the rooftops.
Yeah, yeah, with like hundreds
it's a
of
wonder
people.
all of us didn't fall off those buildings.
Yeah, and it's all the same shit, dude. With like the wires that are jacked into like light poles or whatever the fuck it's jacked into.
Yeah, how was that? How were those buildings even like still standing?
Yeah.
Yeah, this stuff is it is interesting to see. You wonder if everybody, I guess, has gone through this. If you're sort of fringy on the art scene, like you've probably experienced some version of this.
Right.
There's mention earlier that he's going to stick around and do his Burroughs thing. You know, Burroughs is somebody who comes up in conversation about this kind of book. David Lynch is somebody who comes up in conversation with this book. You know, I think there's a short list of popular. I don't even know if surreal is the right word for what they do, but strange consciousness stuff.
Yeah. I think dreams are a big part of it. I
dreams.
remember in when I was in Denmark and I was out there with Burns, Klaus, Ware, and they were talking about dreams so much and evoking like dream imagery in the comics and stuff. It's just something that was like on all of their minds. It was dominating the conversations that they were having around me. So we saw him as that Nit character. This is where that comes in to play in that real world aspect. He dangles a freaking that old like tape machine that we all have had, and it plays just crunchy noise while he reads from his own cut up stuff. And it's very important to him. He wants his girl to stick around, support him. He goes up to do it, and they cut him off in 2 freaking seconds. This lady with this Dutch boy haircut is like, nah, we're done. Time to sing.
Yeah, and probably worth noting in that audience, we do see what looks like an ex-girlfriend from some of the photos that we've seen earlier. You know, just staring back at him through this audience. Don't know if that's actually happening or something he's imagining, because we also see what I think of as his current girlfriend is in that audience.
Yeah, well, he's going to break up with her at the end of this. And then, you know, this is the girl that was showing up in those photos that he saw upstairs. Butt naked, bent over. Doing all of that shit. Straight out of Death Wish 4. Was it Jeff Goldblum, right? It's where they get the mutants in Dark Knight. So the night ends. It's a hassle. The dude didn't get to express his art in the way he was hoping. They cut promos on the lady for being mean and cutting him off. The girl is reasonably supporting him.
Yes. Yeah, I read this and I cringe thinking about, one, how I behaved as a young man, and then also how friends of mine behaved at this age.
Sure, yeah, totally.
Sensitive artists.
There was a commotion outside, man. You see people ain't doing so well. Like one of the fetuses that he saw upstairs is smashed, and then you find out that brunette that he was digging has like a real scary asshole boyfriend that kind of wiles out. And that girlfriend is being consoled by her best friend or whatever. Our boy Nit is going to go head over, completely forgets about his ginger-haired girlfriend to the point where oh, never mind, my ride just left. So that's all off panel. That's a page like this is like my favorite thing about comics, where like you could have that visual part happen off cam, but you call attention to it in an interesting way.
It's so effective too that he just completely leaves her.
Yeah.
And as a reader, like, we've left her. You know, all that happens behind us, and like you say, off panel. It's a cool piece. Makes me wonder like what Burns is channeling for this kind of story too, because it is like a coming of age setup.
Yeah, like all of his comics. You know, like the bulk of his comics career has been spent like in this time period and things, and I think that makes sense, because we've been making comics a while, and like I'm jacked out. You know, I have little sisters, I have nieces and nephews who could maybe clue me in on like what's happening, but I am far more comfortable and confident talking about a period of time when I didn't have my face on a white piece of paper all day. So we have old Nit. We have current homeboy, who's bedridden with lots of prescriptions, doping himself up, head wound and pills, which allow for that space to have the unreliable narrator, plus to have the surrealism of that Nit universe thing. Pretty cool example of showing a Polaroid materialize. That's just a cool technical technique.
It's really good too on the repeating an image.
Yeah,
Like your line art here obviously is repeated. It's such a good purpose though.
totally. When they get into bits talking about the different artists who like play with Polaroids and things like, I was Googling them and they're pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, I believe that.
There's this one artist that's mentioned. It'll be after the chick leaves, the friend here. So, established, that girl got a crazy ass boyfriend. He's now outside. He's hitting them up on the intercom and is like, "Let me come up there." He's making such a nuisance that the neighbors are trying to scare him off. Hey, get the fuck out of here. Go home. Blah blah blah. Certainly must be embarrassing the girls who are in there. And with the sort of violence of that guy, who's very suspicious. What? Who's she up there with? She's got a guy? She's fucking somebody? What's going on? You see him with the girl, and now you see him with the head wounds and stuff, and it's like, oh man, that guy get a hold of this dude and put him in the position that he's in. Would you say that some of this is kind of cut up? These captions?
I don't know. I was thinking it's almost like he resets. You know, like we keep repeating this kind of information a couple times in this book and kind of throughout. It could just be to simulate that kind of cut up Burroughs technique. It's pretty neat, and I love that he matches it up with the color panels.
Yeah. So aesthetically, we're talking about that Clowes stuff where Clowes will feather color, and how that's a black piece of paper that Clowes just inks a different layer, vellum, whatever, and then scans that in, assigns a color to it. That's what I'm talking about. This kind of thing.
He doesn't use it a lot.
No. But he will play with like crayons or something, colored pencils for clouds, and you see it on the cover here, like this kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely. There's some. If you look closely, like a speckle that he's getting there that almost looks like it's a sample of splatter.
Right.
And there've been a couple of those. There was Carpet early on that had that kind of same like little dashes. And you know what happens is like once you learn this technique and now you're playing and coloring this digitally, it's very easy to be like, oh, let me try this.
Right.
Or let me do this other piece. Like you see him coloring the cigarette butts and they don't have holding lines. So it's not a big leap. There's a highlight of white on the side of your cigarette package.
He's good for the still life.
Yes.
And when he does it, he's able to, when I say he's good for it, it's not photorealistic. It's like a still life through the Charles Burns aesthetic.
Yeah.
And it's a winner every time. Think of the end papers for the issues of Black Hole.
We've said it a couple of times, and I don't know how we'll ever do a video on it, but sometimes there'll be a book and it's like, that guy draws cool.
Yeah.
And often it'll be like characters, sort of their body language and poses and angles. Burns draws cool and it's a style thing.
Yeah.
And it's like a really short list of artists I can think of that do that, where like every panel is exactly what you said. Like it always works, it always looks good. And these aren't particularly exciting compositions. It's just this drawing style itself has a coolness to it.
Yeah. Yeah, very hip. It's this Lucas Samara guy, and she's talking about how she likes the X-rays with the thousands of pins sticking into these skull X-rays. You could Google that, and it's really pretty freaking cool looking. It's such a cool idea. So both of them are pretentious art student losers, and he is running game and is like, I would like to take your photo right now. And she's like, I should pose with something. How about this razor blade? She's going full art student chick right here and fucking slits her wrist while he takes his snap.
And there's a lot more of that like coloring line art throughout these panels.
Yeah.
The blood looks like it's a separate piece of line art.
Yeah, some of the crayon stuff,
the
or color
current
pencil stuff.
Or whatever inside of the blood.
Yeah. Cut to Homeboy's house. Now, when you talk about the benefit of the doubt stuff, right? He does have 2 different hairstyles, so this is a passage of time. He would be deliberate. If it was the next day, it would be the same length of hair. And at this point, I do think that she's already his muse. She's already his girlfriend completely. Dad is looking as jaundiced as the wall behind him. He ain't doing so good. Telling the boy that he needs to eat better because he's just on the Pop-Tart tip, which is, to me, that's like evocative of an age. Because like, when was the last time you had a Pop-Tart? Would you ever think of having a Pop-Tart?
Yeah, I've aged out of the Pop-Tart.
To an even more modern day, he's in bed. A lot of questions. This comic is all questions. And for the last part of our conversation, like we'll talk about that. A POV shot, right, straight from the eyes. Like that's not an easy thing to draw.
Yeah, but then followed by Polaroids, which sort of are all POV shots, right?
Yeah, sure. And it's like so much stuff that was already established, man. The Knit It universe, the different albums, specific Polaroids, and we see that there's a lineage to this, man. Like this girl, her hairstyle's changing, so he's with her. He's with her for some time. Seeing different time periods with the girl.
Repeating those visual motifs of the round, the circle, using the circle template to establish motifs.
Yeah, he's a motherfucker with the circle template too, because like I think he's able to use the ink compass.
Look at how wild this is for a transition where like we're in the bed, and the disgustingness of like what we're seeing there, amazing. But he's doing some stuff here that we haven't seen, like gradations in the color.
Right.
Little bits of stuff.
Some noise.
Yeah, it feels like somebody who's maybe getting a little more comfortable in playing. I like seeing him do color because like this kind of stuff is really wild looking. It adds a dimensional to his art that love is black and white art, but there's something else here he gets to play with.
Yeah. Back to these fetuses, man, and you're like, all right, man, it's got to be an abortion story, right? Is that what we're building toward? See all these dead fetuses, all these allusions to that sort of thing?
Yeah, those giant eggs that they're eating.
Ovum.
Mm.
So, so when he's coming home late at night one day, right? And he sees the light on in his space. And that's his dad looking at old photos? Like, that looks like old, right? Like a black and white photo from his day? Because I also thought, like, he's kind of using the boy's art for spank material of his girl, but I don't think that's what that is.
No, I don't think so. He mentioned to him something about saying something to his mother, like the parents are separated.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the dad's not still connected there. Again, like you say, like, all this stuff is just questions. Like, we're shown a bunch of elements, and like we're trying to connect those colored threads to those elements, right? Like imagine tearing out these pages and putting them on our wall and let's make them make sense.
Right. And we close things out with not much. Like, you got your knit, and dude, having the crown with the little string, it makes it look like a mask. But that's it, man. Like, we're going to the hive next. But we're left with nothing but questions. It's not a full episode.
Right.
And I have a lot of thoughts about that, man. And those thoughts are that I think this is all conjecture. This has no root in any fact, man. This is just me trying to think with the limited knowledge that I have on the book industry, on making stuff, on putting things out, on pricing things out. That's all I'm basing any of the stuff I'm saying on, man. Talk to nobody. I think that he was able to get a great advance, but it has to make sense for the publisher to justify that. So instead of doing one book, a black hole, we're going to do 3 $20 books, to knowing that we're going to push number 1 super, super hard, sell like a ton of those. And then, of course, the next couple will be diminishing returns. But if you start at a high number, those diminishing returns can be nice. It's a $20 book. It's probably going to take you a long-ass time. And we gave you this advance, X long ago. Like, we got to put some stuff out. I know he's a Tintin guy. As a reading experience on this volume, had a freaking ball. Highly readable, like you're flowing panel to panel the way you do, and it's pleasurable because it's putting all these questions into your mind, and you're kind of going someplace in your head, trying to keep up. It's not like a whodunit, it's not that severe of like question. It's just like, you're giving Burns the benefit of the doubt, man, that it's gonna take us someplace that we want to go. And up to this point, I'm on board. Like, I'm so stoked. These things they come out one a year or something. But as a reading experience, I'm fully on board. But I think that when you serialize something like this and you leave something up to all just questions, I don't know that it's humanly possible to make something like this pay off in a satisfying way for the reader.
Yeah, that's fair. I love the end pages, by the way.
Yeah. Taken from panels within the book. I was looking at that stuff close. Like, is this an extra new piece of art that was made? And it's not. It's taken from specific panels.
It feels like a movie trailer just looking at the end pages.
Yeah.
And I wonder how into, like, how much movies are an influence. I mentioned David Lynch, but that doesn't mean that he's drawing from movies or cinematically influenced necessarily. I know he was into comics, I think, pretty early on. Like, he's given talks that you can find on YouTube about, like, horror comics and things.
Right.
So it does make me wonder. And then, like, you mentioned him in conjunction with, like, Dan Clowes and Chris Ware, and I don't often hear him mentioned with them, but I don't know why not. Like, he's a peer, he should be. I think it's his output's a little bit different, the way this stuff has been focused on one story or one big work. He's kind of a mysterious cartoonist for me. So any piece is like a morsel I'm eagerly devouring and have a lot of mystery and questions about.
Yeah.
So I kind of like that quality about his work.
Yes, sir. I'm inspired to continue this read to see where this goes, because I have some vague remembrance of this. I read the story one time. Yeah. I read it once. Probably in total one time. I read this when it comes out. And then when the Hive comes out, I read this in the Hive. And then when the whole thing comes out, I read it all together. Just like Black Hole, basically. And I did just that once. So that tells me something about it tells me that, like, either I was deep in probably volume 2 of Hip Hop Family Tree. That's like the time period that this thing came out. So I was deep in the game myself. And it is a shame that we just don't have that kind of time like we did as kids, where you could, like, read and reread and reread. But I am curious to read this thing again. I was very happy to go through volume 1. It's an inspirational piece of work. Just the rigor that goes into this guy's comic making is very exceptional. It's a big style. Like there are these guys, man, who I feel like their style, I feel like it outpaces the comic book in a way, where, like, a comic is like this periodical, like, you have, like, a story. If you're going to make a comic book with a style like this, I feel like the story has to be epic. It feels like you can't do something simple narratively if you have such a intricate style, you know, because it feels like it would be underwhelming if the story didn't completely match pace with that art.
He has those couple of one shots like Blood Club that I think Kitchen Sink put out a color edition of one. I think it might have been in Raw first, and then like a color edition was released, and they're just comic book size.
Yeah.
And it's more of what you're describing there, of like, you know, it's kind of a small story, you know, and a little bit straightforward.
It's a different kind of comic.
It is totally
because
different.
Black Hole is a comic book, and then it gets collected. That other stuff, Blood Club, The Big Baby, serialized weekly comics. You and I don't know if you even remember this, man. It was when a new Mad Max was impending. It wasn't out yet, but he stopped by our table at TCAF. And we were bullshitting with him, and I was like, you know what, Charles, this was just on my mind. Like, I know you did weekly, what do you call it? You did like a weekly comic strip. I don't understand how, because I have all your work.
I remember this conversation.
I don't understand how that would look on a weekly page, because it fits so perfectly into like a 6-panel grid. And he basically said, I would do 2 tiers. And it would just end where it would end. Like, I had a bigger story in mind. I had comic books in mind. This was the delivery mechanism that he had available to him. So if it just cut off, it just cut off. Like, if there was a panel transition that would be in, say if it's a 6-panel grid, in panel 4, there'd be no punchline. It would be paid off in panel 5, which would be panel 1 of next week's comic. Yeah. That's just how we did it.
Imagine reading that in that format.
Totally. So that's what Blood Club, El Borba, Dog Boy, like, that's what that stuff is.
Do you think that his style evolves in order to offset that kind of platform? Because, like, I think about this stuff through a lens of, I have art books. There's no narrative. I just like looking at the images enough that I'll look through it over and over and over. And I kind of feel that way about Burns. Mm-hmm. I think Black Hole's a masterpiece. I love it. This series, I'm interested in reading the next 2 volumes together, because I never read it all in one time.
Right.
You know, it was years between readings and stuff for me. But I also don't care how it adds up, because, like, I just like looking at Charles Burns' artwork.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you're delivering it in a way where, like, this isn't even a comic strip, this is like 4/5 of a gag or something, and then next week you can get the final, the climax. The style being something that's like satisfactory on its own would be really important.
Totally.
And I wonder if there's any bit of his art that evolves to fit that.
Yeah, that's a good question, man. And that is the crux of this book to me. Like, he's created a world and introduced enough questions and stuff that like I'm following along. Like, I'm on board with you, Chuck.
Yeah, well,
let's
read the next one, man.
Let's do it, man. But let's get out of here so that we can do that, man. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell. We'll notify you when new vids are available. King Kayfabers can beat the kayfabe effect by joining our Patreon and supporting us at the highest level. You also get the videos before anybody else, and you can sit in on live recording sessions and get books before we even edit these videos. We have kayfabe affected books just from the chat room in the past, but the vids are brought to you by books that we make. So Jimmy, tell the people what you have.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next book, coming out from Image Comics in the next few months. It is all the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, which we just reprinted from Image Comics. So pre-order that one or pick it up if you haven't already. My other recent books are The Plain Janes and Hulk Grand Design. Can't miss that oversized fluorescent green Treasury edition, out now while supplies last. And finally, I am posting my latest comics on my Patreon. You can read those at patreon.com/JimRugg.
The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you in 2023. 504 pages, 140 of those pages are not in the first 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree Treasury editions. There are 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design out there. 2 volumes of Red Room trade paperbacks are out there right now. We're starting up the 3rd round of Red Room comics. Here is the cover to Crypto Killers #1, coming out in May. These are additional variant covers to go along with that issue, including the sketch cover variant. We have to put in our orders, and we probably did put in our orders. So if you see this out in the wild, scoop it up, man. It's the only chance you're going to be able to get it. You can also find WYSIWYG on the stands at finer comic shops everywhere. What else do we have, Jim?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Boom. Will you airdrop that to this iPad?
Yeah. Do I need to, I probably need to render it first.
Is it that big? A file?
I think they're usually pretty big. I can try to send it, but...
Because yours might record in 4K, so you might, maybe you should render that.
I don't know if it records in 4K. I also don't see your iPad. I don't know how I would identify that. I just have EdPiscore is the only thing that's on for like an airdrop.
Yeah, it would be there. I'm gonna shut your iPad down.
Go ahead.
And then see if that comes up.
Yeah, you think that's it? You got 2 EdPiscores. Oops.
Yeah.
The first one's the one that just popped up.
Yeah, and I bet that's the closest gimmick. Yeah. Cool. Good week of recording, Jimmy.
Yeah, I'm excited to read all these Burns in one sitting.
Is that how you want to do it? Like, you want
One
to
a week, maybe.
I was thinking one a week. So, are you going to read the next 2 together, or just you're going to read one next
I
week?
I almost read them this week, so
Yeah.
I'll plan on reading just the next one. That way, at least it'll come in and it'll be almost like that fresh read experience of like I won't have the third one in my head.
I think that's a good way to go because, like, I remember a lot of like ahas
Yeah.
when I read that third one. You know, a lot of I get it.
Somebody mentioned in the chat room, and we're still live, right?
Yeah. Pull it up.
Somebody mentioned in the chat room about the Vortex book, and I don't know. Do you have that? I got it in Angoulême, but I don't know if it's a French-only release. But it's really cool because it's in English, at least some of it. But a lot of it's just art.
Yeah.
You know, like he did all those faux romance covers and just all this different stuff that's in there, and it's kind of the same format. That one's interesting, and then there's the thing that's like this big, and it's long ways, and I don't know why I got it. It was packaged with something, but it's like pencils of his, and I think it's from this series.
Yeah.
It's
is
really
it a Buenaventura?
Maybe, yeah, that sounds about right.
I think Robin did a lot.
And then the last thing I have,
I always think of Robin Ventura. Alvin, yeah. I did that to that man to his face a million times, calling him Robin Ventura. So stupid.
And then I have one, and it must have been from Alvin Buenaventura, and it's like I think it is black hole stuff, but it's the same deal of like his pencils, you know, basically reproduced its comic book size.
Yeah.
So I've got some cool, you know, extra Burns stuff. I think I have one of those one shots that Kitchen Sink put out, which is neat because it's colored.
Yeah,
which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's blue line method. You could see paint strokes in the off registration and things.
I haven't looked at it in a while.
Yeah,
I think it's Blood Club.
It is. Yeah, it's Big Baby.
There was another one too that they did, but I never found it.
I have Blood.
Tales from the Play. No, it's not that.
Is it still going?
Yeah, it's still sending.
Okay, because there was some sound that happened and I have no idea what the fuck that was.
Hopefully it's still sending.
Yeah, if you see it, it is, man.
I don't see it advancing.
Yeah, but it's just inside of that thing. It's definitely progressing. It's good.
Yeah, we're getting to the end here, guys. Oh yeah, it's moving again. So
yeah,
we probably got a couple more minutes while this file transfers. Yeah, good week, fun stuff. That Jim Lee X-Men surprised me by how impressed I was by it.
So much energy, man. Like
there is.
Like so much care. Like the dude was going for it. The dude was like, I have this platform. The royalties probably help with that. You know, where it's just like, make this thing sing. Like, if comics are on an upswing right now and the royalties are this, like, let's see where that ceiling is, man.
They all had to know it too, because like they all talk about Silvestri's royalties off of X-Men at the time, and it makes me wonder like how many more copies is 275 selling than 250 sold, or 248 like Jim Lee's first one.
Yeah.
Because I imagine it's more, right? It doesn't have the
Yeah.
room to grow like New Mutants would have had at that time, but it might be 200,000 more copies a month.
Yeah. Aw, you fucking piece of shit.
Why?
Yeah. You know what, man? It could be,
Based on the transfer speed, I don't think that it's that big of a file.
No, yeah, like let me restart this.
Yeah, I was pulling out. I had all the books and the vortex and different burn stuff. Like I was gonna bring and spread all out. It's like that's too much stuff. I was looking at the artist edition this week. I actually have had it out for a couple weeks for
Yeah.
size and all that stuff.
Right.
Those originals, just over 12 by 18, like 12 and a quarter by 18.
I've been looking at dimensions lately to try to find something that's comfortable, and I got to do some Photoshop playing around to come up with a template for my next thing. But I'm going to be moving into at least twice up, or like a landscape version of 11 by 17 times 2 is going to be how I build my pages.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how that goes for you, because that was, I did a bunch of stuff like Aphrodisiac era, that size, and it's interesting, but I got away from it. It just was so big. Scanning was a pain.
Yeah, like I'm not playing around with, like, it's going to be, there's going to be like grids, so
Yeah.
so it's all
That'll
going to
make
be
scanning
the same,
easier, right?
Yeah.
I was doing a lot of splash pages, covers, stuff that had to be then pieced together by like 4 pieces.
Such a bitch, dude. Like you did that on 11 by 7, 8.5 by 11 scanner back in the day. Like the size of typing paper scanner, those little ones. Yeah, that's a bitch, man. But you were always so good at it, because like I was just figuring that stuff out, and I'm like, did he possibly, like, because 2 scans, they wouldn't align, like it would be close. Like were you able to get them to always match? Because I could never get it to match,
because there was always a lot of overlap. Like
Right.
I'd be overlapping 4 inches, 5 inches of paper,
Yeah.
and I would end up, it's not like I was matching the edges. I would
No.
end up matching like 2 inches off of each one.
Right, but it would still be a tiny bit off.
Yeah,
for me.
they would be. They would
Yeah.
be sometimes. There's that Photoshop automates it now, and it's
Oh, I don't know
it's
about
real interesting how they do it. Like if you have 2 scans, because I had 2 scans of that Red Room cover, but I did the automate, and they show it to you as like a mock-up, and it'll be like, like if it's 2 pieces, it might be like it'll be a really weird shape the way they put them together.
That's interesting.
And with the line art, I think it's, well, the color's probably easy on there too. Like if you had a painting or something, they'd probably, the way that stuff works, I mean, they're just matching pixel patterns and everything.
Yeah,
but it's pretty seamless.
I had no idea about that automate thing. I'm gonna have to.
It's newish. Like they didn't have it back in Aphrodisiac days.
Sure.
But they've probably had it now for 10 years.
Yeah.
So like newish is very relative.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of that stuff I just don't use. Like actions and stuff. I'll set up actions, but I don't usually batch. You can do an action and then you can just batch process like 100 images without opening them.
Yeah. I've done that for, what have I done?
I do it for like sizing sometimes or something like that.
I do that for my Patreon, because like I'll put my comics together, and like my Patreon is kind of, it's set up for months, and then when it's time to do the next, like I'll have the next round of comics, so I'll put together the procedures to create the files that I put up on there, if that makes sense, because I'm not gonna just do PSD files or something.
No, right. Yeah, that's a perfect application of that, because you have like all your TIFFs or your print files or whatever you've got, and then I assume they're all the same size.
Yeah.
So then it's just like, yeah, here's the batch.
Right.
Yeah, you got to do that.
Just do whatever you can to save a little time, man. Like just having a new dude do my taxes and stuff, and like the amount of time that freed up for me, because I didn't do them myself, but I had to help out a bunch before, and I just didn't have to do that this time, and I could just do anything else. And ultimately it saved me 2 hours, but I was able to apply that 2 hours, a very valuable 2 hours, to like getting this last week worth of pages done.
Did you notice anything different? Did he give you any recommendations or anything? I always wonder, like at the end of the year, Is that should you buy a computer? You know,
Yeah.
is that when you buy that $5,000 scanner?
What they would say like is like you like it's always because the point is that you use that material to like make that year's worth of bounty. So like doing the end of the year is they could call bullshit on you at the end of the year doing that stuff. But like if you bought it in January for that next year, like it makes more more
I would
sellable.
always like where I grew up. The big dudes who would have their accountants were farmers, and it would be constantly like, I gotta buy a combine. You know, like big tick, like $500,000 they'd be out buying hardware and things. And taxes were always the reason given.
Totally.
But then like I never get anything from any of the accountants I've worked with.
That is a problem. Like it is a problem because there is for the ultimate expense, it's pencils, paper, and time. But then we have Kayfabe, so like all of our books that certainly we do episodes on, like all that counts. And like there is just like this other stuff that it doesn't add up to much, man. So it's like you gotta figure out. So like your storage unit, like that's gonna be amazing. That's a new piece of write-off that you get, you know.
It is. But it doesn't add up much. It's
it doesn't. It's,
$1,000.
yeah. It's not that. So like that's where it's like time to get some balls. But I say that, but it's not going to happen. And like have an assistant, you know, like
right.
what I can bring somebody with me to wherever, and like that's my assistant, and then that plane ticket is a good extra expense.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have the assistant at shows.
Yeah.
So it's like my stuff is represented the whole time, but I'm there signing, 2 hours each day, or
yeah,
that would be good.
Yeah, because in our old age, man, we have high hopes and stuff.
I'm close to that.
And then we're always what's that?
Old age.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel totally different than, we've been doing this for 25 years almost.
Dude, like when we went to our last Heroes Con, and we went down there with like a bunch of notions. Now the thing is, because of Kayfabe, it's doing well. We're far more busy and more popular than we've ever been, and that was also like our first convention back. But me and Jimmy were fucking wiped out at the end of the day, and any of those highfalutin ideas of Kayfabe materials and stuff went out the window immediately.
We had about 12 hours of off-floor plans.
Right.
That just inconceivable. Those are long days, and like if you're really there interacting, like you're working.
We
were on your feet.
We were on constantly, and it's the thing that I like. It's funny to communicate to my loved ones because it doesn't make sense. Like it's like I either am talking to 0 people or 1,000 people. Boom! I got it, dude.
Yeah, that is one of the that's another one of those strange things that people don't understand. Like I'll come home from that stuff, and there'll be something going on in my neighborhood, like some kind of get together. And, like, I just stand there quietly in the corner. Like, the last thing I can do is, like, song and dance here for my neighbors.
Right.
I have good neighbors, but, like, they don't understand, like, man, those weekends I come home. I used to say, like, whenever something's coming up, like, if I'm going to be on a podcast or we're going to go to a show, I try to, like, get out and talk to people that week, warm up the pipes a little bit. Now when I get home, it's like, I got to go in a cocoon for 2 weeks. Like, I just can't.
It speaks to like that. Like that's textbook introversion. When they talk about social batteries, like an introvert has the social batteries that get depleted, and like that's
interesting.
That's exactly what we're describing here. And if you read about that, like
it's the weirdest thing. Like it doesn't surprise me that cartoonists struggle with it because it's so extreme from the day to day to a con. And
it's also an indicator of a form of a kind of autism, and it was suggested that that I might have a piece. But I just don't believe it, man. I feel like I feel things and stuff like that, man. But sometimes people see that your dedication levels and see that you could just do something all day, every day, and they start to make connections.
That stuff is very broadly defined. Like whenever they're like, you're on a spectrum. It's because there's so many different things that you can do, behaviors you can exhibit, that it's not like take a blood sample and find out if that's in there,
right?
It's this observed behavior, and like you can tick off a bunch of boxes and be that or not be that. I don't know.
The things we talk about on Cartoonist Kayfabe
Yes.
after hours.
Yes, after hours. All right. I guess that is about it here. Thank you all for joining us as always. And I do like having a group here whenever we're recording.
Yeah,
it's nice.
it's really sweet. Thanks to you guys, the King Kayfabers, for supporting the channel at this level. It's very, very much appreciated. We're going to get going, and then throughout the day, you're going to start seeing videos pop up
Yeah,
on,
absolutely.
on the Patreon for you guys, man. So thank you so much for supporting. We'll see you next Thursday. Next Thursday?